You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? It's Friday. Welcome to the Vodka stream. How we doing today? Hopefully doing great. Grand. Okay, we're good. Audio's good. Shut up. I don't like to hear myself, even though I hear myself all the time. Mainly, I hear my voices in my head. Anyways, what's happening, guys? How we doing out there? Hopefully good. Cheers to another Friday. Another fun discussion of the week. So, cheers, guys. Let the vodka flow. Let the vodka flow. Who's out there? Who's joined? Let's see. Always early. Yeah, I know, right? I'm usually late. Monak, how you doing? What's up? Been a while. Has it been a while? It has been a while. Why can't we just drink and have fun? That's what I like to do. Diamond Absolute. So what? Let's see. You got a massage and tea. Trying to see what exactly you're trying to say right there. Bat City stuff. What's going on? Hashtag release that Ayer cut. Man, David Ayer, he's been a little vocal lately. He's been a little vocal. So I don't know if he's gonna start stirring it up or I don't know. It's everything's so up in the air. So up in the air. Hobo Deluxe, what is happening? Cute dog. What's going on, Nate? Can't understand why people think Zack would hate Momoa now. Momoa continuing to be in DC is a W itself. And we know Zack will always support him 100%. He supports all of them. I'm sure he supports James Gunn. That's the thing, too, is like, but hey, what can he do? Fans will be they're fanning. What's going on, MSGT? Since the DCU is 1,000 years away and I'm 50, I don't really care. But Rebel Moon, got to get the first trailer. I know. When are we going to get that first trailer? Do what he says. Hit that like, thumbs up. Do all that. Subscribe. Everything. All right. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got Miss Nighthawk. Steph, how's it going? Hello, gorgeous. Good to see you. Dane, I should say. Hope week was day job is frustrating as it usually gets. Ugh. I always hate, because you guys know I started this job, 4 months ago maybe, and now I'm like, it's just like now it went to like a different kind of thing. I'm not going to go and explain it, but it just sucks. I just hate it. It went to something I used to do because they had to put me into another thing to what I used to do as opposed to what I was doing at the start. And it's just, oof. Hello, Mom. How's it going? Good to see ya. Mama Film Junkie is here, guys. Always good to see her. We got Tet right here. All right. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Okay. Alakazoo. Hello there. How you doing? Sabang Van Zyl. How's it going? We got Mr. Draga right there. This weekend I'll try to, like I said, I'll pass along that beautiful art. We'll see if try to get it over to Zack, see if he sees it. Of course, he'll love it because he loves art. What did I think of the Banshees? I think it shouldn't have won best cinematographer, but I love the movie. I don't know. Cinematography was pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. I will say that. And I watched that last night. I was gonna go to the movies and watch that Missing movie, but then I just kind of went, I don't feel like going. I just didn't feel like going to the movies. Like, you know what? I'm actually just gonna sit on my couch, which I haven't really done in a long time, and just watch a movie. So I watched, Banshees of, I can never say the Inisherin something. But what we're talking about, the one with Colin Farrell and Mr. Gleason. Daniel Gleason, I want to say. Good movie. I mean, it's performance driven. It's Irish all the way. We got the accents, but they all did fantastic. And I thought it was an awesome little, excellent small movie that had not much was going on. Just two buddies that were no longer buddies, and because one of them says, no, I don't want to be your friend anymore, and then that's the whole plot. Why doesn't he want to be a friend? But it gets dark. It definitely gets dark. It's like, wow, I didn't know if it was going to be that dark, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. So got everybody missed that dark side opening, and he's still there. We got Miss Saggy Millins here. Meow. Lisa Saggy Cut. There you go. Hashtag that. Happy Friday, Steve-O. Good to see you. All right. We got Eric. Always good to see you. Who else we got? Mr. Cortez. Boy, this DC stuff is making my head scramble. Are they out? Are they not? Or they're not? Great Scott. I know. Well, that's the thing. I guess we'll find out soon. It's all crazy. It's all crazy. I mean, that's what happens though when you have the old regime. You have this old regime that just screwed things up again. Like how many times we have to keep on saying it? It's like they would have just let Zack. They would have just let Zack, do his thing. It would have just would have been over by now, and they could have just rebooted the whole thing, and everybody could have just moved on, and they could have just done whatever the hell they wanted to. But nope. And then they try to add to it and try to rearrange things, and they're trying to do something. God knows what Hamada was doing. It's just, that's the thing. So that's why it's like when it comes to now Gunn and Saffron, now they're trying to do things, and it's like, and of course, people aren't liking their decisions. I mean, obviously, we hate the decision about Cavill, but I don't necessarily put all the blame on Gunn. I know a lot of people put 100%, but I get told things. What's going on, Christopher? Good to see you. We got Scotty. What's up? We got Mr. Fear Jason. Appreciate it. Become a film director. Should. I know, right? Might not be too late. I've made some short films in my day. I have. I definitely have. So, but yeah. So, yeah, no, I can't wait either. We'll talk about some of the stuff that we saw tonight. Definitely, we'll do that. Let's see. No, I haven't finished Wednesday yet. I started that 90s show. I put that on right now. I did put that on right now just to see what that was all about, and it's cool. It just reminds me of Fuller House, where it's like the pilot episode is just cameos, old cast, and a lot of cheering, and a lot of callbacks and whatever the hell. So yeah. I'm gonna change missing out this weekend. Searching was pretty good. Yeah, I liked Searching, so I was gonna go see it, but I was just like, yes, that's right. You saw it, the Metallica shirt. And yes, guys, 1 ticket's on the radio this weekend, or this week, I should say. And waiting for Jordan's going to be showing up because we got something to talk about. So he'll be the first to show up, and hopefully a little bit here. Game City Savior, what is up? No rat catcher woman. I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case. Again, not everybody has to we don't have to freak out on every little thing that gets posted. I think we'll be okay. I don't think she was actually hinting that she was Wonder Woman. Okay. Dave was wondering, how many watches do you own? I don't know. It's in the teens at least. Something like that. Yeah. And they're not like super expensive either. Don't think I'm like balling or anything because of that. I'm like, no. They, you either catch deals on Amazon or you get homages. That's what I do. But, I like that stuff. So I say keep the old cast, but just recast their role. Like Jason can play Lobo and Henry Cavill can play Superman and Ben Affleck play. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's up to them as well. So let's take a shot. Take a shot. Go for it. Take a shot. All right. Let's get Jordan in here right now. Let me get all this stuff going. What is up, sir?
Hello.
All right. Don't have your usual setup right now, huh?
In the bedroom. Yeah, I just got done doing my show, and I'm like, I'll just come here. And so
Okay.
because my wife and the dog were in here, and she texted me. She's like, "Yeah, Lucy needs to go outside before your next thing." I'm like, you know what? I'll just come in here. I'll just use my phone. Everything, it's fine. You know,
It works. It works.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why Jordan is first to show up. And what is that reason, sir? New Metallica song. New Metallica song. Thank you, too, for DMing me because I was working and I remember just looking at my phone and I just kind of like, extended notification. I see big capital letters from Jordan, New Metallica. And I'm like, oh, whoop, and I immediately just went to my computer and like typed it in. And I was like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I thought you knew.
No.
New Metallica. Yeah.
Well, apparently, like they kind of had a mishap when they released the video, right? It was supposed to release. People were talking about it, and it didn't officially release. And then it did release, or they didn't post it on Twitter right away. I don't know. It was
something happened. Like there was like I was confused because I just saw like the notification on YouTube at 6 o'clock my time. I'm like, oh, new song. But then I saw people online saying, like, release it, Metallica, release it. I'm like, wait, what happened? Did it go somewhere, or was like a notification and then it was pulled? Because I'm thinking maybe something happened where maybe they were going to drop it earlier and something happened, and the people were like freaking out because like there was already stuff about Screaming Suicide before the release, but they're like, it's not out. I'm like, so wait, was there like a leak? Like, did something happen?
That's what it seemed like, but
yeah.
But yeah, this it was great. I've played it so many different times. I will say this though, Lux Eternal, that song really that riff was like stuck in my head after the first time I did it. This one not so much, but I like this song better.
Yeah, I like this song better. I think Lux Eterna is more simple, but it's really catchy. This one has a lot of layers, and I love how there's some people online saying it sounds like an AI generated song. I'm like,
what?
No.
like a Metallica song.
The structure is there, like a load reload, like, and a mid-paced, like, Black Album song.
Yeah, I was getting some Death Magnetic vibes, to be honest.
And Hardwired. There's some Hardwired songs.
But it's catchy. It's
Yeah, I love that shot. I love that.
I know. It's a good video for sure. Still a fun little energetic riff,
Yeah.
There it is. But yeah.
I love his vocal delivery. I love how especially when he first comes in, I'm like, it's different than Lux Eterna. Like his style of how he came in. And then the chorus is so catchy. I love the chorus. Is it after the solo?
The solo's good.
Damn.
Good
stuff.
Good stuff right there, man. So, well, yeah, I do like it better. It's like I said, Lux Eterna is very catchy and very just just great, which I love. Yeah. But this one's just, there's just a lot more happening. It feels more like a traditional Metallica song, I guess you could say.
When you think about it, they're going kind of the route that they did with Hardwired's marketing. Hardwired, that first song was fast, simple. Moth and Flame, mid-paced. Had a lot of layers, a lot of stuff going on, more than Hardwired, obviously. Same thing here, except Lux Eterna wasn't a fast like Hardwired, but it was faster, simple, and then this has a lot going on riff-wise. And a lot of leads. It's funny, people are like, oh, Kurt did a very basic and simple thing in Lux Eterna solo-wise, but then here he's doing a lot more. People are saying, it's boring. I'm like, he just gave you at least 2 guitar solos plus a bunch of lead stuff, and like, it's too simple. Like, at a certain point, how can you come up with something completely original? Like, so much music has been written, it's practically impossible at this point to really write something truly original. You go, oh, I've heard that before. Like,
that's the sad part. I mean, that's with everything though. You can compare anything to everything. I mean, no matter what, you could say like, oh, that's this and that's that. And I'm just like, you know what? If I, Metallica, and it's funny too, because even after Lux Eternal came out, I think it was there's somebody. I mean, I saw some other people and bands, and that's what sucks too. Is like nowadays, it's like everybody's being interviewed by everybody, so of course they like started asking him stuff. I think it was Corey Taylor kind of was like saying how it was overproduced and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Yeah, it does. Like the first Lexa, yeah. And then somebody else, I forget, it was a drummer to somebody else. And they go like, if it wasn't Metallica, that wouldn't even be like a top 100 song. And I was like, yeah, but it's Metallica. And we enjoy that. We enjoy what they give out. We like their dynamic. We like James' voice. We like it all. And that's, yes. Okay, I understand. If it was like a non-name band, yeah, of course, that song wouldn't be, you know, where it is, but it's freaking, it's 40 years of a band, of course.
40 years. I mean, like at a certain point, and I know they haven't released a lot of records, like a lot of bands who've been around maybe a little bit short, but they have more material. But at a certain point, these guys, I guess people are expecting, another Death Magnetic where everything's just fast. They can't physically do that for 2 hours. And I'm seeing them in November, the 2-night shows or whatever at the same place, and that's awesome. But the thing is, I know for a fact they're not going to be playing a ton of fast stuff from their albums because they can't physically do it. Like, I'm expecting more of the mid-range. I'm expecting this album to be kind of like Hardwired, a lot of mid-range stuff, maybe one fast song like Spit Out the Bone again on here, but it's going to be more mid-range ballad type stuff because they physically can't do it.
Yeah,
it's going to get too much. You know,
it's true. Yeah, and then I was lucky enough to win tickets on the radio. I mean, I don't know what my luck is when it comes to that, but it's.
Did you have to answer questions?
No, I just had to be caller. I just had to be caller 13, and I don't know how. Like, there was the morning show that I listened to. They already gave away the 2-day passes, which I tried to call in and get. Of course, didn't get through. So then they were like releasing the single night tickets were going on sale. I wasn't going to do the 2-day thing because I was like, it's pretty pricey. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I know you were saying like, woof, but you know, I'm sure it's going to be worth it, of course.
It'll be worth it. It's just like, man, like 2 different sets at the same venue. I mean, and the fact is, I think you have 2 separate openers or 2 different night openers as well. It's like, and I know Pantera is one of the openers on one of the nights.
Yeah, like on Friday, like when I'm seeing it in August, I'm seeing them in August over here. The Friday show has Pantera. I'm going to the Sunday show, so I don't get to see Pantera. I think I get who is it? 4 Finger Death Punch is actually
5 Finger Death Punch.
5 fingers, 4
finger. That's
yeah, I know. No,
I never heard them called 4 Finger Death.
I was like 4 Finger. Well, what are they? The Simpsons? No, but yeah, 5 Finger Death Punch. But yeah, so I'm seeing it at the end of August. But yeah, it was just one of those things where I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you know, I'm over at my workstation and I'm just doing the redial thing going, I ain't gonna get through. And then all of a sudden, and I'm like, wait a minute here. Is it just gonna ring and they're gonna disconnect? And then sure enough, the receptionist comes on, asks for my name, and then she's like, do you have me on speakerphone? I'm like, whoop. We're good now. And she goes, yeah, it's still sounding a little echoey and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like moving around my apartment going, is better? She's, oh yeah, that's good. And then of course, it's during a commercial break and the longest commercial break ever. I'm pacing around my apartment going, did I make it? What's going on? And then sure enough, I'm like hearing them come back from commercial. And then they said like, oh, and then we got a caller right here. Hey, David. And I went, yay. And then, of course, I made an ass. So I just yelled out like James, like, hell yeah. One of them laughed. The other one was like, what the hell? It's like, sorry.
Like, you don't, like, you're giving away Metallica tickets. You don't understand the reference.
Exactly. I'm like, come on, man. I was doing my best Hetfield. It was just kind of funny. But yeah, I just couldn't believe it. And this is the third time I've won tickets on the radio to Metallica. Crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah. I started noticing too. They're selling the single day stuff now. They're really promoting that because I mean they said that they were going to do that obviously because those people obviously not going to pay for 2 nights.
When I was looking at the prices, I was like, oh god, I would love it, but you know, some people. I mean, yeah, like I said, one of my really good friends, one of my best friends actually, his brother bought the 2-day pass. So and then they're all going. Him and my good friend. So I was like. I hit him up and I'm like, hey, which show you going to? And he goes, I guess I'm going to both. I'm like, well, shit, I'm going Sunday. We got a pregame. It's going to be great. But yeah.
It's going to be interesting how they do that because I don't know how many like tours have kind of done this before. Like not just
Yeah.
Metallica, but like the idea of like going to the same venue more than once and having the same seats, because that was something they were like very adamant about. If you're going to be selling the tickets, you can't sell it for one night because these are for this particular seat twice. So you can't just like, because of course scalpers, and they had to throw that in there as a caveat. If you try to sell these 2-day tickets like for only one night, you can't just go like the other night because this is for both nights. You know?
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I didn't think about that, huh?
Yeah.
But
I mean, in terms of selling single days, I'm assuming that if the seat didn't sell, or they had particular section in seats in particular sections only for one night, and they block those off so that they can have more people potentially showing up, because it could be a venue full of just people there the same night twice, you know, which would be kind of crazy.
It's gonna be crazy, but I can't wait. I just
two completely different sets. I'm ready, because every time I go to like a one single Metallica show, I'm like, damn it, they didn't play that song. But then the next show, they play the song I was wanting, and I'm like, okay, I have a better odds now to maybe hear an instrumental live.
Yeah,
maybe hear a bit, because when they mix up a completely different set the second night, I mean, they're not going to be repeating anything. So how are they going to go about structure wise?
See, that's the thing. And I'm kind of wondering about that too. And then I'm just like going, all right, I don't want to look at the Friday set before I go, because I don't want to be like, God damn it, I want it because so I'm going to have to completely try to ignore. Yeah. And then even if I meet up with my friends who see the Friday, I'd be like, do not tell me what was played, because I want to be surprised, and I want to, and I know I'm going to be like, damn it, I didn't get to hear Battery or something like that. I'm like, I'm hoping they save that for Sunday, or something.
I really feel like they're going to probably have an instrumental on one of the nights.
Yes,
because they'll have to do, because how they're going to structure it, like, because they're probably going to go, okay, let's not play all of the singles or all the big songs on one night.
No,
try to go, okay, this night we'll do Nothing Else Matters in the Sandman, but then on the next show at the same venue, we'll do Master Puppets that night, so that it's not like, okay, all of the bigger songs and all the rarities. They're going to try to mix it up, and it's obviously going to be a good portion of the new stuff. So
there's going to be a big portion of the new stuff, and then I'm thinking like, okay, I mean, if they're going to fill it, you might be right when it comes to instrumental one. One night could be an Orion, one could be a Call to the Cthulhu.
I'd die. If I hear Orion, I'm dead. You remember how they did the 40th anniversary structure, where they did the first night where it was Kill 'Em All to Hardwired in terms of pulling the songs backwards? What if they did that at the two shows, where the first night they go from Kill 'Em All the way to 72 Seasons, then 72 Seasons all the way to Kill 'Em All?
That would be pretty sweet.
That would be interesting. You're following the chronological order of the band.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Because they had 16 songs set, and some nights, obviously both nights, some albums got double songs. So I don't know, it'd be interesting.
Well, yeah, I'm curious, but like I said, I'm going to ignore that set list, because
it's gonna be so tempting to look at other sets.
Oh, dude, I would be like, what am I not gonna hear? I'm gonna be like, what am I not gonna hear? But I don't want to. I want to be surprised, and I want them to play some freaking deep cuts too, which I'm sure they will. That's what I'm waiting for. So. But we got some people joining in. Scott! What's up, Scott?
Okay, so the Metallica talk is over now. We're ready to talk some movies. Like, we're ready for the real talk to begin.
Hey, leave us alone. We nerd out about this.
It's fine. I just want you to know, Dave, I want you to know, I stopped recording with Tim to jump in here.
I love you. That's all I got to say, Scott.
And Tim sends his regards.
Of course.
So we just over at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found, we just recorded 2 episodes of the Batman scene by scene, and we recorded a special presentation DC Squadcast episode, like an actual welcome to 2023 DC Squadcast episode, because we looked back and we saw when the last DC Squadcast episode was. It was October 27th, 2022.
Jeez.
It was the week Cavill did his interview and he said he was back.
That's right. That's right. Oh, so much has happened since then.
I know. And we kind of had to do a podcast going, well, a lot's happened in the last 2 months. But I stopped because we were about to record a couple of episodes of Man of Steel scene by scene.
Nice.
And we're kicking that to tomorrow night because over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, I am just like, drink all y'all SOBs. We're recording our Squadcast movies review of Sylvester Stallone classic Judge Dredd.
Nice. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me you were going to do that.
Nice.
I am the law. You're not the law. I'm the law. God, that movie. I mean, especially after the new Dredd came out, it's like, oh
no, but the funny, if you're a patron over at Squadcast Media, I think some people are going to be very surprised about our thoughts.
Really?
On the Sylvester, I have thoughts that I think may surprise some people. I'm just saying.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, like, because I haven't watched that movie in I don't know how long, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's something nostalgic about it. Obviously, this was Sylvester Stallone at the height of his powers, and anytime like these movies came out, you had to have that comic relief, which is Rob Schneider.
But you got like Diane Lane and Maxwell Sydow and Armando Santi.
Yeah, Armando Santi. It was funny because he plays like his brother, and it's like you was like, oh yeah, they do look like they could be brothers. It all, it's all crazy, but yeah, looking forward to that. And we got somebody else joining right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Ben? Oh, it's Saggy. I can't even figure out what's just Saggy's drop.
I was like, I saw that, and I was like, that's perfect.
See, well, what Dave just proved to me is that when he does that clip that says that somebody's hot, it's always for KC. But
it is for KC.
Yeah, it is for KC, and he throws me in there. Yeah, he is, but he throws me in there to be like, "Hey, Saggy, you're also sexy," but then he doesn't give me the sexy job when KC isn't here. See, I see you, Dave.
You know what? I should have given you this drop.
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
That's what it should have been.
I will just say you're very glad that Mama Film Junkee is in the chat.
Of course, always glad to see her. Yeah.
I am too. It's really nice that your mom is in the chat. It's always great to see
right? But anyways, thanks for joining, guys. But yeah, we're just talking some Judge Dredd. But man, yeah, but after the Carl Urban one, it's like how do we? Why is there not more of that?
Oh, God, tell me why there isn't more of that. I mean, seriously, what an amazing movie, especially when you learn how much Alex Garland really had a part in, like, what that movie became.
It's essentially his movie.
Yeah, it really is. Oh,
if you hear about everything that happened with that, and it's just like, yeah, you could see it, and just the visuals and everything, the slow-mo drug and everything. It's just so freaking good, man.
The only thing I hate is I didn't see it in 3D. That was the one thing I didn't
see it in 3D either. I didn't see it in 3D either. Yeah, that would have been pretty sweet to see in 3D, but yeah, I just love even like Dredd doesn't take off his helmet. It's just strictly just chin and frowned mouth. Just just it's so good. It's so good.
I love Carl Urban so much.
Judge Dredd is a classic.
Yeah.
Oh man. So
what was that other movie with Dennis not Dennis Rodman? It was Demolition Man. Demolition Man.
Yes.
I love Demolition Man.
I love Demolition Man.
That was my favorite movie ever.
Oh yeah, that one was definitely way better than Dredd, but that one was just pure. I mean, I think that's up there. That's got to be in my top 3 probably favorite Stallone movies right there.
I watched the crap out
of that. So did I.
I watched. That's a movie that I got to go back and watch that now that we're talking about.
Yeah, especially now that we're way in the future. It's like what checks out. Almost when you watch these futuristic movies that came out in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you're like, what did they get right? Something
not a lot.
Yeah, not
a lot.
But it's Taco Bell didn't take over.
No. But it's kind of like when we did our Squadcast movie review of Time Cop. And we were, because we also got like on a Jean-Claude Van Damme kick right then. And it was, in that movie, man, the cars were ugly as shit in that movie.
They were all ugly. They made them so ugly back in those days. They're all boxy and weird, and I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe we're somewhat getting close. I don't know, but I mean, obviously, when it came to Back to the Future 2015, we're way past that now, and no hoverboards. What the hell? I mean, I
still remember Back to the Future Day, like when it was like October 12th, 2015, and we all went, "We're in the future now, everybody."
Here we are. There's no flying cars, no actual hoverboards. We got these, things they call hoverboards, but they're still on the ground.
I don't understand why they call them hover. I don't get the naming convention of that. I really don't.
Because they're. I guess because it looks like you're hovering.
No.
That's what. It's just a marketing thing. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they know that everybody would be like, hoverboard, what? I mean, they were popular for a bit. I don't know how many freaking videos I've seen where people fall on their asses.
I did, but that's because I was trying to get off it, and then nobody told me because I was afraid. I'm like, how the heck do I get off this thing? Because getting on was easy. Getting off's hard because it's pressure sensitive, and I was trying to get off. That's what she said.
Who's gonna say it? Who's gonna say it?
That's gonna be me. Yeah,
I know. I was like, "Where's the drop? Do I have a drop?" No,
but I did. I tried to get off, and I thought the smartest idea to do is jump off it. Yeah, big mistake. Big mistake. You don't jump off a hoverboard. That thing was like, "Bye." What were you thinking, lady? On concrete, mind you. Oh my god, it was so bad.
Oof. Yeah, I never tried. Never wanted to try. Even though I have good balance, I used to be a skateboarder.
They're fun. They're fun. Don't get me wrong. They're fun, but like they're scary as heck. Because like I said, it's
But then I watched my nephew could do one, and he's like, "This is how you do it." I'm like, "Oh, shut up."
I know. Yeah, of course. Kids are just like, "Hey, we got it. We got it." Like, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's like, well, it's just like when we were kids, and you could just do something, and your parents were like, "How? What the frick?" But nowadays, it's like stuff like this, and now we're the ones going, "Whoa, I'm gonna hurt myself on that." It's like,
I'm sorry, Dave. We had this conversation at starting off Batman the Animated stream last Sunday, but I'm thinking about those scenes in A Man Called Otto and about driving a stick shift.
Yes. Oh yeah. Again, people, do not sleep on that movie. That movie is fantastic. Yeah,
it's so good.
That's how we started off Fanimated, because we were talking about it backstage, and Scott was like, "Oh my god, yes," because he's read the book twice, and he's so happy that people are actually liking it. And I was like, "Oh yeah, this movie's absolutely fantastic." I freaking teared up a couple of times, and Tom Hanks he's just awesome. He's just great, and he's a crotchety old man, and yeah. Good stuff. Go see it.
Go see it.
Aggie, Jordan, better go see it.
I will see it once you finish Wednesday.
Oh,
I still got. I'm gonna. You know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna attempt. I'm gonna wake up.
Saggy. I finished Wednesday. It's done.
Yeah, I know. See,
I know, Scott. I'm proud of you because you actually got it done.
I know. I get shit done, Saggy. It's what I do.
Did you like it though? Did you?
I loved it. That's the thing. It could have gone like lesser hands. This concept could have gone really badly.
Yeah,
I mean, because if you think about it, it's like at the school, because like there were elements of like, oh, I see Harry Potter, or I see things that could go really the whole private school thing, but they nailed it across the board in a way that I'm like. They had these fun little literary references and little horror references, and Tim Burton directing like half the episodes. It's like, oh no, you threaded a needle here really well, and I was super excited, and I'm so glad that there's already a confirmed second season.
I know everybody's waiting for that, but I think and then they just nailed it with Jenna Ortega, who is like, she just kind of came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden she's just like the it girl now, or the whatever the hell.
Everybody loves her now. Everybody's talking about her.
You know what happened though when we were watching the episodes, because I've complained to Dave about this. I'm not sure I'm complaining good, but my wife does TikTok, and does TikTok as in she watches TikTok. Like when she could be doing other things more productive, she's watching TikTok on her phone, and she admits it. And we understand. I love her in spite of it. But when the dance happened.
Yeah,
she was like, "Oh, this is the dance," and she was like, "Oh, I've seen this on TikTok."
Yeah, it trended everywhere. Everywhere.
What is going on with these dances becoming viral? The Megan dance too. Like all these dances are becoming like a trend now.
Because everybody likes to dance, and everybody wants them to watch, dance.
Watch
I don't
them
know.
dance.
Yeah, I couldn't say that right. I don't know why. Haven't had that much yet.
Dave,
But
you know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen now? You gotta do the Wednesday dance for everybody.
Nah, I can't see that. The one thing I did notice though is like, well, I know like she talked about how she kind of just, obviously she improvised that and everything, but there's like one particular thing where I guess she took from like the original Addams Family show.
Yeah.
But people were comparing it.
Yeah.
Where like she like does like this little twisting, and she did that just like, and then people were cutting to the old Wednesday, like the little girl doing the same thing. And I'm like, that's cool. I was like, that's really awesome. I'm glad they like, that little throwback that not a lot of people, I wouldn't, even though I watched that show, the reruns. I would have never picked up on that, but I love the fact that she incorporated
it went by so fast. That was the issue.
Like,
you might have missed it. It goes by so fast.
Yeah.
But I also loved I also love the fact that she actually spent 2 months training on the cello. Because when you see her playing the cello, that's her playing the cello.
So you love that. You love when actors do that, because then you don't have to suspend the reality. I mean, obviously there's always going to be a little bit, because if they want to, emphasize this character being like a badass, of course they're going to do those up close shots. It's going to be somebody else. But
like Miles Teller in Whiplash or something.
Yeah, what he did. I mean, there's a lot of shots where he's doing it, but then you get those over the back shots, it's not him, and it's all going crazy. And it's like, yeah, you can't expect it, but he did enough to pull off where it's like, okay, I'm buying that this character is actually playing the drums, as opposed to like they're not just zooming in on the
the hands on the piano.
He's not just doing this, and then all of a sudden they zoom in. Yeah, and Ryan Gosling in La La Land, he was freaking doing, I think, most of that.
Of that, yeah.
He was. I was like, Jesus Christ! I mean, geez, this guy right here, freaking Mr. Gosling. But yeah, don't worry. I'll watch I have like two episodes left. I'll watch them tomorrow.
You've had 2 episodes left for a month.
I know. What'd you say, Jordan?
I was going to ask how much you have left. I mean, literally, it's still trending on Netflix. It's crazy how insane that show is, popular wise.
Well, it's because like I actually want to sit down and be like, it's not one of those shows. Like when I put that 90s show on, I was just kind of like, okay, let's see. Oh, cool. There's that. I'm like, I was, I'm digging it because I like I watched that 70s show. But it's just like, okay, there's
background noise.
Yeah, it was kind of like, all right, I don't need to pay attention,
Yeah.
It's just like
we finished it earlier tonight, me and my wife, and I mean, there was obviously moments, but I mean, literally, if it wasn't for Kitty and Red,
oh, dude, they wouldn't have had a show without Kitty and Red.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need them, but at the beginning, just it felt like how Fuller House was. It's like, oh, there's that person, there's that person.
It's all just set up just for
everybody's like, woo, look who enters. It was just like one of those things. It reminded me of that. So then I'm kind of going like, all right, so how's the rest gonna be? How frequent are they gonna show up? But so then they have to do a good job of being like, all right, we have to establish these new characters, and you have to, and they did a good job with the granddaughter. I think she's very likable, and I was like, okay, I see that. The friends, I'm kind of like, okay, we'll see.
Take or leave them,
Yeah, but she's very like, she's pretty likable. So I was like, okay.
Right. Well, I will say this one. I'm only gotten to 2 episodes, but I can tell you, like, you can tell that they are trying to like replace the old cast with the new cast, because a lot of the characters are kind of the same a little bit. Like you got the character who's Kelso. Yeah. But not Kelso. Then you got the chick who's dating the Kelso character. That's basically Jackie. And then you got the foreign kid who, and it's like pretty much like it's like nothing's changed. But yeah, no, the casting for the kids, that was my biggest concern, because I'm like, yeah, you can have the cameos from the OG cast, but are the kids going to be able to deliver? Because now this is their story arc. And I think so far they are doing really, really good. But I mean, I think that, like you said, if they didn't have at least Red and Kitty, they wouldn't be able to do it. Like they tried to do that 80s show, and that was a huge flop. That was like the biggest mistake they ever could have made. But I do like it. I think that they did really good.
Yeah, I think you'll overall enjoy it if you like the first 2 episodes. Like there are some moments or episodes that just don't have anybody but the new cast plus Kitty and Red, but you'll see things happen. And I feel like I remember like there's an interview with Deborah and I forget his name, Kurt, who plays Kitty in Red, and they were asked about, so would this show have happened if you guys said no? And Deborah's like, I was told if we didn't say yes, they wouldn't have done it.
Oh yeah,
like they had to be there, which made sense. I mean,
yeah. They were the heart of that 70s show. They were biggest part of that show, especially Red. Like his character was amazing. But yeah, if they, I can't imagine them even wanting to like, hey, listen, we want to make this show, but we need these two, or else it's no go. I get it makes sense.
And I'm sorry, I can't not look at Kurt and not think of him in RoboCop going, guns, everybody's got guns.
Yeah, it's hard to. And then of course, if they would have just tried to revolve it around Donna and Eric, that wouldn't have been as good.
I think that it would have been interesting if they would have done that. I just feel like they weren't available to do that. You know, like
probably not. But what are they doing?
I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their schedules are, but it's like, I get the point. Like, yeah, we could have focused around like the parents, Donna and Eric, but like the dynamic would have shifted dramatically with that if they would have done that. Because the sets are because they rebuild all the sets exactly. It's crazy how accurate they are with the look of the kitchen, the living room, the basement, and everything. It's crazy how detailed it is.
Well, sometimes you get things where like they've got enough reference photos, or maybe they've even got the original plans, because you know that's what Mike Flanagan did when they rebuilt the Overlook Hotel for Dr. Sleep. They actually had the archived original designs from The Shining, so they were able to recreate the hotel like down to the nine. So I would not be surprised with this being an even more recent production that they had production photos, they had maybe, you know, definitely blueprints, and they probably just pulled those out and said, go.
Yeah, and they had new locations as well, but like it was pretty crazy how detailed it was in certain things. And there's a shot, and I won't say what it is, like, because I don't know if it's a spoiler, but there's a shot of a kitchen you never see before. And my wife's like, we've never seen that side of the kitchen before. I'm like, yeah, we have it. That's weird.
That's what I was gonna say too, is that they do have now new angles at some of these things, because I noticed that too. That was something I thought. I was like, wait a minute, did we ever get this angle of this kitchen where they were sitting down? Like, I thought that same thing. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. That's
because the cameras never turned that way before, like the way it was spinning. So you're like, okay, that's different, because you know that's like where the camera would sit, is on that certain side facing this portion of the kitchen.
Exactly.
And then you see the wall. You're like, what the hell? Like, okay.
You know what I did notice too? Like, doesn't it feel like when we watched that 70s show when it first aired, what year was it? Was it like in late 90s,
it was like
right?
77 or 8? 77, because
I think she means the year that it was aired.
Oh, you're talking okay, when it aired? It was 1999.
1998.
So is that so weird that like we watched the 70s show and we were in the 90s era and it was like retro, and now we're in the 90s show and it's like late 2000. I feel old as shit.
Oh, trust me. The amount of stuff that happens that we go, hey, the 90s called, they want their fill in the blank back, because it's like, seriously, like it's weird. It's like when my kids are playing with things and they're like, Daddy, do you know about fill in the blank? I'm like, yes. I was there when it originally came out nearly 40 years ago. Okay, thanks, kids. Appreciate that.
I feel so old when I watch the 90s show, because I'm like, oh my God, this must have been like for the 70s people watching that 70s show with the nostalgia, and then you're watching the 90s show. I was like, holy shit.
Actually, Saggy, doing the math, it's almost perfect. Exactly the same amount of time. Yes.
Yeah. It's so weird to see Kitty and Red reference stuff that they could never reference in the 70s show, like because we're in a different time period, so they can reference certain things. I mean, like we've seen it in the trailers and stuff. They have a computer. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like,
it is kind of weird, especially when you've watched like reruns of that 70s show, so it doesn't feel like that's why it doesn't feel that old.
On Peacock, that 70s show, and getting ready for that 90s show, like, okay, we're ready for this, and then it's like it's jarring, but it's also familiar. But
yeah, and I just wish they would have made Eric Foreman, like, he looks exactly the same. It's like, is he still wearing the same clothes, the same watch, everything? I'm like, you could have updated him a little bit, changed his hair a little bit, because I know that's not Topher Grace's hair. That's a wig. So like, change it up a little. Everybody else got to change. Even Donna, she had like the mom jeans, the 90s mom jeans kind of going. She had different hair.
You know who they really changed? At least hair-wise? Fez.
Oh,
his
yeah,
hair
big
is
time.
completely different.
Well, they had to do that for his ridiculousness of
but I mean, like the whole storyline and everything, and just like, it's so weird because when he's talking, it's like it is Fez, but not really, because he's aged, so the voice isn't exactly the same. It's like, yeah, that's Fez.
Yeah, but I mean, the crazy thing is though that like some of the 70s style did kind of come back in the 90s. So even if the kids were wearing the flare pants, like, it would have made sense because that's what happened in the 90s. Bell bottoms came back.
They did come back. Oh my God, I remember that. I remember that moment in time. The 90s were weird. You had a 70s revival. That was also when the neo swing movement happened. So we went, like Squirrel Nut Zippers and Big Bad Voodoo. Yeah. You know,
the parachute pants phase. I had
corduroy
zoot suits. Yeah,
corduroy came back. I used to wear corduroy pants. I was like, but it was like, that was something that was from that era too, and it didn't make a comeback.
Don't forget the male crop tops. Oh God.
Oh God. No, I want to forget those. I really want to forget
the male crop tops. That was the best thing ever.
Good God. No. All right, we got somebody showing up right now.
Fuck me, right?
All right.
That's it. Yeah.
Ryan.
What's up? Hey, if you guys didn't have a pair of Z Cavaricis, you weren't cool.
A pair of whatties?
They're called they were Z Cavarici pants, and what they did was they kind of cuffed at the bottom around the ankles, because it used to be that you would like roll your pant leg up a little bit just to sort of like. Oh yeah. That was the whole Fresh Prince of Bel-Air era, they all, that was sort of that was the fad.
Ryan, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Serious question. Did you own a male crop top?
The male crop top?
Yes.
I mean, I borrowed. I definitely, because I could rock it, I was like, yeah,
of course.
I can rock.
It's like, you're not gonna get that by me, hell yeah. So
those
I never did that.
Wild. Those were wild. When I look back at old 90s movies, and I had
the fishnet sleeveless,
Oh, so you were the
listening to The Cure and being like,
I was listening to Crisscross and
you want to jump.
Yeah, and
you know what the craziest current trend is that drives me nuts is like, I know that the pants, especially for guys, changed because guys used to wear the baggy pants, right? And then
I used to wear past my ass, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying, like the hip hop look. But now they now that the skinny jeans are in, seeing guys with skinny jeans with their butts still hanging out, it's like, okay, guys, that's weird. Like, all right, that's weird.
That's very strange. But Jordan, you got to take off.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to go. I got things
to do. Scared him away. Skinny jeans.
Bye.
Yeah, scared him away. All right, man. Talk to you soon. Oh yeah, we immediately was like, dude, we got to talk about the new Metallica song. So yeah.
Oh yeah, he was like, oh, you guys are talking about fashion? I'm out of here.
Exactly.
Like, I just saw. I saw. I'm brain farting. Sophia, on the key art. And I was like, oh, yes. No, not Sophia. Help me, Dave.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? What?
Cora, Rebel Moon.
Oh, yeah. Sophia Patella.
Yeah.
Yes. You were the first time.
Yeah, thank you. You were gaslighting, all of you. You were gaslighting me.
I just knew you were there. You were so close. I wanted you to figure it out. You were right.
Everything burns.
Yeah.
I know. We finally got some freaking Rebel Moon.
I know. And the sad part for me is that, like, at my new job, like, I have no like stuff is blocked, cell service. Like, so, like, I'm literally like, I have to like go out to the parking lot at the end of the day and then just get like like I get downloaded and everything, and so I'm just like, what the fuck did I?
know. I woke.
I
know, and you know, being in SoCal, you're 3 hours behind, and all of a sudden it's like I wake up and it's just like I have like 7 DMs like Rebel Moon stuff. And then I'm just kind of going like, holy shit. And then I start looking. I thought it was a trailer. I was like, what? But then it was just that. But I mean, hey, at least it was something. Right?
It was something. We've been begging for crumbs, and we got crumbs.
Yeah,
we did get crumbs.
I think that's the reason they were like, yo, we're doing a promo. You're not going to get a trailer because Netflix, you know, as a corporation wants to use it. So, you know, we won't put out a teaser for Rebel Moon. We want
and also it's not till December.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. That's the one thing I could say. I did not like that when it was like 20.
They just announced the shooting was finished.
Guys. I know that. No, Saggy's right, because you got to think we got post. Like we got to give.
But didn't he shoot them both are done, right?
Yes, both are done.
Yes, but they got to still do the post. The shooting was finished.
Yeah, he
the
could have
movie
pulled
still
a
isn't. You gotta do the
Zemeckis.
Nah, what are you talking about? Zach works quick. Get out of here.
I'm sorry, but like, you know, he's using, you know, I don't know if is he using that thing that he did with the army that he's not. I know some of the stuff was on location, the dome,
that
like
lens.
He's not using that. He's not using
that. Okay.
The volume. He's not I think he was like thinking about it, but I think they're realizing, and then I think a lot of people are like realizing that nope, we're not going to actually use that because you're limited.
There are limitations.
There's limitations, and we saw that in Obi-Wan. We saw that in Loki. I mean, if Steven were here, he would go off for another 46 minutes about it. But yeah,
right. But it can be used well, like the Batman.
True. See, that's somebody utilizing it well when it comes to, you know, these big, huge shows with these big, huge set pieces. That's, and then a lot of scenes where they're running around. That's where it gets a little going like, wait a minute. I mean, it just seems so contained. But when it came to Matt Reeves and the Batman, he was strictly using it for certain shots like that.
Skyline.
Well, it's kind of like the first season of Mandalorian. They had specific shots that they set things up accordingly because it was new technology. And they were like, okay, you know, we're sort of, and that's the great thing about innovative stuff like that is that, you know, back in the day in the 80s and maybe and before that, they had to come up with shit. And if that didn't work, they had to find workarounds.
Yes.
And that's what I like about, you know, this other stuff. Like when George did the prequels, he was like, oh yeah, imagination, you know, okay, so you got a box, jump over the box, that's a droid. And it doesn't really allow for the actors to sort of like, you know, get a sense of scope or of, you know, of situation or, you know, whatever. It's just like case in point, the Natalie Portman scene where she's in the droid factory. It looked like it should have been in a video game.
Yes,
it did very much.
Yeah.
Like duck. Okay, jump. Do a hop. Go like this. You know, it was really, and then when you watch it, and you see the behind the scenes, and it's all just like how she did it. But yeah, then you're like, yeah, that does look bad.
Yeah,
it look bad. It didn't look that
I was excited to see Charlie Hunnam because I mean, dude, yes, because I love Charlie Hunnam. Like,
why? I don't understand.
Dude, I love
a female love that guy? I just don't get.
Well, I also love Sons of Anarchy. He was really good in Sons of Anarchy, but like
he was good in that other one with McConaughey. I liked him in that one.
The Gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh, he was really good in that.
I really think that when I saw Charlie, as soon as I heard he was cast, I was like, oh, you got me with Charlie, damn it. Like, you know, because Charlie's really good. I like his acting. I had to argue with somebody that's like, I don't like Charlie Hunnam's acting. I'm like, are you serious? Because like he's a really good actor. What do you mean? And it's nice to see him in something.
And the fact that he is wearing a green hood is like
it's
really funny.
Oh my God.
Next time Zach comes on here, I'm gonna be like, dude, you did that on purpose. You know you did. You know you did. Charlie Hunnam, will it be? I know you know that because you had to actually shut that guy up.
For a long time, the Charlie Hunnam as Green Arrow as Oliver Queen has been a thing for a while. I think he would make a great Oliver Queen. Don't get me wrong. And I think he should. I think it'd be amazing. But yeah, the Green Hood, definitely. I know everyone was talking about that. I'm like, yeah, that's been a thing for a while. And I think that's a good little Easter egg that Zach kind of slipped in there.
And it's even got Digimon, who's I can never pronounce his name correctly.
Jaimon?
Yes. I mean, he does the Sparta kick.
Yeah, that's immediately the first thing I said. I'm all, this is Rebel Moon, it's like, yeah. And immediately it's just like, oh man. And you could tell like the shots that they picked for it, like that shot right there, because it has that good Zack Snyder fast into slow kind of thing.
Yes.
So you see that right there.
The ramp up shot. Yeah.
Yes, there you go. And then Sophia, when she's like shooting a gun, you see that same thing. And then even when Charlie Hunnam pulls out his gun, it's quick and then it slows. And I'm like, he's just gonna show everybody how to do slow motion. All right.
That spaceship shot looked polished and like please. I had to drive like an hour and a half to go see Army of the Dead in a theater.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It did come to Alabama. It ended up playing in 2 theaters, and I actually drove to the one farther away because it was going to be a nicer. But a nicer experience.
Yeah.
Like it was like leather reclined seats, food and alcohol, like that kind of thing. And because we live in Birmingham and we drove up to Huntsville, and Huntsville is like right there at the border between Alabama and Tennessee. So like we drove, up 65 and saw that. And I'll do that again for Rebel Moon, but
sure.
Would you play? But
it's gonna happen.
But some of these Netflix things, sometimes like Red Notice ended up like 15 minutes down the road. Glass Onion never showed up. So like when it comes to these Netflix theatrical releases, it's a crapshoot whether I'm going to get it or not.
I think they're going to do more because they need it. They could use that box office money, and it's like and
it's easy to distribute now.
It's easy. I think it's a little easier.
Making reels and all that,
Well, I mean, I think that again, I think I said this last time on last week's Vodka stream, is that when the pandemic happened, they were doing that, the theatrical releases, and then having a release date for the streaming services. I think that that's a good way to do it because, again, even though the pandemic is for the most part over, there are still some people that have just got so accustomed to sitting home and watching these movies that they might not get to theaters, but there's also people who are excited to go to theaters, and you want to make them get excited to go back into the theaters. So I think it's Disney money both ways.
I think Disney sort of like, kind of spoiled people with isn't like 45 days after the release of the film. Well,
even Paramount Plus was doing that stuff too.
Yeah.
And Warner Brothers was doing 45 days as well. But I think the thing with Netflix is that Netflix needs to understand that there is power. Like Rebel Moon is a movie I want to see on the big screen.
Yes.
Like Army of the Dead. Like, because I was one of those people that I got to see Army of the Dead on the big screen, and then I saw my TV, and I had a little bit of reflection going, I'm so glad that watching it on my TV was not my initial viewing experience.
Well, the same thing is I had Anthony and Andre with me. And
who are those guys? I don't know.
Yeah, they're 2 bums I picked up at the airport.
Right,
but it was a great experience because it was other fans that were going with me. It wasn't a packed theater by any means, but it was somebody there to sort of like. It feels a lot more engaging when you're there with people who are also engaged. And that
totally
was fantastic.
Dude, I got approached by a fan. Was like all of a sudden, like I'm like about to walk out, and this guy goes, "Hey, Film Junkee." I'm like, "What?" That doesn't happen.
And he's like, "Look at this shirt."
He was wearing like a Zack Snyder shirt and stuff like that. And we just briefly chatted about it and everything. And then it was just weird, like a weird thing because usually I just get up, leave, but all of a sudden somebody stopped. Hey, I watch your stuff, and I was like, what the fuck's going on?
Hey, I've been recognized off your show I think more times than you have. I've told you about this. It happened to me at because it happened to me at the Batman when I got stopped at the concession line, and then it happened again on my birthday at the Walmart grocery store.
I remember the first time I got recognized in public because I went to specific events for stuff I covered before. So
there it is.
I remember, I was at an event and then I heard somebody say, they would talk to somebody like, I'm just waiting to give Saggy Melons a hug. And I was like, I heard my name. I had a mouthful of pizza. I was like, me? I was like, who was that? And I was like, oh my God.
They immediately leaped off their
you got to remember, Saggy, though, because I'm a podcaster. So the best I had got up to that point was back before my comic book store died. I was there like shuffling through my poll list, like making sure I had everything. And of course, I'm just talking. And I had someone go,
I recognize that.
I
voice.
recognize that voice. Are
Yeah.
you? And I went, okay, this is weird, but yes.
Well, no, it's funny. My friend Jimbo was like, "Hey, Saggy, you won't believe what happened. My coworker watches you." And
that's
and was
creepy.
mentioned. Yeah, it was like it was talking.
He watches
It was,
you through your window.
right. Watches me through my window. A lot of people watch me through my window, and I'm just playing. But he was like, yeah, like she was talking about your streams, and I was like, yeah, I know her. And they're like, what? How do you know her? And it was like the funniest thing. Cause I'm like, when that happens, I'm just like, I don't know how to take that. Like it's cool and all, but I'm just like, I'm just a nobody.
No, it's weird because I've had my cousin who lives in Vegas. He's a head of security at Treasure Island in Vegas, and he has a buddy who does like he dresses up, not exactly cosplay. I think he kind of does like cosplay. I'm not sure, like if he like posts stuff on, but he does like stuff on the strip too, and he'll like have legit Deadpool costume or legit all this stuff. And like one day, my cousin goes like, "Oh yeah, my cousin actually has a YouTube channel and talks about this," and he actually went, "Oh yeah, Film Junkee, I know that guy." And I was like, and he told me that. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
It's so weird.
Yeah, and then my dad with his my new his new wife, like she has like 5 kids and then a bunch of grandkids, and apparently one of them has seen my stuff too. He like hit me up, he's all, yeah, one of them, like they know your videos. I was like, that's weird. I was like, this is what?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, geez. Watch more, please.
That's the crux right there, man.
But I think more. I wish Netflix, I know Netflix wants subscribers, but I think Netflix understands to a certain point. Like when Army of the Dead happened, Cinemark as a chain jumped on that.
That's right.
Like,
that's where I saw it. Yeah.
That's where I saw it. I mean, I think that's how I got to see it where I did, because they jumped on it. And then even before it came out, or even after it came out, they were like, they extended it for like 2 more weeks or something. And I'm hoping with it being that Ryan, I know it sucks. We have to wait till December, but it's also going to be like that holiday period where people would have the time off.
Sure.
To go,
just like, Aquaman, when that came out, I mean, everybody and their grandma went to see that. This past one was Avatar. So hopefully Rebel Moon will have its day in the sun, and you'll have that sort of exposure,
Right. But the Dead series. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
No, go ahead, Teggy. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the Dead series should have always got a theatrical release, since it was literally the Dead series got a theatrical release. Like all of those movies were in the theaters, at least the good ones. Like there were some ones that I think I saw that were not good on streaming services, but most of the good ones have always got a theatrical release. So I would have expected Army of the Dead to get a theatrical release anyways.
Well, I mean, Zach shoots for the big screen. No matter what, he's all about the big screen. So I think there's no doubt that they're going to release.
That's probably a clause in his contract.
Probably. I mean, it was probably like a thing when he signed with Netflix. Anything that releases, can we have at least a little bit of a theatrical? And because
he's shooting on red cameras for the home.
Fucking, I know he's shooting high quality. I mean, it's like, my God, you have to. I mean, you have to enjoy it on there. But it's just, it does suck that we have to wait till we just got done with Christmas. Now we gotta wait till next Christmas for this movie. But then I'm like, all right, let the man cook. Let him cook. All right, let him do his thing with his VFX guys and editors.
The question I have because of that, if you let him cook, how much of a window do we have between part 1 and part 2?
Okay. Yes. I mean, again, Zach,
do you think that it will be completed and they'll let it sit for, I guess, just like, specifically picking the best time to release?
I'm sure.
It'd be a year. Yeah. It'd be a year for part 2. Yeah. Just most of those movies when they have part 2, like, it would. I think it would give a year.
December to December.
I think it'd be.
I don't know.
I was honestly thinking more something like maybe a December to summer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That was Star Wars, and that didn't work out so well.
But that was also. No, it didn't.
Yeah.
But it also was. The reaction to The Last Jedi, because listen, I really enjoyed Solo.
Solo's fun.
I enjoyed Solo a lot.
Rogue One's better, but Solo's fun.
Exactly.
You're right about that.
I would have loved to have seen a Ron Howard Solo. like
Yeah.
100%
Full
Ron
on.
Howard.
Yeah.
Versus
not a Frankenstein.
Of, the two guys that did 22 Jump Street. I forget their name, but
Miller and Lord. Yeah.
Miller and Lord.
Lord Miller. Yeah, I always remember Lord Miller. But yeah, because he, and I'm not keen on the guy that what was his name, Aaron Hart, or what was his name?
See, I had no problem with him.
He wasn't horrible, but I thought Gambino was better as Lando than he was as Han.
Oh yeah, well for sure. Yeah, I think it was. You know what? I mean, it's just
he only had one good movie before that, and that was the
Hail
Spielberg
Caesar
movie, or Hail Caesar. Yes, that was it. It was
which he did amazing in that. His scene cracked me up. I remember I went to watch that. A couple of friends of ours, we went to watch that, and the movie was like, all right.
The movie was okay.
Yeah. It was okay, but his scene when he was trying to do that scene in that line, I started cracking up. Me and my friends were cracking up because that was like probably the funniest scene. That was the funniest scene in the movie. So then I went like, all right, he's playing on Solo. Okay. But at the same time, man, you're literally filling in shoes that boots.
See, I didn't have a problem with that kid that played a younger, not River Phoenix, but the other kid that played a younger Harrison in that other movie where he met that girl and he met her at a young age and then met her again as an older man. I forget the name of it. He helped her out in in a car. She broke down and he came along, the younger version of him. And I don't know the actor's name, but I forget the name of the movie. But I
have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Oh my god, I'll have to look it up on IMDb. But I preferred him, and that's who I thought they were going to cast, and they didn't. And I was like, damn, how?
Well, it's just such a tough thing to do, and I think obviously, it's Harrison Ford for freak's sake. And then, when it came to Donald Glover doing Lando, I mean, that was probably a lot easier.
45, amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little easier because he's got a certain way to talk. And
because he's got Billy D.
It's Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams.
Yeah. And it's like, we all know who that guy is, but it wasn't like he was Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford became just like, he was just Harrison Ford and he was just the A-list guy.
But I enjoyed Solo for what it was. Yeah. Woody Harrelson was great. Was great.
What is he not?
I know.
Him and Stanley Tucci, anytime they're in a movie, it could suck. And I'll be like, yeah, but they were good.
Oh, no. Stanley Tucci could be in anything. And I will enjoy Stanley Tucci.
He's a good actor, yeah.
He's a really good actor. I'm sorry. One of my favorite gifs is him from Easy A. Like that's how I roll. Like that one, because he plays Emma Stone's dad in that movie.
Yeah, that's right. You figure out that movie yet? Because I'm like,
I think it's this one here. I'm looking for the actor's name, but it's Age of Adeline.
I've heard of the movie. I have not seen it.
I don't think I saw that. Yeah, I don't think I saw that. So okay, but I think I know who you're talking about because I think a lot of people were passing him around as why did they cast this guy because he looks.
Like he looks, but he also had the sort of the cadence. Okay, Anthony Ingruber. Anthony Ingruber is.
Yeah, go ahead and send what he looks like.
Here we go.
No idea, but I think I know what you're talking about when I saw people.
Can I copy
why didn't they just get this guy? Because he does really his eyes. Like I think it was something in his eyes.
Oh yeah, yes, the triangle right there. Yeah. The nose, the eyes, right there. That's where people. When you're talking to somebody, that's where you focus.
Yeah,
and let me see.
Which is interesting because whenever they do kind of like the visual effects to like map someone's face, like this is where they can convince you.
Yes,
it's always the lips where they met. Like if you don't see it in the eyes and you don't see it in the mouth, that's when it's like that's when the uncanny valley kicks in, and I'm like, now you just lost me if you can't nail eyes and mouth.
Yeah. So I sent you a picture. What it looks like. Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Or I can just simply.
Yeah. You could just
share one of my screens. Guys, I've never streamed before.
That's quite odd.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so here he is.
It shows.
Yeah. That guy, because you could see it right there. It's the eyes. Yeah.
And this guy. He's got the cadence as well, and it would have been a lot more believable than Aaron Reich.
No,
But
Alden,
I guess Ryan, I guess
Alden
my
something.
defense
Alden.
is, but did I just
Aaron
want a
Rich.
guy who spent the entire movie doing a Harrison Ford impersonation? I mean, that's
See,
not what
that's
I
the
was
thing.
looking for.
Okay. I'm not saying that he would have done an impersonation, but he had to have picked up more mannerisms from Harrison from working with him prior, and then I think it would have come a little bit more natural versus any sort of forced like impersonation.
Okay. So, but yeah, I understand your point, but I feel like if you do a big holiday release, that one was more kind of that one. However, that was April. That was more April, May. And also you got to think about the movies that were around it at the time. I was thinking more like you talk about like a December Christmas release, and then maybe more like a end of June, 4th of July kind of span.
I don't
think it's going to be a year. I don't think it's going to be a year.
It works for me because they're doing spinoffs.
Hmm.
And if it is indeed successful and both are successful, they're going to want to get those greenlit in sort of in production.
I saw your comment right now, Saggy. Yeah,
I know. I saw your
I was like, Jesus Christ, y'all want birth control? Talk about Star Wars, no babies. Yeah.
Hey, I got 3 of them.
I got no problems. I got 5.
I got 3. I'm doing okay.
I got no issues.
Because y'all weren't talking about Star Wars too.
Yeah, we were. I was like, I'm gonna show you the Force.
I got a lightsaber for you. That's right.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Yes. I said it because I know Dave would have seen it, and I knew he was gonna laugh at the comment.
Yeah, I know. I just like looked over and I read it. I was like, God damn it.
No, listen. I don't mind Star Wars talk. I just joke because, I wasn't really big, and when Star Wars was the thing, I was not into Star Wars. I was into other stuff when I was younger. But the only thing I really talk about, because I really love Mandalorian, and I honestly, after seeing Mandalorian, I had to basically Google the lore of Star Wars. So I have some basic knowledge of Star Wars because I had to understand the Mandalorian and Boba Fett and Obi-Wan. But I mean, Star Wars is the fact that it's still going. Holy crap! We're getting to Simpsons era territory. How long Star Wars is going, even longer. Yeah, more than Simpsons. It's so long, and I mean, I'm kind of glad that. I think with Star Wars fans, I always say, because I hate Star Wars fans, because I get it, guys. What? You're gonna have hit and misses. Do you know how old this franchise is?
Your Boston accent comes out when you say Star Wars.
Everyone laughs at it. Everyone laughs at it. I can't because it ends with an R, and we don't say R's. Okay, so Star Wars. Star Wars.
I remember I went to Boston. And me and a friend, we picked up the accent. We started going to restaurants and ordering, I'll have another margarita, and tell this guy I want my enchiladas.
So listen, it's funny because Mark, I hate Mark Wahlberg because every time Mark, not like I hate him. I love him. No, I love Marky Mark, but I hate him when he plays roles where he has to be a Bostonian because the accent he uses is not all of Boston. It's one part of Boston where that accent comes
the same
out.
Thing with Ben Affleck when he
in the town,
from Boston.
Right? Yeah. It's I'm sitting there this is, you're not in right. Yeah. You're not in Southie, dude. That's a South Boston accent, and they're not even in South Boston. They'd be like, yeah, dude, kid. That's how they talk out here. But
Saggy, I gotta tell you, my favorite meme I ever saw about a Boston accent had a pair of pants and keys. Can you make the connect? Khakis, yeah.
Khakis.
Dude, listen, I lived in Minnesota. I lived in Minnesota, and every time I met somebody, right, they'd introduce me that she's from Boston, that tell them how you say water. They would always do that. It's say water, say car keys, say park the car at Harvard Yard. They always made me do that. I felt like I was a foreigner, for Christ's sake.
Saggy, I'm a Southerner. You want to talk about being felt like a circus monkey turned around, especially when I talk and they go, no, but where are you from originally? I'm like,
I get that all the time. They're like, you're not from where you say you are. And I'm like, yeah, I'm born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days.
Because what do you want me to sound like? It's like,
what are you, Fresh Prince?
They want me to sound like Forrest Gump or Dixie Carter. Like,
I know, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
so Scott, funny you say that, right? I got bored at work one time. Like, this is an old job. I worked in retail. And I got bored one day. So, like, I started talking with a Southern accent. Sometimes it happens just randomly. I'm such a weird person. But I started just talking with Southern accent. So when I was, like, talking to customers, I'll be like, how you doing, hon? Yeah, no, you should definitely check that out. I really like that outfit on you. You should definitely buy it.
I do declare.
Right. And then they'll be like, what part of the South are you from? I say, oh, no, honey, I'm not from the South. I just talk like this.
You know what's funny is like, because I mean, obviously people are always shocked because I was born in Alabama because I'm an Army brat. And then we like moved to Washington and then moved back to Alabama for like 3 years. Me and my dad didn't get that twang, but my mom and my brother did. It was a weird thing. Like they got the twang for some reason. They just, but me and my dad, nothing. We didn't.
And the funny thing is that Southerners can also spot Southern accents from different states.
Wow.
Because
there's a different twang to it.
Oh yeah, because if you're from Georgia has a little bit more of that, that Dixie Carter design women, because this is what my wife's grandmother sounds like, and this is what my wife sounds like when she gets near her grandmother.
Wow.
It's really funny. And I just go, and then sometimes she'd be talking, and then she start talking to me, and I went, so you talk to Mov, huh? Because I'm just like, there's like a cooling down period for her to get rid of the Georgia accent.
See, this is also why, guys, I don't talk about Star Wars, because when people hear me say Star Wars, they'll be like, why you say it like that, Star Wars? My friends used to make fun of me all the time. Star Wars.
It's wicked awesome. Come on, Star Wars.
No, it's wicked pista.
That's a good Adam Sandler.
Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh man, no, accents are crazy because it's amazing like how impressionable we can get. Like you hear somebody and
my mom will mimic the person she's on the phone with, and I'm like, that's not your accent. Why are you talking like that?
Ryan, I'm going to tell you, when I spent a month in the UK, because I grew up watching like PBS and Mobile Masterpiece Theater and all of that kind of stuff. So my parents, like my wife sometimes will have to watch movies. Like when the Matilda musical came out on Netflix, my wife watched it with the subtitles because she says, I need to understand what they're saying. I was like, why is it so hard to understand what they're saying? It's like, I just know these accents apparently. And then I was in England and it took every fiber of my being to not just slip into it when I was talking to people, because I'd be like, don't be a jackass. Don't start talking in an accent that isn't yours.
So my mom had not an accent, but she had what we call, please nobody get offended when I say this, but she had what we called a black woman, white woman voice. Now, when she was mad, she had that look. Dave was like, what's she going to say?
He had his hand ready. He was like,
he had that butt ready. But no, she would, when she was mad, she'd have like say I got in trouble in school, she'd be cussing me out like a black woman, like what did you do? These mother effers, and then she'd have that. Now I gotta call the school and that. So she gets on the phone, calls the school. She'd be like, "Hi, this is such and such's mother. Yeah. I was just calling," and I'd be like, "Bro, like you are literally just like whole gangsta for a second."
Well, it's like when white people talk to black people and they start having their cadence. Like you see, we heard that where like you hear that happens with you know who does this? Like I noticed it. I remember a long time ago, like Mario Lopez. Anytime he's around another, Latino or whatever the hell, he starts bringing out his accent. I remember when he was on the George Lopez show, his talk show, and he started talking. I'm like, why is Mario Lopez talking like he's got an accent when we all know he doesn't? Shut the fuck up, AC Slater. We all know what you're doing, but that's what white people will also do too when like they're around like somebody I forgot what they call it. God, what they call it? I don't know what they call that, but yeah, all of a sudden they start kind of doing a little like something with their voice, and it's like we just do that though. I mean, that's the thing. Like everybody does that. You start talking, and if somebody has like a certain like cadence to their voice, sometimes you just start mimicking it for no fucking reason.
Well, it's because you're just you're parroting back what sometimes it's because you're parroting back what you're hearing. Because I remember when I was in Ireland, And oh my god, the Irish people.
Speaking of that, I saw the Banshees finally. God.
Oh, what did you think?
Dude, it's so good.
Oh,
so
good. Yes.
Dude, it's such a simple little movie. It's beautifully shot and just perfectly acted. And it's just a simple movie about two friends not really being friends anymore. And it gets dark.
It gets very dark.
Yeah. But it's like, just
but
normal
Dave,
pet.
But
Just
Dave,
normal pet. Huh.
But Dave, do you think I'm dull?
Do you think I'm dull?
Do you think I'm dull?
You just want normal chat. Just normal chat.
What the fuck?
And yet he still hasn't finished Wednesday.
I know.
And yet he hasn't.
I know. I thought, Saggy, I thought about that last night. I was like, I should finish Wednesday, but then I'm like, I'm not going to the movies, but I've been wanting to watch Banshees forever because everybody keeps on telling me you got to watch.
I kept on telling you.
I know, and I was like, all right, I'm going to spend.
The Banshees of Inisherin, the Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Colin Farrell
getting nominated for all kinds of awards.
It won a couple of Golden Globes. It's a great movie. It's the same writer and director who did In Bruges.
Okay. I just watched. It's not the greatest, but I just watched Dracula on Netflix.
Oh, which one? The Francis Ford Coppola one? Or
no,
the series?
The series.
The new one that came
out. Okay, I haven't watched that yet. My wife enjoyed it.
So the first 2 episodes are actually good. The third one is kind of.
Does he talk like this?
2.
Yeah, 2
episodes.
3 bats.
But it does. I never read the book, Bram Stoker's book, but it does. Coppola did the one with Keanu, right?
Yes,
yeah.
and
Keanu was the only one that I felt was miscast. I thought
he doesn't work as Jonathan Harker. Everyone else was like nailed it. Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh come on. He did fantastic. But this one does a really good job, and it split it into 2 parts. So the third part is sort of present day, so it kind of skips time. Didn't like that, but the first 2 episodes are pretty well done, man. I did like them. I thought that the first one really followed what you saw in Francis Ford Coppola. The second one was I know the story, but they're on a ship and it's sort of like a whodunit, but everybody knows this Dracula, but it's like, how is this happening and who is doing this? And is there, it's really good. I liked it. The third one kind of fell apart for me, but I just watched the first 2 episodes and let me know what you think. I thought it was cool.
Well, because I think Stephen Moffat did that, and I'm a fan. So because he did Coupling, he did the Matt Smith era of Doctor Who. So he also did a Jekyll miniseries on BBC that if you Ryan, you need to check that out. Like look up Jekyll by Stephen Moffat, BBC. Okay. I have it on DVD. I don't know if it's streaming anywhere or not, but if you can find it, it has a twist that is like when you get to it, you're like, hot damn. Like you get to that moment and you go, okay, you just sold me. I get it.
I will say this,
I'll check that out.
I promise you
2007?
Yes.
I promise you guys, and I promise Dave, tomorrow, I'm going to be on his ass about those 2 episodes tomorrow. He's going to hate me. I will never, if you guys don't see me back on the Vodka stream again, I annoyed Dave to the point he had to block me. It's gonna happen.
I will. I'm going to. That was like one of the things that I have on like.
Where's Steph, get in there. Know, right? Come on, Steph.
No, but like I'm just saying, I have a Saturday where I'm like, all right, I'm going to I need to catch up on things, and that is on top of the list. So I swear it's gonna happen. But we got somebody joining right now.
Why are you the way that you are?
Travis?
Yeah.
Oh God, it's Travis! What that clip, Travis? What up, Travis?
Not much. How's everyone doing on a lovely
doing
Friday?
Good. Let's get a little cozier.
There we go.
There it is.
I'm too close. I'm too close.
Claustrophobia.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Ryan's
I'm kind of glad you found the 4x3. I'm liking this.
I like it. Yeah. I was like, it was always there. It wasn't until I got my little dock that I was like, oh, I can like have the buttons to just do that as opposed to clickety click on the screen. But yeah, I know I like it. I loved it when we first did it, and KC, he didn't have his camera on at the time, but he goes, this whole time you could have did it in this perspective because his shot and Steven's shot are perfectly when it comes to this. You know, Casey can't be here tonight. He's not home. Steven can't be here either. So if anybody's wondering where they are not in their dwellings. So
Steven's just meeting people in gas stations, according to my Twitter feed. I was
wait, what?
Well, no,
yeah, I'm sorry, Saggy, that Casey's not going to be here. Is that what you're talking about? Oh.
No, I'm just confused.
I think she's more concerned about Steven and gas.
Steven met somebody like he was wearing, I guess, a Snyder cut sweatshirt, and he was like, "Oh man," like he thought it was really cool and stuff like that. No, he's not. Like,
I saw that.
Blow jobs in the back of the thing or anything like that. No, he's a happily married man to great Amanda. So
he's a married man.
That's what I say. He's a happily married man.
Of course, Saggy does that.
So last time was Ben, and now it's gonna be me. I don't know what's out of my face, but you know, I welcome it. You know,
why it can't be Travis? There can't be two of us.
You can be, yeah.
There's
only one Canadian here, though. You can put a picture of me, but it doesn't make you any more Canadian. You come down here with that accent, well, they won't shoot you, but they'll like just be very scared. You know,
she's not sorry. Sorry.
It's even more weird that it says Saggy Melons under his name.
That's gonna get me canceled right there. Look at I'm just looking at the word Saggy Melons and I'm just smiling like a motherfucker. Just jeez.
Oh,
what, I wanted to be Travis, so now I'm Travis.
There you go.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to be Travis.
No, unless you're me, but look at myself in the mirror, like be better. Yeah, I'm like William Dafoe in 2002 Spider-Man, you know.
As long as you're not doing a Marky Mark in that Fear movie where he's like,
oh my god, Fear, yeah. And the lady watched that within 2022 some point because it was just one of those on Prime. We had not seen it in age, and man, that it escalates so fast.
It's so terrible.
It is, but it's like my good type of bad. Like I still have a good time. It's him. It's what William Peterson plays the dad, right?
Yes,
I'm getting
William Peterson. Yeah. Oh wow, okay.
That was that era when he was
he plays Reese Witherspoon's the girl, his the daughter.
Oh wow,
and it's what is that? What 1996?
It's early. Because both of them are looking really young. Like they're both looking like teenagers. And that's
this is like after right after Marky Mark prison time.
Oh yeah, and then like Peterson, like that's the time when he was like a leading man. You know, he did. Fucking what was it?
Manhunter and just.
Well, he was doing, and it was right before he started doing CSI.
Yeah, right before that, because that started in like 1998, 99 or something like that.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, there's like 2-3 generations that just know him as the CSI guy. You know, there's so many people that have no idea. The first movie I ever saw him in, like not in CSI, I can't remember the name of it. Scott might be able to pull it. It's him and Defoe's the bad guy, and Defoe's putting fake money.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good like little B-rate like action movie, but it's one of my.
I don't think I've
does it have heat in the title? Does it have heat?
It's something. Defoe's like looking all like creepy on
yes, I know exactly.
And he has really slicked hair, I think.
Yes,
I can't
I know the movie you're talking about.
Yeah, because my dad was like, I'm going to show you this movie.
Oh, it's The Live and Die in L.A.
Live and Die in L.A.
There it is.
Yeah, it's a good little like action movie. And my dad showed me it because he's like, oh, well, he used to be like leading movies before CSI. Like he had this whole career of being like.
For me, it was Manhunter.
Yeah, Manhunter. I mean. You watch Manhunter, you kind of go like, man, this is like, sometimes, if I'm feeling a little frisky, this is better than Silence of the Lambs.
Whoa. That's a hot take. I'll say it's the second best movie.
Brian Cox, though. Brian Cox is
he's good. Yeah.
For me, this might be sacrilege, but I really do enjoy the Red Dragon with Edward Norton and Anthony Hopkins and Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes is so good in that, and it was like a nice breath of fresh air because I like pass it, but I'm not the biggest Hannibal fan of like the movie. I always want to like it more when I put it on, and I just feel like, and I like Julianne Moore a lot, but there's just. She didn't feel like I feel like they didn't thread that needle of being.
She's no Jodie Foster.
Yeah,
you're not Clarice. Your face.
They also, but Travis, I'll also say the adaptation from the novel
on me.
Was wanting.
I
don't like it.
I don't need Clarice's ghost dad popping up. I read it in middle school.
Ghost dad. Now that was
no. She talks like
the movie.
She talks like the spirit of her dad in the Book of Hannibal. I remember reading this in middle school and just like, what the hell hell am I reading right now?
Ryan, what?
Yeah,
you
the
like
book
Ghost
is
Dad?
the book is
Oh my God,
the
that's
book is
horrible.
weird.
Yeah.
I like the book though. I mean, but the movie just it was one of those movies that you go,
How do you do it?
how how do you do it, and B, why did you do it that way?
Yeah, and then when they lost Foster too, I think that would have helped a lot more too. Like that chemistry that they had the first movie.
Yeah,
I feel like that would have helped it a lot more. If okay, oh, the stuff's all right. Ray Liotta's brain hanging out, but you know what's great in that movie
scene
is Gary Oldman as Verger. Gary Oldman as Verger is so damn good.
And Dave, I'm going to tell you this: the book version of that is so much worse.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
like man, you watch that scene, you're like, "Fuck, man!" Like, good
oh
God.
no, I actually got out of my seat and had to go to the to the
Oh.
side of the.
He went to the snack bar.
No, I did not.
He's all, man, I need some juju beans.
I
have gummy worms.
I sat my ass down on the floor because I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through the rest of this movie.
He's like the only one in the theater that's like eating his gummy worms. Just like, what is
You know
this
what-
guy doing?
You know what movie got me kind of like that, where I was like, oh boy, I'm feeling a little like, oof.
Oh, I know what you're
Was
gonna say.
remember that movie Awake with Hayden Christensen and
Oh, no,
was it?
okay.
No, I never saw it.
No, other movie
I don't think
I
I've
saw with
fully
him was
seen it.
Jumper.
Yeah, well, he was in a movie. I think it was with Natalie. No, it wasn't Natalie Portman. Who the
He
fuck
was in a movie with Natalie
Jessica
Portman.
Alba. It was with Jessica Alba.
Yeah.
Jessica Alba was like his wife, and it was about he had to get like open heart surgery, like quick, and like the scene where they actually show, and he's like supposed to be like knocked out, but he's still awake in his head. That's why it's called Awake.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, don't do it. And they slice. I literally was like, I'm gonna pass out. I was like, I was like going, oh God. Like the way that they shot and everything, I just went like, oh man, I seriously, I remember just sitting there going, I'm like about to pass out. Like that really just fucked me up right now. I don't know why. It just really got to me. It's actually not a bad movie. Check it out. But yeah, that part was just like, it was all intense because they're like, oh, we gotta, because he was like, and they're like, we got him knocked out, but he's like, but you hear like his inner dialogue. He goes, no, wait, I can still see, feel everything. Don't do it. And then they go, and I'm like, oh my God, shit. Yeah. I was like, I got lightheaded.
Dave, I was like, welcome what it's like to be me.
I know. It sometimes every now and again, there's a movie like that just gets to me like that, where I just go, oh shit. Like that's why I can't, it's hard to watch a Cronenberg movie.
Oh God, Cronenberg movies.
I didn't watch that Crimes of.
I did 2 weeks ago, actually.
How was it? Is it really? I've heard
it has its moments, but I feel like it's like almost like what Casey has said before, because the way they frame it in a beauty way, it doesn't ever feel like it's for gore. It's just kind of there. I was just more disappointed with the movie. The movie just kind of just ends. Like it's one of these things where it's like, okay, what's next? And it just cuts to black. You're like, oh, okay, that's it. I get the moral lesson here.
I hate
but
movies like that.
yeah,
Travis.
and for me, it just was not the. Kirsten Stewart's great in it. It's one of my favorites. She plays like this kind of weird, like she's really obsessed with Viggo Mortensen's character, but it's just, I don't know. The sum of all parts were not all there. It's just, I don't know. And I'm that way with Cronenberg, where I like a lot of his stuff, but then there's other stuff that I'm just like all right on. I always think it's interesting, but
well, I'll tell you this because I'm not sure if you knew this, but actually that was my last grad school class. Was I took an English class that was called Kubrick and Cronenberg.
Oh, wow.
Where we watched 8 movies, 4 Kubricks, 4 Cronenbergs, but since they were all adaptations, we read all the books that the movies were based on and did the comparisons between the books and the movies. So
Shining didn't fare too well, did it?
Oh, not to me at all. Then on the flip side, guess what we did for Cronenberg? The Dead Zone.
Okay,
of course. What, Christopher Walken? Let's do this. Come on.
Oh, that's actually a really good adaptation.
Oh, they did a great. Oh, that movie's great.
That movie's great, actually, and I actually have come to enjoy the movie more than the book. That's that's one of those. But we
let's not forget they had a series with Anthony Michael
Hall. I watched that.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's the first season was real. I really enjoyed the first season. It was a series of diminishing returns.
Yeah, it's like
How
you can
long
only
did it
do
go
so
for?
much.
6
You can only do
seasons.
so much with
6
that.
seasons?
Yeah, it's like
you can
but
only
you
do
can
so
only
much
do
with
so
that.
much.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Last time, I mean, the only thing I knew that he did after that was what the Batman, the Dark Knight, or whatever.
Well, Anthony
when he
Michael
plays,
Hall?
yeah, he's the reporter that Joker
the-
hands upside
the
down.
What are you
Joker-
talking about? He was in the one of the Halloween sequels, and then he was in Halloween Kills
Oh,
or whatever.
God.
I mean,
No,
he
no,
was
no,
in
no,
the
he was-
original,
the worst-
European.
he was the worst character.
National
No,
Lampoon's
he wasn't in the original Halloween. He played. The rumor was bet it's
That he was a kid in there, right? or
No.
something?
So they never got the kid. They got the girl that played the kid, but who they were
Yeah.
trying to get at first is when they aged him up in the series was Paul Rudd. He's in the
Yeah.
Curse of Michael Myers, but
Oh, is
apparently
that what
Paul
it is?
Rudd passed because of filming issues. But I think he read that script. Was like, no, I'm
No,
not
it's just
doing.
because Paul Rudd was like, I got better shit to do, guys. I got better shit to do.
Oh yeah,
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
like whatever you want to think about the MCU and his career, but like he's on a much bigger star level, and I just feel like him and his team looked at Halloween Kills and was like, we don't need this for you. This is
Well,
gonna-
and also he's going to be in the 3rd season of Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah, he just no. I mean, I think Paul Rudd is down for anything,
Ghostbusters.
but I mean, let's face it
Yes.
though. Like Halloween Kills was, I walked out of that movie going, Jesus Christ, this
Not a
movie
fan.
annoyed the piss out of me. Like
Yeah.
I liked the 2019 return
Yeah,
of everything
yeah.
and Jamie Lee Curtis, and she was like a badass and still.
The
like,
only thing I didn't like was
look at her.
they turned him into like a superhero.
Yeah,
And they were all shooting him, and he was just like, "That doesn't bother me."
yeah, I know.
Well, it's
And I'm
it's
just
so
like,
weird because the 2018 one frames it to like we're gonna get back to basics. He's just a guy who was a killer, and then
Yeah.
Kills is like, no, he's back to just being a supernatural guy, and like you could like shoot him with an RPG
Especially in
and
the
he's
second
fine.
one.
Oh,
In the
yeah,
second one, they were like really going, and then all of a sudden, and then of course Anthony Michael Hall's character just evil dies tonight.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Evil dies tonight. I'm like, shut the
I remember
fuck
that.
up.
Oh yeah.
How many times do you have to say that?
But did Evil die that night?
It
No,
didn't.
it
He
did
died.
not.
The guy that said it died. I'm sort of
Yeah.
spoiling anything. Like,
So,
who
spoiler
cares for
alert,
Halloween
yeah.
Kills? But like Anthony Michael Hall, he was not successful.
At least with the last one, Halloween Ends, they try to do like, all right, we know this is ridiculous,
Mhm.
but at least they were trying to do some like 80s type stuff with that one dude, the other dude, that they were trying to,
Corey.
like, yeah, Corey. And there was like many times I'm like, fuck, they are going hardcore with like the 80s homage right here. I respect it, but then at the same time, I'm like, this still sucks.
It's an
It wasn't a
interesting
good
movie.
film.
It's an
Yeah.
interesting like what I don't want to say it this way, but that's what people are right. Like I do feel like it is like the Last Jedi of the Halloween series, where it's like there's people that they fucking love Halloween Ends, so like that is like the best Halloween movie for them. And I think it's because
I've seen some people like,
Oh, yeah.
oh my god, they did this. And I'm
yeah,
like,
oh yeah.
okay.
And I feel like legitimately in 10 years that's gonna have a huge cult following.
When the kid went into that, what was it? It was under the bridge or whatever, and it was a hole or some
Tunnel,
shit.
yeah.
That's where I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!"
Well, no, my whole thing was like when he put on the mask, I'm like, how bad does that fucking thing reek? Like that thing is good. That thing has got just
Mileage.
when was the last time Michael Myers took a fucking shower, man?
Like Scott, you're never gonna watch any of
brushed
these
his
movies, right,
teeth?
Scott?
No, not at
Okay.
all.
So I just want to set up for Scott so he knows what we're talking about. In Halloween Kills, like a bunch of people mess up Michael Myers, but he survives, and then he's like missing for several years.
Yeah, somehow
Michael's just-
he doesn't die.
Yeah, he doesn't die, and so what he's done is now he just lives in a sewer. Like he's just
Yeah.
sewer Michael Myers, and some kid finds him and gets like
Sewer
ins-
Michael.
he is. He's like, and
totally
a kid
He's a
He
hybrid.
became a
Yeah.
he became a Ninja Turtle all of a
He became a
sudden.
Ninja Turtle.
and a
He's a
kid
master
finds
Corey
Michael in
Feldman
the
down
sewer.
there.
A kid who's
Yeah.
had like a traumatic past finds him and finds like
Who
some.
gets a
Hunter
grown
found him and
kid
trained
who's
him.
like over 21 gets beat up by teenagers, by the way. He gets beat up by fucking teenagers, and I'm like, good.
He's
God.
all, and he's legit in real life, probably older than 21. So he almost looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
a late 20s guy getting beat up by 50.
It's Tobey Maguire in the first
Yeah.
Spider-Man. It's
But
like,
he-
wait, you're a fucking high school kid?
But he like becomes like Michael Myers. So pretty much the whole movie that they market it as the end with Jamie Lee versus Michael Myers. Michael Myers is in it for like 15 minutes, and it's more about this kid who's taken
Yeah.
Michael's mask, and he's now Michael Myers.
Well,
It was a wild
well,
choice.
Yeah.
It was one of those things too where I'm just like, so Michael Myers gets a friend? Is that the story we're getting there? Like Michael Myers
No,
makes
he
a
gets
it's a
bestie?
protege.
Yeah.
No, they were friends. They were friends. That was his best friend.
And see, I think with that movie, I think it's one of those cases. It sounds weird to say, but I would like it if it was maybe some other horror movie of like some kid that gets inspired by like a serial killer. But because it's like this is the last time we're getting Jamie Lee in Halloween, last time we're doing this, that's where I had hung up. So I liked the potential idea. I just don't think it worked in what was supposed to be like a send-off final chapter sort of thing. And it's fine. We'll get another one in 5 years. Like that's
that's
fine.
what you're right, Travis. Like that was like it was supposed to be the final chapter. I expected more too. I was like, this is the story.
There's like, okay, they had the showdown, but of course it's in a kitchen. I was like, man, have a showdown out in like an open field.
Well, it's the same thing with
something happens where they both stab each other, and then she rips off his mask and looks at him dead in the eyes, and it's like, and does something, and then gives the final death blow. But it was like nothing like that. It was like, come on.
They strung him up. They strung him up on the hood of a car and drove around like a parade. Remember that?
Remember that? And then they put him in a wood chipper. Sorry.
I mean, at least we got to see what he looked like under the mask.
Yeah, there's something, So.
It's something.
They did show like, but at the same time, it just there's no payoff.
But the last one that I saw, that with the girl from Friends and the girl from what is it? Charmed.
Scream.
It just wasn't good. I'm interested in the new one where he's like out in the city, like Scream 6 or some shit.
Yeah. With a shotgun.
Yeah, with a shotgun. I'm like, okay, all right, you've added to your arsenal.
To me, they're already giving too much away, because I think it's just a bunch. It's gonna be like there's gonna be a group, like a cult of Ghostface that's in New York City, and they're the ones doing it. To me,
sounds great.
When I watch that, but at the same time, I'm going, that's where you have to go if you're gonna do this. You're finally, after 6 fucking movies, you're taking it out of
out of that little town or some shit.
Yeah, it's Woodsboro.
Sorry, I know. I was thinking Buffy the Vampire.
Dennis Quaid's kid. I was like, okay, he's obviously it. And then the other little girl, I was like, okay, she's obviously the other one. It was just too obvious and stupid. And it was like, I don't know. It was dumb.
I'm over the Scream franchise. Like I'm over the Fast and Furious franchise.
I'm back. Screams 5 injected me. I'm back in it, baby. I can't wait.
Did it really do that for you?
Because I liked it because I was not a fan of 4, and that was Wes Craven's last movie, sadly. But I didn't really enjoy that. I liked what they did. I liked a lot of the kind of pulp culture, like they always did, but how they really tied in what, like, if the people that wrote this have their pulse on like film, Twitter, and stuff like that. Like I liked all that stuff. Yeah, I think the Killer's kind of I knew the boy.
Good one that really sold that for me was Jamie Kennedy. He was the only one that's like sold the pop culture, like
because he was us.
And all that.
You realize that Jamie Kennedy's character is all of us, because he was all about the pop culture references and the movies,
and he was wrong a lot.
Precisely. But he was like he was us. And the fact that he got killed in the
second one?
Second, yeah. Because they only planned for 3, and somehow they talked Wes into doing 4. Because I think they're like, "Hey, we're gonna do 4 no matter what." And like you want in or
but the third one, when they did the movie and it was kind of meta almost.
They did that. No, they did it in 2 because Luke Wilson. Yeah, you get a scene of it because Luke Wilson plays Dewey, and then Terry Spelling plays Sid, and so you get just a scene of it, and then and no, because Jada Pinkett Smith, they go to see it in the theaters, remember? And
but they were on set.
Oh yeah, that's 3. That's when they go to Hollywood.
When they're actually on set.
Yeah.
And it ends up like the killer. Spoiler alert! It was the director,
Slash Long.
I'm more of a fan of Goofy, so.
Oh yeah, scary movie. Yeah, I know. Yeah. What's that smell? My ass. Sorry. Yeah, that's not politically correct now. I can't do that.
No,
right?
you can't do a lot of movies today.
Dude, you watch the first scary movie, you go, oh yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Oh yeah, 70% of it, you're like,
you can't do fucking Tropic Thunder, which is my favorite fucking comedy.
Well, it's funny.
Well, that and Blazing Saddles.
Even when I was scrolling through, like sometimes I go on like YouTube Shorts and I scroll through, and the clip from Joe Rogan's podcast when he had Robert Downey Jr. on a couple of years ago, Joe Rogan goes, "Could they make that now?" And Rogan goes, "You could," or Robert Downey goes, "Yeah, you could try." And he goes, "But can't really, you know, it was just the thing at its time. And I even at the time was going, should I do this? But, you know, I had friends and they were like, dude, just fucking do it.
Well, it's
And
like
he
that.
did it,
I remember
nailed it.
seeing that movie with my wife in the theaters on a rainy Saturday night and going, this is not the kind of movie I normally go to see. And I watched it and going, this is hilarious. And then at one point going over, I think my wife made it to the entire end of the movie before she went. No, we were watching the credits and she was like, Tom Cruise was in this movie?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the best cameo. He was the best cameo.
I will fuck you up.
I'll still say that
Come
saved
on.
his career. I really think that role saved his career because that came after all the Scientology stuff and the bad divorce stuff, and he had such a bad rep. And that movie showed like, oh, he can have a good time and be funny,
and he was
not take
doing that
himself
other thing
serious.
with
stuff like
Ben
that.
Stiller when they were doing the those little shorts or whatever, which prompted this. But he was what was it? It was
You're talking about the
Hardy
Mission
Boys.
Impossible?
Hardy Boys.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
wow.
what they're trying to do. They want to try and do Hardy
wanted
Boys
to
the
do that.
movie, yeah, and they never got around to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that movie is just, it's funny too, because fun fact, Owen Wilson was actually supposed to play Matthew McConaughey's part, but that was when Owen Wilson was going through his shit. Remember that whole thing where like
That
he
would have
was,
been good. I could see Owen Wilson.
But
in that.
I like McConaughey, though.
Yeah,
He was
well,
great.
that's the thing. Is like McConaughey. I mean, the thing is, like McConaughey was always like when he was coming up, man. Let's do this. This is what I do. Look at my abs, man.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like he was like that guy where you know, for like his beginning of his career, he was like the good-looking dude with the southern accent, and you know, and then, but then when he turned 40, all of a sudden he goes, yeah, all of a sudden he snaps and goes, all right, I'm gonna start doing some like real shit.
If you haven't read his book,
I'm sure it's great.
It is.
I've heard him talk about it. I've watched him on podcasts.
Oh, the book is fabulous because it's another one of those where I bought the book because it's a cool concept, but he reads the audiobook.
Oh, I love that. And then I just smoked some weed and hit a hacky sack, man. That's just what you do.
You know what's crazy is when I wasn't looking at the screen, I really thought Matthew McConaughey was here.
That's how good I am. That's how good I am
There you go.
sometimes.
And
That's why I laughed. It's like,
with
that was so
McConaughey,
good.
it's so weird because like he did A Time to Kill and then he did all those rom-coms, and like in A Time to Kill, he gives that
good.
monologue, and it's like, how did no one pick up like this is a fucking Academy Award drama guy?
When he was in Contact with
Contact
Jodie
was great.
Foster.
Yeah, Contact was good.
I love Contact, and that's
and A Time to Kill was awesome. And then fucking Schumacher goes and does Batman, and it's like that wasn't awesome. I was like, you went from
what are you talking about? Batman Forever was awesome.
Batman Forever.
Stop it, Ryan.
I have a fun time with Forever, you know.
Ryan, get out.
But it could have been awesome. Okay, I wish they'd gone with the original director for Forever, but Wolfgang Peterson, that shit would have been dope. So
maybe, but it's just because I just feel like them at that time, like Byrne talked about, Schumacher talked about, like they wanted to get so far away from Byrne. So I feel like anything that would have been even though Forever has some dark stuff, I still say there's sometimes I think Kilmer might be the most fucked up Batman of them all because man, he's going through some shit in that movie. Like it's comedic and everything.
The Schumacher cut, we'll see more of that shit.
And his speeches he gives, and like just he has this fucking diary, like he's going through it. But I think it was always going to be bright and light and very over the top and stuff.
But Schumacher didn't want that at first. He was trying to make it dark.
He was trying to make it dark. I mean, okay, but not too dark because he did the nipple shots and the butt shots and all that.
But I like.
But that's not dark.
But I don't like the suits. But I like
his Batmobile glowed.
The Batmobile's fucking awesome.
I love that.
The fin. I'm sorry, you can see the fin flap.
I like that.
You can see it flapping as it's trying to like. It was a cool design, but not practical.
Dude,
when we get in the DC multiverse, I want to see that again.
It looked alien as
climbs up the wall and stuff. Oh my god! Yeah,
they were like, all right. So in the second one, we turned it into a missile. Now it has to go up the fucking side of the walls. And
but
and
that
then
was
in
a
the next one,
66
Clooney, they were like, now we're gonna have
That's
a ride
exactly
on
what that
statue.
was.
No, I always love that scene in Batman Returns where he has to, do the whole thing. It's like, who the fuck, what engineer put like a fucking buildings that close where, I'm like, is that even practical? Like, what
Gotham,
the hell?
man, it's a fucked up.
I was like, they that scene was specific.
Yeah, the architect was a madman.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say with the suits is I liked his explanation. I don't like the suits, but I like that he said he's trying to make them like Roman gods. Like that's why there were nipples.
Initially, it was supposed to be like.
Yeah, and that's why he was going for that. It wasn't supposed to be because like he was trying to over sexualize. It was just that he wanted them to seem like grander figures, but it didn't come out that way. Yeah.
But the way he shot it.
Yep.
The way they did the cape and they whipped it around and all that. It was just sort of like, okay.
Oh, come on. Your wiener moved a little bit.
Man,
look, I did.
The zerodometer when it was off the Richter scale.
Mine moved a lot. Mine was like,
but it pissed me off because
exactly. We have a female here. Well,
Silverstone didn't get that same a treatment. I was like, come on.
She got a butt shot in there. I remember as a youngin seeing that.
There was no nipples.
No.
Well, of course they weren't going to do nipples.
There was no nipples.
But I was
the only fan that was like.
But essentially, her suit looked like it was lingerie, though. Yeah. If you thought about it, like you think about it, it's like she's wearing this brassiere kind of thing, and it was just like, okay, interesting.
All of you say that, and all I wanted was more Drew Barrymore in Forever.
Oh my God, Drew Barrymore! Yeah,
she was sugar, right? She was sugar.
Yeah, she was sugar. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I missed Drew Barrymore.
Spice was that one girl.
She's talk show.
She's in Waterboy, right? Wasn't that the same?
No, different girl. Yeah, they look similar, but what happened to that actress who was in Waterboy and Charmed and everything like that?
She wasn't in Charmed. She was in The Craft.
She was in
The Craft. Yes,
Craft. Yes,
she was also in yeah. I don't know what I don't.
And The Craft.
What? The Craft?
She hasn't been in stuff in a long time.
No.
Yeah. I mean, if you look her up, she's probably been in all kinds of stuff, and we're just like,
probably a lot of
TV shows and whatever.
TV shows and all
okay,
that.
I'm curious. I'm going to IMDb her because I'm going to find out. Like,
and she was very talented. Like every time she was in something, I feel like she would steal the show. Like I think she's the best one in The Craft. I think in Waterboy, she's like her comedic timing so good. Like she could do all these things, and she's like, if like I'm not trying to sound mean, but it sounds like a celebrity that like passed away at a young age, where it's like, oh, so much talent, and then they were just gone. But I feel like
she was in Almost Famous.
American History X. She was also.
Oh my goodness, she was Dorothy
amazing in American History.
She was Dorothy in Return to Oz.
That was that's right.
Wow.
Oh man,
that's the Sam Raimi. That's the Sam Raimi one, right? No,
I don't.
No, that's just.
It was
Return
to Oz was 1985.
Oh, what?
That movie.
Oh wow.
That movie gave me like the heebie-jeebies as a kid.
It was weird. The girl, or the lady, she had to change faces or some shit.
All that.
Well, you can. It's on Amazon. It's on Prime Video.
The Moose. I was like,
no NFL playoffs for me this weekend.
Head or some shit. The Moose head.
I'm watching Wednesday and Return to Oz.
I'm proud of you, Dave.
Thank you.
Yeah, but basically, but Dave, just so you know, this is the one where Dorothy has been sent to an institution.
Oh wow, I didn't know about this one.
Oh, you know,
85.
No, Return to Oz. It is some shit.
Yeah. See, immediately I was thinking of the Sam Raimi. James Franco,
Oz the Great and Powerful.
Oz the Great and Powerful.
Oh,
yeah.
that.
I don't know. I was thinking about that one. I was like, she was in that. She was Dorothy.
Wasn't that called Wicked or something?
No, it's Oz the Great and Powerful.
That's the Broadway version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know because it used to be my go-to put on the fall sleep movie for like a year. Every time I wanted to sleep, I just put it on Oz because it's like soothing. It's cool. Like has the black and white filter, and I enjoyed it enough. Michelle Williams is great in there. Like I had a good time with it. So.
Yeah.
When was the last time she was in anything though? 2002. She's still acting, or 2022. There you go.
Oh wow! Look at her right there. There she is.
Oh, she was in the Craft Legacy.
Oh, I was like, did Dave disappear?
Oh yeah, because Scott sent that. But yeah, you could see her like right there, right at the on the beginning of the trailer, the thumbnail for the trailer. It's like totally recognizable right there. So.
She was in Ray Donovan. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I never finished Ray Donovan.
I didn't finish it either. I
started it and I thought it was good, but then
not good enough.
To keep us, with Reacher. I couldn't continue that. I liked it, but I didn't continue it.
What, Reacher?
Yeah.
Oh,
like
Ryan,
got
I'm
3
disappointed in
episodes
you.
in.
Like, just you kick him off right now, Dave. I mean,
I'm about
started
to
it.
do it because I enjoyed Reacher and
I
watched
liked
it.
it, but I just never went back to. I have to finish it. I haven't finished it.
Oh,
Okay.
It's been a while.
No, but when it came to Ray Donovan, I don't know why I didn't continue
Yeah,
because
same.
I watched the
4,
first 2 episodes and I was like, this is great.
I know
And I
I'm in the 4th season, and I'm like, life.
I think that's
just-
where I gave up too. I think because me and the wife both liked it, and we just like it came up. It's one of those things you miss it, like
Isn't
oh
that
we'll catch
weird?
up on it, and then season 5 happens, and 6, and it's like oh now there's a Ray Donovan movie. You're like, I guess one day I'll see it, but I'm so far behind now. But I liked it. Liev's great in it.
That's
cast
what
is great.
happens though. When all of a sudden like you take a break and then it starts like and then everybody you kind of just go like
it snowballs, and it just
Yeah.
becomes this thing that you're just
and
like,
you kind of go like shit. I gotta man, I'm gonna have to like spend some time with this and it's
because there's so much stuff out too now, right? It's
that's
not
how
like-
I feel
it's
about
like-
Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm like,
Yeah.
there's so much pressure now. God damn it. Sorry.
you're having
Had to make that
performance
joke.
anxiety, Dave.
Yeah, pretty much. No, but I will finish tomorrow. I swear. That sounded weird. I know after. Yeah, after what
Speaking
you
of-
just said.
speaking
After
of
what you
wieners,
That's the
just said.
show, guys.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. My God. I know
That's
that
my
was like
story every
bad
day.
timing. That was like bad timing after what Scott just said,
No,
I
that
will
was
finish.
perfect timing. That's
Perfect
beautiful.
timing. It was great.
That's the best thing ever.
Well,
Jesus
did you ever? What a swell party this is.
Wow, I just realized something. I must be getting tired. Wow, first of all, it's too early for me to be tired, but I could tell I am because I was like, why hasn't Travis moved in a while?
That's because of you, Saggy. You did this yourself.
I was like, Travis,
She fooled herself.
I did. I
Fooled
was like, why?
herself.
I was like, why is Travis frozen? I realized I forgot I did that a while ago.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, Travis.
Hey,
I
by the way,
I
Dave,
bamboozled myself.
Dave,
What?
there I am.
Oh yeah, that's right. Scott realized that he could put a little thumbnail for.
I know. I knew there was a thumbnail I could put there. I just didn't know how. Literally, right before Fanimated, I finally figured it out. And he was like, "Yeah, you do that." I was like, I've been asking him how to do this for like 3
Wait,
There it
years
is.
now.
What do you mean? How did you not know how to do that?
Because I'm a podcaster. I'm not a YouTuber.
It's fair. It's fair.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's as simple as like, just push the cam button.
No. I could do that. I didn't know how to.
I know we're
make
all
the
doing it now. We're like, hey, look at this.
I don't think
It's
I got
magic.
anything.
It's
No, I'm
magic.
bored.
No,
Oh my
oh,
god.
Travis doesn't have
Travis
one.
doesn't have anything.
Because I share this with like a bunch of people in my StreamYard. So if I change it, it's gonna be the same one for everybody else. So I don't want to do that.
You could put the Geekverse one. Up
Oh,
there.
whoa! Look at that.
But it's not always geek first.
We got,
you know?
yeah, Ryan
Yeah.
over here is like, look
Yeah,
at my
but-
background guy.
Right. Here's the thing, Ryan. Put the fade all the way up.
Put the fade all the way up. Hold on.
Put the fade all the way to 100.
all the way to 100.
Yeah,
See
put
if you
the fade all.
bastards can do
Yes.
90.
It just like
Okay,
kills
brace
his
yourself,
stream.
everybody.
Ryan. Thank
Oh,
you.
Ryan's
I
gonna
got that
travel
reference.
through time.
Yeah.
Hold on. Fade.
Oh,
Wait, what the
he's a
heck?
floating head. He's
all the way
Yeah.
up to there.
Yeah, that's how I do that. This is how I do that.
Oh,
That's how you do
that's
it. You put the
how you do
yes,
that.
that's how you
Okay.
do that. You
I
put the
thought
fade
you were-
all the way up.
I thought you were like jokingly insulting him, like, yeah, that's perfect. Leave it right there. When
Yeah.
like he disappeared, like
No,
On air.
I figured this out by accident when I was playing around with the green screen. I was like, wait, what happens if I put it all the way up? And I was like, oh crap, this is how you do it. You put the whole picture up.
Yeah,
So you can have any
nice.
picture there. Yeah.
Awesome.
There you go.
Yeah. See, you learned something
Well, there
new.
you go. Now, Dave's show is complete.
Yeah.
He's all, you know what? I'm just gonna put my brand right there.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, we're good.
He just goes to sleep. He's not even there. It's just the name for 2 more hours.
This is great.
Yeah.
Now you can't get it back. Yeah, you can't get it back. Turn it down.
Well,
Yeah, you gotta
hold
turn it
on.
down.
Oh, hotkeys. They have hotkeys now.
I know the
They've
freaking
been had
hotkeys.
hotkeys.
There you go.
The
Oh, wait,
freaking
hold on.
hotkeys.
How do you turn
I know,
the
and I
fade
got
on?
my little dock right here. It's like you can't do much. I mean, you
Brown?
can do little things with it, but I mean, yeah, it's interesting. No, but back to Rebel Moon and coming out
Circle back.
Yeah.
I've been here for a while. We didn't talk about Rebel Moon, so whenever you went back to Rebel Moon, that's
that's
quite
the
a
thing.
bit.
It's like you weren't even part of the discussion of Rebel Moon, Travis.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts of what you saw?
I'm really excited. I can't wait for it. It's a good date. I'm excited. I love the cast. I'm like saying I'm a big Charlie. I'm a big Charlie Hunnam fan. I love it. I wish I saw the multiverse where he stayed in the 50 Shades movies because I would have loved to have seen what he would have done. Remember, he was first cast and he dropped out.
Yeah, I'm glad he actually didn't do that.
I think his agents him were like, you know what, this isn't worth the money.
No.
You know, like you got
like,
sons.
It's like, dude, you're that guy. You're not this guy.
Yeah,
You know?
and like they're not even. I don't know. They're go watch Shame, go watch Nymphomaniac, go like what? Like it's not even that fucking of like a sexy movie, you know? It's like,
dude. Okay, so my whole thing, and I remember because like I saw, I don't think I.
That well played. That's good.
That's
That's
good.
good. That's good.
No, but like when it came to the 50 Shades movies, I was like, I'm not gonna see them because I have no desire to. But then when I was talking to female friends, and I'm like, all right, so there was an abundance of male nudity, right? And they were like, no. I'm like, why would there not be an abundance of male nudity? Because it's for females. Like there should be fucking swinging dicks like all over the fucking place or something like that. But apparently it's just a teasing of it, and there's more female nudity.
Magic Mike. I was like, I am not interested.
Yeah,
you know, and I haven't seen any of them, but I was like, apparently, I mean,
don't lie.
Okay, it's a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you love it.
Yeah, we know.
Can't wait for the new one. You can't wait for the new one.
I can't. That's coming out this February, right?
Yeah, with Selma Hayek, actually.
See,
I know. I'll watch it for her.
He's got his tickets.
No. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Ryan. It's like okay,
but that's
like. But you might as well like appeal if you.
Well, yeah,
I don't get it. I don't get the whole.
I guess it's the idea of he's the dangerous bad boy that you're not supposed to like, but you do and stuff and everything like that.
It's all about like, okay, men are very visual creatures. We look at, you know, we're down for like all that, you know, skin.
I don't know.
Girls like they want to be, you know, they want to have their imaginations sort of tantalized. And so it's not just hey swinging dicks.
Plus, it's like everyone go back and listen. I can't remember. I think it was 2010, somewhere around there. It's one of Robin Williams' last stand-up, and he talks about like how the woman's body is so beautiful, and if there's a guy did this, and this, and it's like you look at the men and you look at our penis and balls. It's like the balls is like a turkey neck, and it's like this,
yes,
like and like I think there is some truth to that, where it's just like. Women may like a lot of things about anatomy, but the penis, it's like from a visual standpoint. And Saggy, maybe you can disagree or agree, but it's just kind of like it's a penis. Like see what you can do with it. See what you can do with it. But the look of it's just like, what is this thing? Like, what is you know?
That's why I'm not a fan of the Flash outfit. It looks like he's covered in scrotum. That's why he's so fast. So
yeah, right. You can't see me.
You can't laugh.
But no,
he's like, I'll take you in about 2 minutes.
Suit.
They got to do more releasing of the dick.
I love how Saggy like is now. She like took a little break. She had from this part. We actually want her like opinion on
the one time. Yeah. So what do you think of the male anatomy?
Yeah, I know. No, but I mean like, but at the same time, like certain like one of my really good friends. I was like, why wouldn't they? And she was actually going, yeah, no, they should have at least like a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
It's
especially Dakota Johnson's bearing everything.
When it comes to visual for females, sure, it's the physique, it's whatever. It's like
the V,
you know, because obviously, like you said, Travis, you know, it's the thing between our legs, not a mantelpiece, you know, it's not. So
it's all like it just hangs there and it's flopping around and stuff.
I had mine casted. It's mounted on the wall. So.
Yeah, like
but it's a weird thing too, because I've always, when people talk about, you know, when it comes to full frontal female nudity and male nudity, you know, they always talk about, you know, the merkin, which there's always got to be a merkin. You can't have like almost like a bare thing, even though you can, because let's face it, Wolf of Wall Street, Margot Robbie. There was no merkin there, that's for damn sure. Anyways, but I'm just saying, it's like, you know, when it comes to this conversation's gotten weird. But anyways,
oh no, let's do it.
Genitalia. Ours is very exterior. Theirs is very interior. You could hide that by just, you know, very easily. You can't hide unless you're Buffalo Bill and fucking Silence of the Lambs and tucking it between your legs and saying
We keep coming back to Cock and Hannibal. We keep coming back to like it started with Batman Forever, and now we're all the way to over here.
So Travis, Rebel Moon.
I hope there's lots of dick in there. You know, I hope I hope there's a scene.
I came back at holy crap!
But what, you missed it, Saggy. This was like where we needed you the most right now.
I had to go somewhere. Wait, I just came back and I heard dick.
You had to go look at cock and balls.
Okay, so we were talking about 50 Shades of Grey and how there was like a lack of full like male nudity. Even
Jamie
though that
didn't bear it all, you know.
Even though that movie's for females, I still remember. I forgot what movie I was going to see the night of.
Fern Gully.
What movie? It was a great movie too. It was like an action movie or whatever the fuck. I just remember going to the movie theater and I went to the restaurant that was right next to it, and it was like MILF City. It was MILF City. It was like, holy shit, there's MILF older ladies everywhere around here. And then when he saw the line, this is before they had assigned seating when the first one came out. It was just like, and I felt sorry for every guy that was in the line. I'm like, yeah, it sucks, dude. That sucks. But I'm like, but at the same time, we're just kind of going like, why was there not a lot of like, swinging dicks in this movie? So,
because it wasn't about that.
Okay.
See?
There you go.
Okay.
This is what we want.
Because the women aren't paying to see a dick. They're not paying to see a dick.
Wait, hold on. Did you guys has anyone read the book of 50 Shades of Grey?
No.
I've had it broken down from the lady,
I
but
can
never
tell you, I tried to read that book.
It is
my
wife
so badly written.
Is what my wife said.
That's what my wife says too, Scott.
Yeah, it was so badly written that I'm shocked that they even made a movie about
There's
it.
There's like grammar errors in it.
It's not even grammar errors. Like the lines in the book are so cringe. It's not even like, how is this book sexy? But the only reason why, again, that this thing was a huge hit was because it was like the most over sexualized thing, and it also was a book about dom and sub relationship, which is and that's the whole point. Is like it was hot to a lot of older women because like they probably never done that in their lives.
No,
not at all. That was the it was the taboo nature.
100%, yeah.
That aroused it because it was also,
but it's not taboo.
It is. I think it is though because like it's like a mainstream taboo. It's like that where it's like it's acceptable to pick up the book or see the movie because it's not like I said like a go watch Nymphomaniac where like there's legitimately it's just a X-rated movie. It's full on sex scenes all over the place.
I've seen it and it was real sex.
Yeah, but this is just like 50 Shades is like I can watch that, and there's like it's the mainstream, I feel all right
vanilla.
I like this, it's not putting on porn, it's the step,
But that's the thing is that but that's the thing, it's like dom sub relationships were not taboo. Like that was a thing. Like it's still a thing. I mean, I think it's more acceptable now because I think the idea of like people don't understand that type of sexual relationship. But that's why, like I said, most of the women who were interested in that book and movie was because they, they're like Dave said, they were all MILFs, right? They're mothers. They didn't get to have those experiences of that type of level of sexuality because they have kids, I
gotta call my mom. Hang on. Gotta talk to
but that's what I mean. It's like that, right?
Movie.
That book was catered to like you guys said, vanilla sex women who have not had that kink. And that's what it was. The movie was bad. Like the movie and the book, I'm like, how the book was so poorly written. Like I could have wrote a better.
Did you read all of them?
I couldn't get through the first friggin' chapter. It was so poorly written. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I didn't get it.
Film Junkies,
and then he inserted his phallus into her vaginal opening as she received him.
It was so, and that's the thing too. The sex scenes were so poorly written. Like I've sexted better than this book. Okay?
Well, that's what I was waiting for because I watched the first one because we watched it at home and I was waiting for like, okay, let's see these scenes. Like I'm ready for some good stuff here, and it doesn't even deliver there. Like that, like even if the movie was piss poor and it's like a whatever plot, but then at least at the sex scenes, like okay, you guys really went for it. But it's like, this is nothing. Like Kim Basinger and fucking Alec Baldwin did better back in the day. Like
The Getaway.
And
like I said,
Mickey Rourke too. What is that?
Yeah.
83 weeks.
9.5 weeks.
9.5 weeks.
There's so many.
Or
And
watch
like,
a
go
movie
watch
like
Shame.
Shame
Everyone go
with
watch
Michael
fucking
Fassbender. Watch a
Shame.
movie like
Do you know?
Shame.
Shame's
you know-
so fucking
well,
good.
here's the thing. You
Talk
know
about
what
Good
cock.
movie, and it looks like they're actually really
Right, but
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what movie? Well, you know what movie was like probably the
Specialist.
hottest not official pornography movie. Blue
that
is
shower
the
scene,
warm,
Ryan.
That was.
blue is the
on a
warmest
date-
color.
Yeah,
I was on a
100%.
date
Leah
and I saw
Sadu.
that, and I was
Leah
like,
Sadu.
I feel a
Yeah.
little uncomfortable.
That movie was hot, but also had a
What's
good
the movie
storyline.
again? What's the movie?
Blue wasn't it called Blue is the warmest color?
Warmest
or something
color.
like
Yeah,
that?
yeah. It's
That
Leah
movie was
Sadu.
actually-
It's Leah Sadu, and I can't remember who the other co-star in there, but there's like a
It was
15-minute
French.
sex scene. Yeah, there's like a 15-minute sex scene. It's like Nymphomaniac, where it's just they're just going for it, but it sucks because it ended up like them and the director. It was like they kind of twisted. Like it sounds like they kind of got away with a lot of things that they weren't comfortable with. So it sucks that it is like that, but there was like a big
What about
fallout.
that
after.
Tom Cruise one that he did with Nicole Kidman?
Eyes Wide
that was-
Shut.
Eyes Wide
Yeah.
Shut. Fidelity.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Was that
Yeah.
it?
That was Kubrick's last movie.
Yeah.
No, it's a good movie.
No. It wasn't that one. That was the one
Yeah.
that was like
Yeah.
taboo or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
taboo.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Because I remember him trying to get into the secret society.
Yeah.
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 Just
That
because
was
him and his
it.
wife get in a
Sex in
fight
that.
and she won't have sex with him, so he's like, "I'm gonna go join a fucking sex cult."
Oh, okay,
Right.
there you go.
Well,
Okay,
that's
yeah,
the
no,
thing.
you're right.
Any movie that involved a sexual theme is taboo because, like I said,
Mhm.
you don't expect pornographic type of content in the theaters or in a movie form where it actually has a story, and it's not about the sex.
Like
it's
American
about-
Pie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
American
but
Pie.
I
That's
don't
why-
think it
that's
is
why
anymore
works.
though now, because like now those like that After We Fall series, wherever the fuck that is, like that's the same thing. Like these movies are trending on Netflix all the time. They're doing good box office. Like I do think 50 Shades did do that, where it brought okay, these taboo movies, they can actually be box office success and find a group of people. So like there's taboo, but I feel
I
like
think it opened the door for the Magic Mike franchise.
Yeah.
It
Well,
could've
you know
a
what's
little.
funny is that the kink community with 50 Shades of Grey, they weren't too happy because it did somewhat misrepresent those relationships. It was definitely
you
not
go.
100%
See, that's the thing.
accurate.
And that's what that was my whole thing. Was like, if you're gonna go for it, fucking go for it. Make it NC-17. You would probably still make your money, regardless. I mean, look what happened with Showgirls. That thing made money. It was a good thing,
That was just so comedic though. That's why I didn't feel taboo though. That's the problem.
But there was a lot of nudity.
Oh yeah.
Right, but there were some scenes in 50 Shades of Grey that they took they didn't put that from the book. They didn't translate to the movie because it was like one of those things where like, all right, we don't want to go too far. We're getting to that dark like we might get sued area may trigger a bunch of people. But there were a lot of really like very questionable scenes in the book where you're just like, is that where they're going with this? Because I don't know if that's going to translate well in the theaters.
Good God, man.
Yeah.
God.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon. Yeah. So what sex scenes is Zach gonna give us in Rebel Moon?
There is gonna be
Watchmen sex scene.
I'm sure there's gonna be.
Charlie Hunnam, you better.
It's been a while since we got you can kind of count Henry and Lois and BVS, but we haven't got
so speaking of Charlie Hunnam and Sons of Anarchy, how the fuck did they pull off some of those sex scenes in a TV cable
show,
cable
FX,
TV series?
baby.
Where I haven't watched the series, but I've seen some of those clips, and I'm like, Jesus Christ! I'm like, how do you want? I'm like, dude, his ass is just totally pumping right now. How do I not see his back sack right now?
Same thing with the violence too. Like the violence, there was
really
some
good tape.
R level stuff. In
Dude, that must be very uncomfortable because it's like there was like one particular thing. I was like, dude, like you. Okay, I'm like, they must have really taped his shit like way up to his. Like,
he's like, I need one take because my dick's about to get.
I just realized we're talking about this.
Like, just go for it, Charlie.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, my shit hurts. He's like, just go.
I'm losing air.
Go.
I'm losing circulation.
I feel like I feel like weird because I just realized I just had this whole sex conversation through Scott's face. Which, by the way,
Scott's
I love that
hot.
I took a good picture of Scott. That's like a really good picture of Scott.
He looks interested in the topic.
He looks very handsome.
He's like,
I'm engaged and actively listening.
But I'm excited for Rebel Moon. I can't wait. I like the idea of we've talked about this before, but like, how did Star Wars happen? Because George Lucas
Gordon.
couldn't do Flash Gordon, right?
Yeah.
And how's this happening? Because he pitched to Lucasfilm, and Lucasfilm went, we're gonna go a different direction. So it's that same type of like George Lucas energy of like, well, I'm gonna go do my own thing. And I think at Netflix, who you guys were talking earlier, I do hope it gets a big screen release. Probably won't fucking get it here in
Go to
Kelowna.
Netflix.
I did get Red Notice though. I didn't see that. I did get Red Notice, but I'm excited to see what he can do, and I think it's good that it's not the Star Wars because like now he doesn't have the shackles. You know, he can do kind of whatever he wants.
Yeah, and he has what the other directors lacked, which is passion. You know, he actually wants to tell this story, and he's you know, really excited to do it. Whereas the other people that, you know, like you said, there's, you know, Ryan Johnson and JJ and all them, they had shackles, you know, and they could only tell these certain things or whatever. And it just didn't really, there was no synergy. There was no excitement. Nobody really cared. It was just sort of like, you know, kind of going through the motions. And you can tell because they were really trying to shove this stuff out and get it over with. Let's end the Skywalker saga and get on to, you know, Disney Plus. And then fucking Iger dumbass is sitting there saying, oh no, it's Star Wars fatigue. That's not the fucking problem. That was never the problem. It wasn't Star Wars fatigue. It was like you kept giving us shit.
Right.
And we're rejecting shit. You know, it's
well, rejecting shit. I don't know
They're all
well,
yes, but they're all $1 billion movies,
like,
so it's hard to say anyone rejected them. You know,
beautifully crafted. I mean, they have wonderful set designers, fantastic effects. You know, artists. You know, great. Everyone who worked on the movie polished it, but it's a beautifully polished turd.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I've talked to Dave about this before, and this is why I'm gonna tell y'all are wrong, right? Zach is a fanboy, but he's a fanboy who is like, I can make this, and I want to make it my way. So he has everything I've seen of Zach. It has like reminisce of other things I've seen. Like I told Dave, like I've talked about this before. Sucker Punch is live action anime. Like I know, Sucker Punch is just a live action anime, and that's why I think like with Rebel Moon, I think it's just Zach being a fan of sci-fi things, and he is taking some of the things that he liked. Is like I want to make my own story. Zach is a fanboy who is in the industry making his version of things and taking inspiration from other things he's a fan of. Because I really see him just being a fanboy with a lot of money. And it's like, hey, if we were all fans of something and we had Zack Snyder money, we'd be making movies like how we would want to see them. And I think that's what Zach's doing with Rebel Moon. I think he's taking inspiration from other sci-fi things that he likes, like maybe Star Wars or maybe some TV shows he really likes. Listen, I'm gonna hit you with the Star Wars thing. I'm gonna show you the Boston style. Smack, I'm just playing. But no, I really think he's just a fanboy, and I think that he's a fanboy who does make good movies because he's a fan, and people don't really see that with the things he does. Like he's a zombie movie fan. That's why we came up with the Army of the Dead stuff and the zombie movies. I think he's just a fan of the old stuff, and he's making his own universe.
Hard fact.
Yes. And by the way,
you were waiting on that one, huh?
Oh yeah. I was like, I better. Yeah, you're on a good one.
But because it's also on HBO Max, please take this opportunity to actually watch Kurosawa's Seven Samurai.
Yes.
He's talked about it a lot in the lead up to this. Like every time I feel like Rebel Moon's come up in an interview, he always brings that comparison with it, you know. So.
And heck, and go and watch Magnificent Seven after that. Like, keep the train running.
Watch
the original, not
watch
the
all versions
one.
of Magnificent Seven. Honestly, there's like what 3 different versions.
There's 2.
No. There was
3?
There was a TV show starring Michael Biehn. I shit you not. Look it up, Scott.
Wow.
Yes,
okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't, if anybody wants to correct me, but I do remember CBS had a series.
CBS. Okay, now
a magnificent.
You're thinking of Lonesome Dove.
And it was starring Michael Biehn. I think I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. But but when it comes to movies, of course, there's 2 versions, and they're both great. Great. Even the Antoine Fuqua, he did that one, right? Fuqua?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did this. He did the newer one with Denzel and Chris Pratt, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That movie is fucking. I went in there going, "Is this going to be good?" I think it should be, and it was. So,
Yes, TV series ran from 1998 to 2000.
There you go. I knew it with Michael Biehn.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
It is Michael Biehn.
It is Michael Biehn. Yes.
There you go. I see. I remember stupid shit like this. Just random shit in here, guys.
And
random
Ron
shit.
Perlman.
Yeah, I just
Ron
saw
Perlman
that.
was in
Young
there.
Ron
Oh.
Perlman. Jeez Louise.
Wow.
I'm sure he still looked not.
Oh,
young.
and the girl who played Lori from Walking Dead, those first early seasons. If anyone watched Walking Dead, I
F
think that's her
Lori.
name. Well, she was in the Magnificent Seven as well. So there you go.
Well, I don't care about her. I hate her now for what she did to Rick.
What she did to Rick?
Bro, he asked her one question. The man was
my
messed
cue to
up.
get another drink.
He just had to put his friend down, and then he's all messed up. And all he asked her was like, "Tell me it'll be okay." And she just looked at him and walked away. I was like, "Bitch, you friggin' ruined that man." And then I had no empathy for her after that.
Well, she died, so you got what you wanted, you know.
No, I didn't want that. I wanted her to suffer. You
It's
ruined
funny,
Rick for a few seasons.
I watched up to like season 5 or 6, but I've completely like when you described that scene to me, like, man, I've consumed that media and I've completely forgotten it. But I'll check out the Rick and Michonne series next year.
I will never ever forget that scene because I remember I used to be obsessed with The Walking Dead to the point where I'd have Walking Dead parties and invite all my friends over. We'd order pizza.
Talking Dead? Were you?
Oh, we watched Talking Dead after.
Yeah.
But after that scene, I was like that show was very well written. Like
I stopped watching after they were in that town.
Which
They
one?
were in that one.
Yeah, which one?
It was
Is the one
right
that got
before
kidnapped
Jeffrey
and
Dean
put in
Morgan.
trains?
It was right before Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Oh, it was
entered the
before
scene.
it was before Negan.
It was the governor or some shit.
The governor,
Oh,
yeah.
And that's when I was just kind of like, oh, okay. It's sort of it felt like I was going through the motions, and so I just kind of exited.
Yeah. The villains after Negan. So after Negan, we got the Whisperers. And the Whisperers story arc as well. Because I read the comic books. The Whisperers were insane. Like I thought Negan was bad. The Whisperers were insane. And the way they portrayed them was beautiful. But then after that, like the final bad guys in the book, even they were so weak compared to like the governor and Negan, the Whisperers. They were just so like, really, this is what we're going to end off on with all the crap that this group has been through, with all the psychotic people they've encountered. The community, this white bread town was the one that really was like the big baddies. It was like crazy. But the last season, I didn't know how it was going to go because you had, the actress of Michonne, she left the season before. Rick left the season before that. So I didn't know how they could hold the show down with just Daryl, but they brought back Maggie, which was okay. It actually worked. It actually worked. And I think I was very satisfied with the way it kind of ended, even though the book was completely different the way the book ended, but I was satisfied.
Okay, so I have a question. What do we all think about the pilot episode of The Last of Us?
Thank you, Scott. You were totally in my brain. I was like, this is a good segue for Last of Us.
Oh, and by the way, Saggy, when you go to watch
give me
it,
shit, Saggy.
No, but also prepare yourself. It's a 90-minute movie.
You get paid for my
100%.
HBO Max?
Every
very
episode,
much-
I think, is supposed to be an hour, right?
Yeah. It
Gonna
feels
give me
very
a
much
login
like
name?
Walking Dead, that first episode where it felt like that pilot was just a mini movie. And I like Breaking Bad. I've always said like I like that's just like a pilot that you could
No,
stop
15
after
years
episode
ago
1.
today.
Yeah,
The
15
first
years ago
episode.
today. But like,
Right.
yeah, I
Crazy.
it was fantastic. If people don't know this, I have my latest or newest or youngest. My youngest daughter is named after Ellie from the show. Last of Us is like very close to me, and they've nailed it. And fucking Pedro Pascal, man, that guy can do no wrong. He's so damn good. So no, they
Everything he's in is good.
Yeah.
It's just
So
good.
I
Home run.
played.
Well, Wonder Woman 84.
he's
Yes.
great in it though.
He's great.
Yeah.
He is absolutely, he's absolutely.
But it can be better.
Yeah, he's a really good actor. But no, I played the Last of Us games, and
You're
I
muted,
think
Dave.
I think they did a good job in a mess of a story.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The story. See, here's the thing. I always thought the Last of Us game, the story was pretty decent, but
I
I
wasn't
think
talking about that story.
Okay. Okay. But I was gonna say the hype around the Last of Us game, in my opinion, was like way overhyped. I was like, it's good, but the game mechanics were crappy. It wasn't like the best game, but the storyline was what really fans liked. So it's really kind of nice to hear, especially from people who haven't played the game, at how
I haven't
much
played it.
at how much they
Neither
liked
have I.
the show, which means it's good. If general audience who's never played the game are into the show, I'm like, it has to be good.
Yeah.
See, I bought the game. I loaded the game onto my PS3. I bought it because it came out like the same time like the Man of Steel came out. Like I even double checked. I booted back up my PS3. It was like, yeah, 2013. Like there's me downloading all the DLC for the game, and I played the first part that's like the before the time jump in the pilot. I played that, so I kind of sort of remembered that, but once again, it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
Right.
And I never played the rest of the game because it's amazing having a kid and suddenly you don't have as much time to play video games.
Right.
But I loved the pilot. Like I was sitting there going, this is just good TV.
Well acted,
and we're just getting started.
Pacing.
Yeah,
I know.
I preferred the other actress, the one that played Sarah. I thought she did a phenomenal job. I really dug her. I was like, oh man, I wish she would have been the one to kind of like hang out with Pedro. Just continue on. Because I didn't know. I've never played the game, so I didn't know she was not going to be there and all that. So, but meeting the Ellie girl, I was like, okay, this is the girl that either she's immune or has a cure or her blood is special or whatever. And they kept alluding to it like 3 or 4 times. And I was like, okay, even though you're not being obvious, you're being super obvious. And, but I mean, other than that, I liked it. It reminded me of World War Z, sort of like all, shit's, happening and and everything that happened.
Yeah, and I Am Legend a little bit.
I Am Legend, all that destruction, chaos that happens, and in these disaster movies and stuff like that. It didn't break any new ground, but it did a good job doing what it did.
Right. What I loved, and other people have talked about this, that opening scene on the 60s talk show with John Hannah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I know, right? It's like, we're all talking about a Mummy reunion, with Brendan Fraser. It's like, hey, he was
John Hannah. Yeah.
He was in there too. Hey.
Well, and then it's also funny because then there's also Christopher Heyerdahl, who played the other guy in the middle, and because he's a Canadian actor. Shout out to Travis that I enjoy. And then and it was really funny because I just binged all of Mythic Quest on Apple TV Plus.
You told me about that.
Yeah. Oh, it was so good. And the actor who played the interviewer plays a young F. Murray Abraham in the show of Mythic Quest. So it's just like I've seen all these faces,
all these worlds.
The thing that sucks about playing The Last of Us and this show is like those who played the game knows where the story goes.
True.
And we have to relive all that, which sucks. But I'm hoping that they might change a little bit things.
They probably will.
Yeah,
I don't think they will.
You don't think so? You think they're gonna go away?
Not with Neil Druckmann's name is all over this fucking thing. It's like his baby.
Well, and I don't know how many times I saw videos doing a side by side, and I was like, wow, they really just like they pulled just flat out. I mean, and that was one of the things like when it came to video games, Max Payne was the one I played religiously. And I'm like, you have the script right there. What's this Marky Mark bullshit that you gave us? Sorry. I wish Steven
was that was true. I did actually see that Max Payne. That was awful.
That's nothing compared to Super Mario Brothers. Come on.
Oh, Jesus.
We're going to be redeemed in April.
We're going to be.
Oh, yeah. No, that looks amazing.
But Travis, here's the thing. Just because the original creator is part of it, like sometimes too, they're okay. Like the original writer of Walking Dead was very heavily involved in that, and he was okay with the changes, and that's what I mean. Like sometimes you got to keep it a little fresh. I think you'll keep true to the canon.
You'll get changes. I just don't think any of the way Walking Dead, like certain characters, like Rick would have a different ending or this would have a different ending. I don't think it's going to get that situation where the characters in these are going to get different, very drastic endings. I think all the big story points are going to happen. I think it's really depend on what happens if they make a Last of Us 3, which I think is happening now, which I don't really know if I need because part 2 ends in like a perfect way. I can't wait to see how they do season 2. I'm not dropping spoilers. It's just very Godfather 2-esque where there's timelines in the game, and it's the thing where I'm like, I don't know how you do that for TV because the actors are different ages, like it's kids, and then it's like, hey, because a video game we can jump all this time and they've aged a lot, but it's like what are you going to wait for some of these people to age up? And that's where it's, you know,
I don't know, because like it did work well in Walking Dead. Like Carol is a perfect example of how they took a character who, like, in the book, like, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't read the book but has been out for a while, but Carol in the book was not the Carol in the TV show. It started that way, but Carol actually died way sooner than the TV show. Like Carol's character, she was never like stronger.
Well, it was the same thing with that
she was
guy,
always weaker.
right? From the farm, the old man from the farm, Herschel.
Yeah, Herschel was supposed to make it a lot longer.
He was supposed to die, and he lasted.
Yeah,
they'll change it. They have to change stuff.
They do,
Live
but
action,
the difference is, like, Kirkman, he didn't write any Walking Dead. He didn't direct it. Neil Druckmann's directing an actual episode. I think he will change things. I just don't think that stuff, like anything with Joel, Ellie, Abby, like these characters, I don't think they're gonna do big change. I think because I think the show will go for only 3 or 4 seasons and be done. I don't think they're gonna try and do what Walking Dead did, and like we're gonna do 8 seasons. And
they're trying to get syndicated.
Yeah, like they got Rick and Michonne, they got Daryl, they got Maggie and Negan. Yeah. Like I don't think that's happening here.
I mean, I would love to see them change the ending. At least, because like I think that
don't say anything.
No, it's not spoiling. No, it's not spoiling. I'm just saying, like, I want them to do things. Yeah, I want them to do things a little differently.
They will. They have to. I mean, live action. Anytime you adapt anything to live action, you have to, do as much as you can.
Some things don't translate.
Yeah, some things don't. Yeah, exactly.
But you do know that one of the I'm not sure if you know this, Dave, but one of the actors in the show, in the episode, was the original voice actor in the game.
No shit.
For which character?
Who was that?
The leader of the Fireflies.
With Michael Douglas?
Was he did he play that role?
Did you say
he said the game? I was like, the game with Michael Douglas?
No, not Sean Penn and Michael Douglas.
Wait,
no,
did the voice actor? Did the voice actor reprise his role though in live action?
Her role.
Oh, her? Oh yeah, that's right.
And then you got stuff like
I love that.
The girl that's gonna play Ellie's mom, Ashley, she's the one that voiced Ellie in the game. They're doing fun stuff like that.
That's
like,
cool.
Yeah. And then the guy who voices Joel, he's gonna be in there. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not the person that if they change things, I'm gonna be mad because I have my version. I just don't think they will. I think it's gonna be very much like a book, like adaptation of something where majority of it stays the same. Because as of right now, unless there's a third game, there is a clear cut. Hey, this is the journey. This is the end of the story. You can do more in the world. They're making another Last of Us game, but it's like, oh, and here's like a different section of the world. Like you can do that, but I think with these certain characters, there is a point A to point B that I hope they stick to. But if they don't, I'm down for the change. But I'm just happy the pilot was great.
The pilot was great. That ending shot was like, oh, cool. Know? And then even like people online, which you gotta love that, is like, oh yeah, you zero in, you see one of the little, creature dudes that are on the rooftop, and it's like, what do they call those? The clickers? Clickers, yeah.
And it's a scary building we're going into. So
dude, clickers in the game. Oh my god,
were they shit up, man?
Dude, they really were not fun, dude. They were not fun. Anytime you had a bunch of them, you're just like, I'm fucked.
Oh yeah, I did a lot more running in that game than fighting at times. Like, you know what? I don't need to beat them. As long as I survive and get to the end, I'm good to go.
I tried the stealth route, but sometimes, man, it was hard. It was hard to be stealthy in that game.
Especially in part 2, I felt like the guys were like really jittery. Like you would just move a little bit, like there she is, and you're like, oh no, like I got to do this all over, or I got to run. And again, I would just run. And then there's fucking dogs that would come out. You're like, oh my goodness, great games.
It was actually fun to play. I would just wish the movement in the game was a little wonky, but whatever, it can't be perfect.
It happens, but I mean, hey, it just kind of shows you that Warner Brothers can do something right every now and again, right? And speaking of that, what's going on with Jason Momoa, guys? How are we feeling about this?
Okay? I have no idea. Like I am like unplugged. I don't even. I saw the video.
Yeah.
But didn't watch.
Which one?
Well, there's multiple.
What I mean, as in, I've scrolled, but I haven't actually hit like play on anything. It's like I'm leaving that world. I'm just like, nope. I'll get filled in by other people who like.
Dave can tell you. I was like, Dave, what's going on? Did you see this? He's like, yeah, I saw. I was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know either.
So, I mean, Jason, I mean, that's the thing is like Jason Momoa. He's a hype man. He gets really excited and he's good at teasing, and he's done this before. It's not the first time that we've had a video like what he posted yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, it was yesterday with the security guards, right? When he was yelling outside.
Yeah, and then it literally said WB and DC, like. He put that. It's like, okay, so he's letting it be known that it has something to do with that. So then we're all just kind of going like, all right. And then me just kind of stirring the pot a little bit. I'm like, are we turning on Jason Momoa? Because he goes, I love you, James Gunn, love you, Peter Safran, and then he said David, which a lot of people are like, what do you mean by David? I'm
Zaslav?
like, Zaslav. Yeah,
no, it's Caruso, actually. It's
yeah, correct. Nice one. I like that. David Caruso, when he takes off his fucking sunglasses, put them on,
looks like things got a little wet.
CSI
in here.
Miami, I always found it funny. Sorry. I always found it funny that the most gingeriest dude was in Miami.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's like so much sun, man. You better be applying like SPF 5,000 on your face.
He's in danger every day.
Yeah. I'm
danger every day.
He's solving crimes and getting skin cancer if he just walks outside. As a man that speaks that has 3 ginger daughters, sunscreen
every time I solve a crime, all my freckles connect. Man, it's crazy.
It's funny. Every time I see him, it always reminds me of Twins, where he was the guy at the car garage.
Yeah, he was in that. He was also in Rambo. Also, he was one of the.
Was it Rambo?
He was in Rambo. The First Blood. He was in First Blood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Anyways, goddamn, we just want a whole Caruso backstory.
And I got to actually, and guys, I got to bounce because at 9 a.m. I have to be at a 6-year-old's basketball game.
There you go, doing your fatherly duties. All right, Scott, go ahead and plug away.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan supported network over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia. Subscribe so you can listen to us talk about I Am the Law. And then, of course, this Sunday, Batman, the fan-animated stream. We are talking about the episode Catwalk.
Catwalk.
Damn it.
When I shake my little tush on the catwalk.
I should have did this real quick. Damn it.
No, that would say I have watched Wednesday.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know. All right, Scott. Appreciate it, man.
Always love talking to you guys later.
I'll see you Sunday.
See you Sunday.
Go back to being Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Is he gonna be side by side?
Double Dave.
Everyone wants to be me. Double D.
Double D.
Oh, damn it. I was going to do that.
Double
You
D's,
stole
double
my
D's.
joke. I was going to do it.
Double D. Anyways,
Momoa.
when it comes to Momoa, when it comes to Jason Momoa, I mean, what's so weird about what's happening right now? I mean, like, it's funny too, because when he posted that video yesterday, of course, I was like, oh yeah, are we gonna turn on Momoa? Because I poke the bear a little bit every now and again, because we see how many times have we seen like some of the crazier people in the Snyder fandom turned on Cavill like a while ago. They turned on Cavill a while ago. They've turned on anytime I've even seen guys turn on Fisher. I've seen them throw shit at Fisher for what he was trying to do and digging his heels in, where they were like, because anytime there was like any kind of anybody doing anything that was not what they wanted,
contrary to their
exactly
visions,
where it could prevent the Snyderverse from being restored, it was like, well, fuck this guy. And then now we got Momoa literally saying, I love James Gunn, I love Peter Safran, and it's like, oh, and that's why I was like, oh, and I just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna say that. And of course, it got a lot of responses, but I love it. Anytime that I do something like that, I always like to engage in that, and I just kind of see where the headspace on some of these people, and and we'll have a back and forth. Like if you look at the mentions on that tweet, you'll see me engaging. At first, I continue to troll, and then all of a sudden we get to a point where I'm like, all right, so I try to get where the headspace is. And, you know, sometimes it could be really good discussions, and that's what I like. But then I'm just kind of going like, all right, so when you're telling me that this is like the greatest downgrade of all time, which is like hyperbole that I hate in fandom, where I'm like, really? The most down, shut up. But
Stole my childhood.
Yeah, I know, right? It ruined my childhood. I'm like, your childhood must have not have been that great. That's what I always say when people always say that. I'm like, well, your childhood must have sucked. But like when it comes to Momoa, if it is in fact a Lobo thing, then and he's excited for it, it's like, then why are we gonna judge that? If he's so excited about it, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, fuck that, dude. That's a downgrade from Aquaman. Aquaman. I mean, Aquaman was a joke at one point.
We want.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, and I hate that.
Right,
and I'm
kind
of going, but then after today's video, I'm going like, is he doing both? Like, it almost seemed like.
Well, he's not going to shoot himself in the foot because he has a movie that's still coming out, so he's not going to be like, yeah, fuck Aquaman, and then everybody's like, okay, well, I guess I won't see the movie. It's I think he's gonna, I think he's gonna do something with Lobo, whether it's live action or animated. I have no idea.
I think he's gonna be a peacemaker. I'm not gonna lie.
I think he could be.
I think there's gonna be like maybe James Gunn is like fitting that.
There's got to be some way that he's being allowed his creative input because Lobo is his favorite character.
Yes.
So there has to be some level of creativity that they are allowing for him to, provide his input. And that's what is making him so excited to do whatever it is. It could be, Peacemaker season 2, whatever, because that is it's gonna happen. That's a James Gunn kind of thing. So he's not gonna shut that down. He's not gonna shoot himself in the foot. Any of his projects. I mean,
no.
I think Peacemaker will survive, as long as it has to, and then they'll move on to something else. But they're not just going to abruptly quit that or cancel that like they did with the Batgirl. I don't believe that they're going to, I don't really think that they're going to do another Aquaman. I don't think we're going to see Aquaman 3. I think
it depends on how well it does.
It does depend on how well it does. And I'm not saying they can't, that they're not going to be able to get James back, but James said he's only doing 2. He said that a while ago. I don't think that he's going to come back and do a third one. Not to say that there's not any other directors out there that can't pick up the mantle and or baton and move forward with it.
James Cameron, where are you at?
And then you also have, the whole Amber Heard. How are they going to handle that going forward with Aquaman? It just seems like the Flash franchise had some issues. The Aquaman franchise had some issues just because of certain people that were in there that had controversy attached to them. Whether or not it's true, not true, I don't know. I don't care. I don't talk to these people. I have no idea. I'm just a fan. I'm just watching their shit. And so I think that he's not going to shoot himself in the foot. He's like, yeah, nobody's taking Aquaman from me. I mean, at the end of the day, they're like, yeah, he's still Aquaman. Well, I mean, Keaton is still Batman. Ben Affleck is still Batman. Christopher Reeve is still Superman. Gal Gadot, she's still Wonder Woman. Ezra Miller is still the Flash.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to get a second Flash movie? I don't think so. But he's still the Flash. So...
See, I had somebody in my mentions go like, oh, like all his co-stars got fired. I'm like, they all got fired? And, it's just, again, it was
they got a pink slip.
Yeah, I know. I was like, all right, this is me just going like, all right, this is hyperbole. Let's see the response. And he goes, well, and I'm like, all right, well, this is what happened. I mean, if you want to say that about Cavill, fine. Because Cavill got fucked 3 ways to Sunday by so many different people.
There's no way he's coming back for anything.
Yeah,
and the
Wayne
thing
Johnson,
that said,
the Garcias,
conversation.
Yeah, Warner Brothers, he got fucked big time. When it came to certain, a lot of players. He just wanted to be Superman again and thought he had the opportunity, but it was,
under false pretenses.
Yes, I mean, let's face it. That Dwayne Johnson and the Garcias were using it as a power move to try to skew the DC universe to what they were.
I think $7 Productions was the one that told him to make the announcement, and that's why
100%.
Yeah.
100%, and it sucks because he was essentially a pawn, which sucks because his value is better than Dwayne Johnson's at this point almost.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's like You really am like, but it just sucks because he got kind of screwed out of. He did get screwed out of the role, but then again, I'm like hoping that something down the line can still happen. But when it comes to man, I had a joke and I just totally left my brain. Damn it. But no, when it comes to everything else, like and when it comes to Momoa, what's happening? If it almost sounded like in the Variety video where he was just basically saying like, hey, no, I'm always going to be Aquaman, which you can't take that to heart. It's like, obviously if he's saying like, I'm always going to be Aquaman, I think he just means in his heart, because he's very much a guy that's trying to clean
just
the
like
ocean.
all the other people.
Yeah, exactly. So I always took it like when he said that, I didn't go like, oh yeah, he's Aquaman forever, guys. I'm like, no, he's just Aquaman in his heart, no matter what. And obviously he still has a movie coming out at the end of the year. Same time that Rebel Moon's coming out, but different things, different mediums. Anyways, but then when he said like, yeah, but I can also play other things too, other characters too. I could be Savage, and I went, okay, dude, okay, you you like debunked anything, and then all of a sudden
he told you right there he's going to be Vandal Savage.
Dude, I know, that's the thing, and I love that he did that. One of the things I love about like Jason Momoa is like, even before the Snyder Cut came out, I always said that I'm like, dude, he's gonna be the guy that's gonna, when people ask him about the Snyder Cut, he ain't gonna hold back, and he didn't. When it came to interviews, remember that interview? He goes like, "Would you want to see the Snyder Cut?" And he was like, "Yeah, I want to see the Snyder Cut," and he just like flat out fucking said it and then posted it on his Instagram. So when everybody is like going fuck, like all of a sudden Jason Momoa turned on. What about Ray? What about Zach? I'm like, he gave Zach a camera and he promoted. He supported Ray Fisher also.
He said real shit happened.
Yes,
and let them deal with these things behind the scenes. But it is a thing, and quit trashing on Ray.
Yeah. So it's like, why are you he's always been an ally with all this stuff, but at the same time, he could still be excited for future shit.
It's a job.
It's a job. It's his job, and he wants to be creative. And if there's something that he, obviously, like when it came to Aquaman 2, he had he even said that he had a treatment for it. Like when it came to some of the stuff that's going to tackle, of course, when it comes to climate stuff and the polarized gaps and everything like that, he helped write the script for the second Aquaman. So he's very much excited about a lot of this stuff. But, even though if it doesn't align, obviously it's not going to align with everybody.
I think they're resurrecting the trench.
Excuse me, but yeah. I really that would be sweet if that were to happen. I really was looking forward to that,
Something different.
It's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen, sadly. But I mean, the trench scene in the first Aquaman, I thought that was my favorite.
That was beautifully shot.
Beautifully shot, and that's that shot with the flare going underwater, and all the creatures are just like, oh man, that is one of my all-time favorite CBM shots, to be honest. And that's why when they announced that, I was like, oh yeah, James Wan doing something that scene was borderline like.
It was interesting because most of the directors that they pulled for the DC EU was like horror directors.
Yeah,
Andy Muschietti and James Wan and
Sandberg,
Adam Sandberg. Yeah, I mean, all of them just they all came from horror. I'm like, okay, and you want to do Marvel bright and shiny and all that shit. Yeah. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
No, I know. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, I don't know. But with the second video, it was just kind of like, okay, there it is. But then at the same time, at the very end, he still goes, well, and that's what was so great. That was so great. I was like, I love the fact, because I got it sent to me, and of course people are like, hey, he said he's Aquaman, but then he says that at the end. I'm like, yeah, he's still stirring the pot. He's still going like, well, but I could be another character.
Could play other characters too.
It's exactly. Okay. Which I think
say that.
I'm not a one-trick pony.
Yeah, not a one-trick pony. And one of the things too is like, and I'm not a hater of James Gunn, but I never, even though like he wanted, he's writing Superman. Sure, fine, okay, I'm okay with that.
He's also writing a TV show.
Oh, of course. So it's probably going to be Amanda Waller spinoff.
Checkmate.
Yeah, or Checkmate. There you go. Could be that too.
That was well. I thought was the rumor that the Amanda Waller show and Checkmate were one and the same. That they were kind of
probably.
Yeah, I think that's the heavy rumor. I hope it's not that because just so be surprised. But I think if it is that, that's going to be part of that reveal. I imagine next week, which he's probably going to wait till January 31st at 11:59 p.m. And you know what? I would fucking love it if he dropped it just at like midnight, 2 a.m. for some people. Like he won't because SEO and you want to get the word and everything. But it'd be great if like, well, I dropped it January 3rd, 31st.
No, but like, but when it comes to that stuff and like and him just like obviously teasing Superman stuff and everything, but I just have a feeling that I'm like, okay, so with Warner Brothers Discovery going, all right, we can't afford a lot of things. So I'm like going, okay, is James Gunn gonna direct Superman now?
It's sure Superman the vibe movie? I'm getting.
Yeah. I think he
really
wants
like
that.
it,
I think he wants all because I mean he was offered Superman before
exactly
Suicide Squad. They were like, hey, yeah, Superman, huh? And he was like, I mean, I think it was just like he just did the other thing with his brother.
Brightburn.
Brightburn was great.
And I think it was just too similar, and he was like, "Nah, I'll do an ensemble just like I did, for the Guardians thing, something easy." Something
and he
quick.
also said he didn't want to tackle big characters. He didn't want to tackle characters.
It's like now that I've grown and matured.
Yeah.
Now that
I run them all.
DC Studios.
Yeah.
Every decision made, unless it's the Batverse,
I shall take your flagship character.
No, it's just tough because like
I'm gonna do the question. Is that fine?
The question.
Yeah, I think we looked this up last August stream. I was on that. He didn't write Brightburn, right? He just produced it, I think. Right?
He produced it. I think his brother.
Travis. I always say this. Yeah. He was probably around a campfire with his brothers, and they went,
"Yeah,
oh, can you imagine if remember Kid Superman? What if he went bad?" And I think they went with it. To me, that was they were passing around something and brainstorming, and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one day, it's like, yeah, what if, you took the Superman story when he was a kid, but he ended up being bad, not good.
I'm gonna look because is there anything that he's written, not just a story by credit, like written,
Scooby-Doo.
that he did not? Yeah, okay, Scooby-Doo's definitely one. I was gonna say it's something that he didn't direct.
Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn Dead, that's another one. But now, I mean, like, since he's directed, so Super, he did
that. The Bilko experiment, I think he had a hand in the story as well.
Yeah, you're right there. Okay, so there's another one. Movie 43. There's another one.
So, I mean, like...
So you got the Belko experiment and movie 43 of, like, okay, so he starts directing Slither and Super. After that, other than Belko experiment, there's nothing that he's written that he hasn't directed.
Yeah. And then at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, well, they already have him. Like WBD has him. You might as well just utilize him as a director. But then I'm like, well, what about all the other shit? I mean, that's the thing.
I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. If you're trying to build a universe,
and
you're going to focus all of your attention. I mean, if you're building this thing and your attention is split, then the Superman is it's not going to get the attention that it would require,
or the opposite way, that Superman gets all the attention and everyone
and everything else. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, you're right.
But then, like, and I know people, because I don't know where I am on it. Like, I love a lot of James Gunn's movies. There's some movies that I feel right about, but I don't know where I am on him directing. I think it's going to happen. I've heard the pitch of like, well, what a better way to make Zazoff happy, right? To show like, well, you want a Superman movie? I'm going to fucking direct it, and I'm going to make it fucking killer and just watch. Like, first, let's say it's the first movie, the DCU gate, James Gunn directs it, home run. It's like, well, look at what I did, right? And he can kind of be like,
that's what he wants. Yeah, he wants the accolade. He doesn't want to be under the Snyder thumb.
But obviously, it has to be like, okay, well, do you pull it off? And like, I think he will direct, because I just find it hard that he's going to write a Superman movie and not get so invested that he doesn't feel like he'd want to do it himself, unless the director's someone like he's very close with, someone that he feels like, what?
Directed by Sean Gunn.
Yeah.
It's going to be directed by the Weasel.
Yeah, exactly. So, and he's gonna play Calendar Man in it, you know. But so with that, it's not my like. If I made a top 10 directors, I love James Gunn. I would not have him in my choice for Superman.
He's not
you know,
mine
like,
no.
and even writing. I
could see him doing like Green Lantern Corps, you know, some sort of ensemble, like
you know, we've seen what he did.
Thing. It wouldn't be out of his wheelhouse.
Yeah,
or like you mentioned, like Question, any of those like offshoot characters, sure. And that's what I thought he might do. Is like, well, I'm gonna go direct smaller projects while people do the bigger ones. But again, maybe that's a thing that Zaslav wants. Maybe that's why he's a director / producer head, right? It's like, I want you to be directing some of these biggest movies, you know? There could be a conversation happening right now where they want James Gunn to direct the next Justice League. And you know that's happened. You know they've probably talked about like, well, what if you did this? What if you did that? And
I don't know. From what I heard, they want Muschietti to do it, right?
Oh yeah, no, and it could happen, but it's just like,
that could happen.
Is he gonna do it if it's? I guess he could, but is he gonna do it if it is like a full reboot and everyone's gone? Maybe he will.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing that's so up in the air, and that's what hopefully we get clarified.
That's always been the problem.
Yeah,
that's always been the problem with Warner Brothers, is that, you know, they're not transparent, and that's why like nobody can get excited for something that you don't know about. So nobody can hype it up. Nobody can get on board. Everyone is like, you know, yes, okay, it does keep them in the conversation. We're having a conversation about it now, but it does keep them in the conversation, but not in a good light.
Except for the Batverse, we got that. That's going strong, you know.
Which verse?
Penguin Show, Batverse, remember?
Okay, gotcha.
And that on that side, talking about Momoa, I feel either it's full on true or Reeves is really trying to push hard in the media, like, hey, if anyone ever fucks with this, they're the bad guys. Because he's been like, yeah, Peter and James said we're gonna do our own thing, we're gonna be by ourselves. Like, he's hit that hard multiple times, and I think it is true because Gunn said that. But I feel like it's also funny if it's not, and he's just kind of like trying to make sure that, you know, I never wanted to be part of this. And with the Momoa thing, I'm also of two minds where let's say there's the scenario where he plays both characters. I think that's kind of weird. I think you could do that, but I think that's kind of weird. If he just plays Lobo, I'm fine with that. Cool. If they reboot and he is still just Aquaman and not Lobo, there is part of me, I have to wait until I see the full plan, but it is to me gonna be weird if it's we're gonna keep some and get rid of others. And I know everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think, you know, Ray said this, Steven said this, where it's like James Gunn can do whatever the fuck you want, and he can, right? He can say, you know, I want to keep Gal and Momoa, and that's it. That's all I want to keep. The rest of you go away. I want to recast. To me, it's kind of weird, and I will be waiting to see that Superman movie to go, okay, once I see it, I really want to feel like, okay, there's no way Cavill could have starred in this. Because if it's just shit like, oh, he meets Lois Lane for the first time, you could change that. Like, whatever the main story is, I want to really feel like, okay, you did have to go younger. Because as of right now, I don't know. This whole, well, it's not an origin story, but it's not an older guy. It's like, it's just Batman. It's the Batman, right? It's Superman year 2. That's what it sounds like, right? But I'm not judging it yet, but I'm excited to see what he unveils next week. And then I'm just excited to get more details on Superman, on the ideas of what the actual universe is, because there's a few routes that already I'm like, meh on, but I can't fully judge because I don't know the plan. Because maybe once I hear the full picture, I go, okay, this all makes sense. But right now, the Cavill thing, I'm still kind of not happy about because I just don't know. I'd have to see the script, right? Like, why could it not be Cavill? And then if it's a full reboot, then I go, okay, cool. It's full reboot. We're getting rid of everybody. But then if it's not, it's like, okay, why are we picking and choosing? Even if it's Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, I still feel weird about it. I get that's his projects, but it's just kind of strange if like John Cena withstands, but the entire Justice League goes away. You know, it's just like it's very odd. So I'm bated breath waiting. I have to see what he does.
I think it boils down to ego, and I think that he wants.
He was in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, right? 2.
It's Vigo. So
he's using the same cast again, right? You know?
I think that it is definitely run a little bit by ego, in that he wants to be. He wants to have this as his own universe. This is his own baby. He wants to world build from the ground up. I think that's the reason why he's not going to utilize the characters that are already there. And number 2, it'll be cheaper if he gets a new cast that is maybe full of unknown actors. Because he's got to go back and what? He's going to go get Lawrence Fishburne again. He's going to get Diane Lane to come back. He's, you know, I mean, I'm sorry. He's gonna get J.K. Simmons. He's gonna pay what, you know, Henry. whatever. I mean, you've these, and same thing with Jason. I mean, their value has increased since 2013, or 2015 when they were cast in their other roles, and their value has increased. So, David Zaslav is all about, hey, saving money. They just bought the company. They probably don't have a whole lot of capital to work with. That's why they're relying on these 4 movies this year to help propel or fund the Gunn verse for the following, 2024 when they greenlight. They'll probably greenlight something this year, but they need the revenue for the Flash. They need the revenue for Aquaman. They need the revenue for Blue Beetle and probably Shazam too. They're not really heavily promoting it because, again, they don't have a lot of capital to play with, and
they know that film has a roof.
Well, I mean, they're giving you 2 villains that no one knows about, and they're giving you a Shazam that hasn't. I'm sorry, but Zachary Levi shouldn't be acting the way he did in Shazam 1 because the kid is getting older. So how is he going to mentally revert back to a younger kid or a younger stage?
At first, I thought you were going to say he just shouldn't be acting. Like, Zachary Levi shouldn't be acting. He should have gave it up.
He should have gave it up. I mean, I'm sorry, he's on the wrong side of 40.
No, I think that movie's cap is the same as the first one, around 400, 370, something.
It's not gonna. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna make it. It won't make more than Black Adam.
I just don't bump into people in my real life.
I hope it does. I hope it does.
Yeah, and I just feel like even there's like other movies around that I bump into people that even if they're lower box office that talk about in my like real non-geek fandom life, I don't bump into people that have seen Shazam. Like, it's not a movie that I say, oh, but I really loved Shazam. I feel like people I've seen it thought, oh, it's all right, or they just still don't know what it is. It's just another superhero movie that came out, and even then, March is stacked.
But you know who has? Zach, and he likes it. I'm just saying.
Right, yeah.
Just saying. Zack Snyder, he likes Shazam.
Is he gonna get it to 600-700 million?
Yeah.
That stamp of approval.
I will say this many times.
I was about to say, I was like, Saggy, you've been quiet.
Yeah, no. I just have this to say.
Well, listen, you guys been wanting to wait to talk about Lobo, so I let you guys just have at it. But listen, I will say this, right? I've said this many times, and I will stand by this. You can still do a reboot and keep Ezra Miller as the Flash. Okay.
Because again,
you can keep anybody.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. If they want to recast Superman, they want to recast Batman. Again, it's not the end of the world that they keep some of the cast, because again, we're getting Flashpoint stories, so who knows what'll happen. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I think what happened to Henry is stupid, but I love Henry to come back as Superman. No one has denied that. But the fact of the matter is, if they want to go in a different direction, like Travis said earlier, it depends on the story they're trying to go with. Would Henry be perfect for, be fine in the story that you want to tell with Superman, or is it, fine that they recast? Is it understandable why they recast it? Mm-hmm. That's the thing we won't know until it happens. With this Lobo thing, this Jason Momoa stuff, I mean, I called it the moment I saw it. The first thing I said when I saw it is, they're going to be calling Jason Momoa a traitor, because of the fact that Jason Momoa was like, thank you, Peter, thank you, Gunn. And I'm like, oh God, you said the words you shouldn't have said in this fandom right now. And I said, and then what happens very as soon as it happens, no, Jason Momoa is a traitor. It's like, you listen, again, I've been saying this, just wait to see what the hell. Gunn hasn't done anything yet. Mm-hmm. We know certain moves he's made, but that doesn't determine we know exactly what he's doing until James Gunn comes out with his first project, not the projects that are coming out that was before him, his first project as the head of the DC studios right now, one of the heads. We don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know if it's going to be good. We don't know if it's going to be bad. So just let the man make a project before you hang him to the friggin' gallows or whatever. Like, just let him do something before everyone just starts shitting on him. Like, hello, Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone keeps bringing that up. Oh, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of you guys bringing up Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, it's relevant because Guardians of the Galaxy is exactly why he got hired at DC.
Whoa! I saw you're like there was like
yeah.
Because it makes
really
the ears.
It makes me angry that people are like shitting on the fact, like, who cares if he did Guardians of the Galaxy? I don't know. David Zaslav cared enough to hire him to do the same thing for DC.
What's gonna happen when Zack finally, has a public interview and they ask him about this, and he goes, "Hey, I support what James Gunn's doing. He's going to say something." I'm curious to see that response because I don't see a world where
Zack turned against Zack.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I don't see a world where Zack goes, "Oh yeah, he's gonna F this whole thing." But then, of course, it'll be spun to like, "Oh, he had to say that." But then, because it was actually funny because the last time Zack was on this stream, which was when Scott was unboxing the Dark Side thing, I actually asked, and this is before like I didn't, nobody knew anything. But I just asked Zack, I'm like, because we were talking about the Teen Titans thing, and we were like, "Oh, it was great," and everything like that. I'm like, "Oh yeah, did you see James Gunn's animated cameo in Harley Quinn show?" And he said he hadn't yet, but it was just kind of funny because a lot of the, that side of the fandom was not happy that I asked him about James Gunn. And, of course, Zack was like, "Oh yeah, he's a funny dude." And he said that. So it was just kind of funny how like that was the case. And I'm just kind of going like, all right, what's going to happen next when Zack, makes a public appearance, when he's talking about Rebel Moon or something like that? Somebody's going to be asking about this. He's probably he's not going to shit on James Gunn. So be prepared. It's just going to be like one of those things where I'm like, good God, and I don't know when he's going to come back on here, probably after the trailer comes out, maybe, or something like that. But I don't want to bombard him with a bunch of DC questions.
No, not first question, Dave. You don't just want to.
Yeah. So, what do you think about James Gunn taking our Day Say Studios? Yeah. What? Say it, Zach.
You think you should direct Superman?
Yeah.
Well, no, the thing I want to remind everyone too, when Dave asked that question, Dave got some severe backlash.
Oh yeah.
And I was laughing because I'm like, so that's I'm like, so right. I'm like, so wait, that's the takeaway is that Dave asked Zack about James Gunn, not James Gunn, not Zack's response to James Gunn, just the fact that Dave asked. That's the takeaway. Okay, that's where we're at.
It was ridiculous. I couldn't believe it was like literally talking about an animated appearance in a show because we were talking about Zack's animated appearance in a show.
The Teen Titans.
Yeah. And just recently, not too long ago, it wasn't even like a few weeks. It was like probably 2 or 3 weeks. I was like, James Gunn was in the Harley Quinn show. So I was like, just curious if Zack saw that. And it was just like one of those things. And man, yeah, that was like the biggest thing that I got.
It's like that other thing that happened in the Harley Quinn show when they had the release the Snyder Cut, guy on there, and the Star Wars guy and all that. And they were like, no, they're making fun of it. And like, no, they're not making fun of it. They're actually endorsing it. They're recognizing it. They're giving it, a platform and all. And it's just like anyone can perform, and that's just two extremes. Anybody can perform any sort of mental gymnastics to fit some paradigm that they've created.
What was great about that though is like that got turned into an Ink to the People shirt.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Look at that. Because I even have that shirt. I have that in my closet, like the blue and yellow release the Snyder Cut shirt. The TPZ guys who talked to Zack personally a lot of times, more than anybody else. That's why anytime I go, pay attention to those guys because Zack has entrusted a lot of him.
That was the reason why I quit. Because I used to release restore the Snyderverse and all that. Last summer I was like, I started looking at him and I was like, wait, Dave's not doing it, Mick D's not doing it, Geraldo's not doing it. I was like, nobody's doing it. And I started going back through their messages, and I was like, wait a minute, they're not. I was like, okay, well, obviously they know something I don't. So I quit doing it.
That's why I have said it many times. I'm like, especially when it came to the Scoopsy days, he's trying to scoop stuff on Zack. I'm like, you should not be paying attention to these guys because they're going to tell you what you want to hear to get your clicks. Yeah. I'm like, you should be paying attention to the guys that Zack talks to frequently. I'm not one of them. I'm not, but he will talk to me. I'm like more on like an outer layer of this whole Zack Snyder,
like an onion.
Whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Like an onion, many layers.
But they are like right there. So if they are not promoting hashtags or saying certain things, or when it comes to, and they are debunking, especially when I see Ohio Dave debunking some bullshit, I'm going, yeah, that's because he probably talked to Zach today. Who knows? Whatever. Like Zach has he literally invited them to come to his compound and watch shit and look at shit and stuff like that. It's like, that's why I'm just going, pay attention to those guys. If they are not saying anything, then guess what? Don't believe anything you're hearing. And when it comes to like Zach hitting likes on Vero, I always go like, that's fine. He's a nice guy. He's going to hit likes. Yeah, if he sees like, oh yeah, that'd be an interesting concept if they sold.
It's like save the seals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it's not like he's not gonna hit like. But then, as soon as that happened, oh my god, I got that screenshot sent to me so many times. I'm like,
oh yeah.
I'm like,
You're wrong, Dave.
At first I was like, damn it, Zach, why'd you have to fucking do that? No. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, of course and I just ignored it because I was like, of course he's not gonna.
Yeah, the other thing fans don't understand. I said this. Listen, if y'all really, really, really want a chance, and it's a very slim effing chance, support Rebel Moon. Show
that's what I said on Wednesday.
If once these companies see that Zach can make bank, they're gonna want a piece of that pie.
That's exactly what I said on Wednesday's Film Junkee Live. I was like, guys, if you really want this thing to go to Netflix, you better hype up Rebel Moon like crazy, like you do these other hashtags. You better be plugging away and spamming the Rebel Moon hashtag and showing Netflix that you mean business. But the sad fact of the matter is, when I get pushback from some people, I go look back on their stuff and I'm going, you're not doing it. It's mainly this. And I'm like, I go looking at the Rebel Moon stuff that we got the other day, and guess what? Not much. Oh, you did 4 tweets and 2 of them were retweets. Okay. So what the fuck, man? Like you need to like focus, like take the images that we have, make some art, make some images, Rebel Moon hashtag, take a whole day and just spam that shit because you spam all the other stuff.
Right. But that's the proof right there that you're speaking on. They're not fans of Zach. They're fans of what they want and what's making them relevant, what's making them get clicks. It's not about Zach, because if it was about Zach, it would always be about what Zach's currently doing. So like people sit there and say, oh, well, you could be a DC fan and a Zack Snyder fan. Yeah, that's true. You can. But guess what? When you're pushing the Zack Snyder verse and you're ignoring the other works he's doing, you're not a Zack fan. The Snyder verse to them isn't Zack's universe that he is creating with all of these projects. It is the DC verse. So it's not Zack's restore the Snyderverse. It's restore the Zack's DC verse.
100%.
Let's be realistic.
Well, the issue is that these people have sort of gotten together and they've got camaraderie and they've built sort of an ecosystem online. And they talk with each other, they stream with each other, they jump in the chats, and they hype each other up and all that. And so they created some sort of brotherhood, and people at their core want to be involved in something. They want to feel wanted. They want to get with a group and say, I'm a part of this. And when they do that, it no longer becomes anything really Zack centric. It's just sort of like, okay, we like this stuff, and we'll go against reality. We'll go against better judgment. We'll go against any sort of logic, and it's only because this ecosystem is self-sustaining, and we're just going to sort of continue to talk to each other and hype each other and high five each other, and that's all it becomes. And so, what they do is they take any sort of news, any sort of information, they twist it, and they make it fit. It's like a puzzle piece. It's a completely black, all pieces are black, and they're force fitting every single thing.
Right.
And they're like, look at this beautiful puzzle. It's not finished because everything's in the wrong spot, but it's not finished. We're still working on it. But damn you if you're going to come over here and tell me that my pieces are in the wrong spot.
Right. Well, I'll say this: there is a certain scooper who I will not name because your name is not relevant. It was not Saggy Milton, but I will say this: there's a certain scooper who wrote an article.
Let's just call him Phil. Anyways, go ahead.
So Phil wrote an article.
Connors?
And there was an interesting part in that.
Wait. His name is Mutton. Anyways, go ahead.
Mutton. Well, Mutton wrote an article, and in that article it said, these people, these antis, they're not mind readers. They don't know what Zack wants. It doesn't take a mind reader to know what Zack fucking wants. He wants you to support what he's fucking doing now. And if you don't understand that, then you're brainlet. You really are. And then at the end of the day, you're just a grifter. You're just a lying piece of shit. And you lied to your audience. And that's what makes me mad. Sorry, I'm getting mad because it's like, that's what makes me mad. It's like, you don't need to be a mind reader to understand that these directors, they make movies so you stupid people will freaking watch them. But instead, you're going to be these stupid hashtags that I'm telling you, these industry executives, they don't give a shit because they know you are still going to give them your money. Mm-hmm. And when you give them their money, they don't care about your hashtags. They don't care if you're going to cry on Twitter about it. Support what Zack is doing now. It doesn't take a mind reader. He wants you guys to support Rebel Moon. So do that.
Yeah, and we need to. And when any little bit, like what happened the other day. I mean, I love the fact that it trended. I think it got over like 20,000, maybe 30,000. I'm like, good, keep it up. But let's get it to the levels as some of these other hashtags, because if you're gonna like spend all day spamming certain hashtags, and I'll tweet something out and I'll get somebody that responds with like the certain hashtags, and I'm like, that had nothing to do with any of that. And I'm like, what are you doing? Okay, I mean, like, this is not and be smart. I always want to, them to be smart about it. It's like, let's not do. And it was funny too, because when it came to Mark Hughes Forbes articles that came out, that came, and he supported, he actually was like, well, this could happen. And I'm like, oh, fucking Mark, really? And I, it was like one of those things where I was kind of going like, all right, because my whole thing is like, why not Amazon? They could afford this. Not Netflix is kind of
at Netflix, right?
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Zach could never go.
But that's the thing is like, so, but they're not thinking like, you got to think when it comes to the universe and what money has to go into the sequels. It's like, who's going to have the money for it? It's going to be Amazon. Look at how much they paid for when it came to the Lord of the Rings, prequel or whatever. I mean, yes, Netflix paid Rian Johnson a lot of money for his, Knives Out, whatever the hell he's doing. Sure. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. It just seemed like Amazon, they have literally Amazon to back up that money. Netflix is canceling things left and right. They have a little bit of a problem. Their CEO just stepped down.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are having issues.
Make Zack the new CEO.
Yeah, I know, right?
that's how you'll get the. Yeah, that's how you get the rights. It's like first day it's Netflix CEO, but
at the same time you have Warner Brothers trying to do something with this universe. I'm like, are they going to license out something else? I mean, like the only thing
they're going to do is license out the Justice League characters.
They're not going
to. Guys, we just tapped, Gunn and Saffron to right the ship. But what we're going to also do is send another ship. You can either watch this one or the other one. And it's like, no, dude, you're not gonna put all your eggs in so many baskets. It's one basket.
The only thing that I can hope for is that James Gunn contacted Zack Snyder and goes, you know what? You do have a strong fan base with this. How could we do something to conclude your story? And if it's, I mean, how crazy would it be if next week, before the month ends up, is like James Gunn goes, hey, Snyderverse, we're going to wrap this up in animation. I would imagine that.
And then he gets roasted with the quote tweets.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. And that's what's going to be funny is like, and Zack Snyder's on board and Zack tweets it out too, or posts it on Vero. I would love that to happen because, and even if they couldn't get, and we've talked about this before, I think we talked about it last week on the Vodka stream, is like, yeah, they might not get all the voices back, but you know, maybe they'll like majority of them would be down for that. It's like, okay, if we want to conclude the story that Zack wanted to do and we do it in animation, but I would love that because I know there's like, how many times have I gotten, you know, responses on Twitter where they're like, live action or nothing, Zack's a filmmaker. And it's like, yeah, but he's no, Zack is,
you better get a theatrical release.
He's an artist. He likes photography, he likes animation, he likes drawing. I even said on Film Junkee, like I think like a week ago, I was like, I would gladly take the conclusion of Zack Snyder's Justice League and his little storyboard sketches that he has in his books. I would gladly take that. If I could have any kind of conclusion, I would gladly take sketches from Zack Snyder on fucking cocktail napkins and be like, oh, that's what was going to happen. That's crazy. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I would gladly take that. If that's what we're going to get, you know? That's what we're gonna get. I would gladly take that. But of course, some of the, you know, these guys, live action films or nothing.
Yeah, it would be that. Yeah,
narcissism.
I just got sent the transcript. James Gunn actually did call Zack. Let me read it to you. It reads like this. Hey Zack, it's Gunn. I know that you have a fan base, and we'd like to like how can we make this happen, Zack? How much money do you need to make this universe? And this is Zack saying, too much, Gunn, too much. And this is Gunn saying, okay, 1 second. Hey, Zaslav, David, hey, how much money we have? That much?
Not enough.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell him. So Zack, we're not gonna actually go with what your universe, at least not right now. We still have some movies that we have to get out first to make some money so we can afford to make your movie. But let me call you back if this reboot doesn't actually do good, because if this reboot does really good, I don't think we're gonna have you back. But listen, I really will wish you best luck with Rebel Moon. We should get that hashtag trending. Okay, well, you have a good one. Tell Deborah to send my best, and stop posting pictures of that dry ass turkey on Thanksgiving. Goodbye.
Well,
perfect.
And that's the thing, like a few things you said the other day, like the anime thing. Yeah, people won't be happy because they'll say, "Oh, this is the only thing they'd give Zack." They wouldn't throw him a bone and let him finish. Like even if Zack supported it, they would still go, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Like he's just settling. We know he could get more if they treat him right." So there's that, and then the whole like. The only situation is, and maybe there is something where, okay, if there's a selling to a Netflix or an Amazon, sure. It's like what Segi said, though, where you'd have to do this reboot. Let's say Gunn's there for 4 or 5 years and this fails again. These movies don't work. I think you have a better chance then. But I think if the people think on Twitter they're going to be the ones that single-handedly bring down this new universe, it won't be that. It'll be the GA. The GA will make this Gunverse, whatever it is, live and die. Because there's tons of us on Twitter. But what is Twitter? Like 15% of the fucking world? As we saw with Avatar, I know the joke's always like, no one talks about it. Doesn't matter if no one talks about it. It's the 5th biggest movie of all time. So that's the thing, like, with the Gunn thing, I think anything can happen down the line. Like, look, we have fucking Michael Keaton come back this year. Toby and Andrew. Like, I think Cavill will be back. I think the Snyderverse could be closed, but it's just that's not what he wants to do right now. And I think even if Gunn was kind of like lying a bit, one of his first things about DC was when he got the job, and then the weekend after is when the Ayer cut thing happened, right? And then the Monday or something he posted, it was a Monday or Sunday where he's like, hey, I've seen the tweets and blah, blah, blah. We're always down to look at different ventures, but we're going to focus right away on new stuff first. So that's the thing, like, you have to, like, he has to get this thing going, be successful, and then when that extra cash flow comes in, that's when you could do something like an anime thing, or even by chance maybe go, you know what, Matt Reeves is doing his Batman thing, we're still fine with that. Yeah. Let's do something with the Snyderverse. But again, they got to get cash flow going, and these first films that they do got to be successful. So it's like
they got to grease the wheels, they got to make it, they got to make it sustainable, and then they can, possibly
take risks,
the Ayer cut, because right now, I mean, the Ayer cut, if they released it now, it would undercut what they're trying to do, especially with David saying, hey, it's a better film, it's a better version. Well, if it's a better film, it's a better version, you're going to have those people like, oh shit, man, so good. Why can't we go back to this? And meanwhile, it's like, no, but over here.
We'll get the Ayer cut, but it might be a Donner situation when we might get it from years.
The only reason why
I
we got the
think so,
Donner
yeah.
cut was because they wanted to make enough money to purchase the or to pay off the Brando estate so that they could make their Superman Returns. So that was the only reason why we got the Donner cut. You know, it's awesome, but it was a special circumstance for that one, and then another special circumstance for the Snyder cut. So we're not going to get the web cut. We're not going to get the Schumacher cut. We're possibly going to get the Ayer cut, but not anytime soon. I would say after the 10 years of the Gunverse, thriving and doing whatever, if it does, and then we might possibly get it, because it has to. They're not gonna put anything into distribution or anything like that if it doesn't make any money. If it doesn't have, if there's no cash flow that is assigned to or attached to it, or there's no prospect, then there's no reason for them to release it ever, even if it's fucking golden, even if it's a fantastic movie. If there's not enough people saying, I want to see more Will Smith, then it's just going to sit there and collect dust.
Blade Runner 2049. Look at that. Fucking masterful film. Comes out, fucking bombs. Eat it. It's just like the original. So it doesn't matter how good something can be if there's, like you just said, there's not money attached to it. That's why you didn't get it. They were talking about they're supposed to be maybe doing a follow-up. Now we're getting that Blade Runner Amazon show, which I can't wait. That's going to be great. But there was rumblings like, hey, if 2049 does good, you're going to get more.
Same
and
thing
guess
with
what?
the Tron thing that they just announced with Tron Legacy came out.
That's been in like the development
hell for a
decade.
while. Yeah.
It's coming out, guys.
Well, Travis, back to Travis's point real quick, is like Travis
Rebel
made
Moon.
the best.
Travis
made the
Rebel Moon.
Travis made the best point about a reboot. It's like people keep forgetting that these companies, again, general audience, that's their target, that's who they're after, is because they're trying to get the general time. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna watch every
fucking thing that comes out.
Right, exactly. The fans will see it, whether they like it or not. Doesn't matter. Guess what? You already spent the money. Yep. You already spent the time to watch it. If it's on Netflix, you already spent. Like I'm saying, if it's on streaming services, you already watched it.
And yeah,
especially the YouTubers.
And same thing, people. Even if they say I fucking hate this shit, I'm just gonna torrent it. It still counts because you're spending 2 to 3 hours of your life not caring about something while you watch it. Even if you're watching it. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter, because I know people say, well, I torrent it because I'm not supporting it. It doesn't matter. That's your life.
You're still supporting it.
Yeah, you're still giving time.
And by the way, you're proclaiming that you're stealing something.
Yeah, which is so
good job.
But
you're awesome.
But that's
cool
the thing
guy.
too. It's like same thing with the concept of YouTubers. Hate watching is still helping the channel. You're getting them engagement. You're helping them to watch
wish more
time.
people would hate watch my stuff.
I hate
what are you
fact
talking about,
here
Ryan?
stuff.
I sit there and go, this fucking guy thinks he could draw. This guy.
I need more engagement.
This guy.
But that's why the next thing, like my big questions with Gunn is, one, okay, is it reboot or not? Okay. My second one is what I really want to know, and I think this is a big depend on the Ayer cut, stuff like that down the line, is he said this in a tweet of like, oh yeah, you could see Elseworld stuff, but I'm really curious if you already got the Batverse, that's happening. Okay, that started before him. You got Joker 2, that happened before him. I want to see, like, when or if do we get a Gunn announcement of, hey, I have the DCU, but here's a new project that's not Reeves, that's not Todd Phillips, that's out of continuity, that's something by itself. Because if he is going to do stuff like that, where they're going to continue doing the Batmans, the Jokers, stuff that is singly, then I say, you know what, you got a really good shot at the Ayer cut, because he's down to do, oh, here's this universe, here's that universe. But like I said, that tweet, when he put it out, it was very vague, because it's like, well, is this new Elseworld stuff you're talking about, or is this stuff already in production that you can't stop? You know, like, he's not going to come down and shut down Joker 2, the sequel to the $1 billion rated R film, right? So that's my big thing, is I want to know, are we going to get more Elseworld stuff with him in his idea, in his shape? And I hope so. And I'm going to take that tweet as goodwill and say we think so, but I could easily see them not doing that, and they just want everything connected. But if it does happen, I think you got a shot.
Well, you even don't have connectivity with the new Batman animated show that's coming out, which looks great. It looks great, but it's not going to connect to the Gunverse.
I know. And then what Mark Hamill said too. Oh,
yeah.
You guys saw what Mark Hamill said. He goes,
it makes sense, yeah.
Dude. When I it was one of my topics on Wednesday's show, and I was like, I give him props, because and he said it's like we were like Laurel and Hardy. Like, it was just anytime that he got asked to voice the Joker, he asked if Kevin Conroy was Batman. And so now it's like, I don't have my Batman. Why would I continue to do Joker?
Sure.
And I'm like, it makes sense. But the fucking 30 years of those guys doing that stuff. I mean, like, it pulled at my heartstrings when I read that, but I was like, I understood it. And then I was just kind of going like, well, no matter what, when I read a Batman comic book, I hear Conroy. When I read Joker, I hear Hamill. No matter what, that's just always going to be for me. So, but I totally understood that when Mark Hamill said that. Yeah, which is great. Love Mark Hamill. But yeah, it's all, I know, it's all freaking crazy. And that's why we're like anxiously waiting this first wave of what Gunn is going to put out there. I mean, it's going to be interesting because we're all going to be like, oh shit. So the first wave is this, what the, and
how do you think it's going to be done? Like, is it a tweet thread?
Know.
Is it a Variety article? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they should have like a little, I don't know, miniature DC fandom or something. I don't know.
I just would even like him in an interview or ask him a couple like softball pre-pose questions.
An interview, like he'll pick somebody to.
It'd be very orchestrated because so far it's been orchestrated in that they took care of the Cavill thing last year, and they were like, we need to give the fans enough time to mourn. And then you start implementing, he starts dropping little breadcrumbs here and there. They did the Lobo thing last year. They brought it up again. They're bringing it up. They're sort of kind of getting everybody not on board, but just sort of used to the what is to come or what is on the horizon.
The Rock and Patty as well, with the whole like, oh, we love you, we're excited to work for you, maybe in the future, but we're
they did the same thing with Ben. They were like, well, maybe he'll direct, okay. And they're the same thing
Ben
with Henry. They canceled the Wonder Woman part 3 with Patty and Gal, and I think they're kind of slowly cutting it off. Then they have these 4 films that are complete. And they're going to let them play out, and they're not going to step on their toes, but they're not going to do anything to overly promote them other than The Flash, because The Flash has Michael Keaton in it, and it has the most chance of making them the most money.
100%.
So,
God, I know. That's the thing is like The Flash. Everybody's going to be looking at The Flash like through a jeweler's loop. Like, what?
Well, especially with this Dark Flash shit.
Oh, I know. Did you see that? Oh, boy.
Yeah. I hope it looks good on screen. That's all I'll say.
I have faith. Again, I have
toy
faith
leak
in the
saying it
VFX
came
guys.
out.
Obviously, we know the VFX guys are, the ones that did Zack Snyder's Justice League and BBS and all that stuff. So I'm confident. But yeah, when that was like shown, that was spoiler alert, everybody. Yeah, there was like a little toy thing that was shown, and it showed. Well, if you were paying attention to the leaked featurette that leaked again, that showed more than
Batman's
when it showed the multiverse bubbles, you literally see 3 flashes in one bubble, and
but
one of them's all looking like weird and shit. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be the evil one, isn't it?
But this toy gave us like a much better look, though. That was the thing where it's like the face, the whole fucking like these spikes coming out of him and stuff. And yeah, I won't judge it until the movie. It just was that initial like, whoa, okay, maybe I missed Reverse Flash, but hopefully it looks good on screen. But I don't know. I'm somebody that like
they didn't want to call him Black Flash because they didn't want to politically correct.
Well, go dark.
It's a different character though. I think it's just another version of Barry.
Yes.
Kind of like a Savitar or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
It's just it's dude. It's just gonna be 3 berries.
Which is
3 berries. Yeah, it's gonna But like again, I'm excited for it because I'm like, there's just so much that's going, and just I don't know. I like Muschietti. I like the people involved. It's all It's just gonna be one of those movies where it's like, all right, if they keep everything that was intact, then it is gonna be one of those things like if they keep Cavill's cameo, that's gonna be one of those things like, shit.
It's gonna be that's gonna be bittersweet. You know, they're like, nice to see
That's
him.
one of the things that I'm wondering. I'm like, does Cavill's cameo stay in it, or they just go, nah, let's get it out of here? I mean, I heard that they still kept it in, but at the same time, we're still We're still 5.5 months away.
Yep, July.
I hate everything.
Dave's
about
gone.
this
That's what
waiting.
happened. Okay, I thought Dave asked us and he was really wanting us to say something, but no, he's just frozen. Okay, but, yeah, well,
that's what I thought. I was like, oh, you can take this one, Travis.
Yeah, no, it's cool though. Like we're less than a month away to getting that trailer though. Like it's weird. Think about that.
I want to see this trailer. We had the teaser and all that. It's cool.
Yeah.
I'm definitely interested in it. I'm a huge Batman. You know, I love Ben Affleck, and I also love Michael Keaton. Oh, yeah. So to have two Batmen in one movie is pretty cool. I mean, you know, yes, we missed out on Thomas Wayne. That would have been another cool Batman. Yeah. But I think they were like, yeah, which one's going to put more butts in seats? You know, Jeffrey Dean Morgan or Michael Keaton reprising his role for the general audience.
And imagine the writers and directors being like, hey, you know, like we love Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Whoa, I'm back.
There he is.
Dude, what the hell? That was so weird. Was so weird. I was like,
you get caught in the Speed Force.
I know. Apparently somebody didn't like what I was talking about because everything went all your screens went black, and then they started doing the wheels, and I was like,
dark flash.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden I was traveling through the multiverse or some shit. I don't know.
I was like, three berries.
That was very strange. But it was weird. I saw the chat still moving. I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I just little glitch in the matrix over here, guys. So we're good. I blame Saggy.
Yeah,
everyone does. It's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
But like imagine Muschietti, it's like, hey, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, be great to work with him, but then it's also like, but you could work with like Michael Keaton as Batman again. Like, how do you not, if you're a fan of that movie, not take that opportunity with? Obviously, they're not doing Batman Beyond like everyone wanted, but I feel like tons of people, I know maybe there's tons of people that didn't, but myself was always like, I would love to see Keaton one more time get to do it. He got to do it 3 more times, but we're only getting to see one of them.
I know, right?
But also, Travis, who's to say that Jeffrey Dean Morgan, I mean, what if they 3
Batman?
What if they fit it in there for
I
just
put that in there a thumbnail a long time ago.
That's the thing is like there's so much we don't know, and what if they ended up fitting something in there? Like, you better believe they thought they was always on the table. It's like, well, what if?
His wife, Morgan's wife, was like ecstatic because they were talks.
Yeah,
you know. So
I mean, there
was some talk.
It's just I don't know. Like, to me, it's like, don't rule anything out quite yet, because it's like, as much as we know about this movie, there's some stuff that we don't. And hopefully I want to go in not knowing everything. I know things, of course.
I would love to see the Flash like pop in and out of different movies and different situations. Like, I think that's what Zod is going to be in Feora. Yeah. I think he's going to pop into Man of Steel. I'd love to see him pop in and out of
saving babies, right? Saving babies, right?
Oh God, okay, we're not. Damn it! Why do they have to draw that and color that and like this is look at no, it's great.
Someone got paid for that.
Somebody got paid for that.
Yeah, good money too. I bet.
I know. No, I get that. And I'm like, I want to
see the payoff with Grant Gustin.
Yeah,
that's not happening.
Oh, I'm sure
it's not happening, but I'd love to see it. Just like he's running.
You don't think that's gonna happen?
And there was like running like this, doing his little arms.
I hope so, but
you can't tell me that there's not going to be a Grant Gustin cameo.
To pull you from things I've heard, I don't think it's happening.
I think it's just like a.
I hope so, because that would be a great payoff. Like, it was so cool that Ezra did that.
I think there's going to be a Grant Gustin and a Wesley Shipp. I would not be surprised.
That'd be so fantastic.
I think there's going to be. I think we're going to see,
because he did that in the Flash series. They actually got him in that other.
I think it's like, how do you not? How do you not, with a movie like this, how do you not incorporate those two?
I'll ask you this then, because obviously I think the GL, they'll be happy with Keaton and everything like that. Is there a chance with all this like fan craft, like, oh, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Wesley Shipp, I love Multiverse of Madness, but is there a chance it kind of gets that same, like some people had that reaction where it wasn't the big like all we had was like this criticism, all it was the Illuminati scene and that was it. There wasn't much multiverse stuff. If there's not a Grant, if there's not a Jeffrey Nimoy,
it would be
if
awesome
if
it was sort of like the climax, like the end battle, and then it's sort of like Endgame's not the greatest movie, but sort of like that where they kind of get introduced and they're sort of there and have to sort of do something. I don't know. It would be cool to, it would have to be some moment like that, either that or as, Ezra's going through the different, movies, TV shows, whatever, you kind of see him interact with these actors, just for a minute or two, and then, or a minute, maybe, seconds, because, when you're watching a film, a minute takes forever, and you can cover a lot in a minute. But it would be interesting to see him go into these other films and TV shows and all that in some sort of crisis, like he's being chased by this black Flash or dark Flash or
Dark
whatever
Flash,
the fuck.
evil Flash. I just wonder if you don't get that stuff, are people disappointed? Do people get disappointed if you don't have a bunch of small, like if the multiverse stuff is just Keaton and Supergirl and Zod, if it's just that?
That's very minimal. It's very underwhelming.
Because that's what happened with Multiverse of Madness. I saw that narrative all over of, it was so underwhelming because I didn't get this.
To be honest, to your point, if they don't do something spectacular with the Flash, like incorporating a whole bunch of different characters or whatever, then they should have just stuck with a Flash movie and not a Flashpoint movie. They should have it should have been a Flash origin movie of him, and Reverse Flash and how they tie together
into the Justice League. Yeah, pretty cool. It would have been pretty cool to get something like a simple Flash movie where it's just him trying to just be who he is and him creating his own costume and all the different variations of the costume. He doesn't have a team like the TV version Flash. He has to figure it all out for himself. And, just imagine a Barry Allen that is like very, very novice in trying to do that. And that could be like a small, simple movie. And if and I think that at one point, maybe Ezra Miller, Ezra Miller would, I think he's likable enough where it could have been something possible where they could have did something small with a smaller budget. But now this movie is just, this is a crazy multiverse movie that has Michael Keaton, has two Batmen, it has Ben Affleck in it. It has so many things where it's an event film. It is, and I do wish that the first Flash movie wasn't an event film. It was just a simple Flash movie.
Because we've never had a Flash movie before.
No, we haven't. And the first one we're getting is a crazy event film. No, I wish they, and maybe that's what Zack was trying to establish. He was like, I'm going to bring these characters in because, we're doing this. But if, we could have these directors, and I think at one point maybe it was going to be that simple, but then it turned into this crazy. It's like, oh no, we got to go Flashpoint crazy.
It's anything but simple.
Well, they even called it Flashpoint at one point in time.
Yeah, I know. And I hated that.
That was the same Comic-Con that Ben said he was going to play Batman with Matt Reeves. Remember, he said he'd be.
I would be an ape for Matt Reeves. It's like, you can't even. You can't take the words from these people even to heart because my God.
They got stuff to promote, at that point, like whatever. Now you think about the 2017 Justice League, at that point, they had to promote that film, right? And Ben Affleck wasn't going to shit all over Matt Reeves or shit all over the film. Happens later on. But like at that point, they were just, I remember Affleck being like, oh yeah, Whedon can do more than just Avengers, stuff like that. Like it's their fucking, I know people pull those comments, like, look at what they said, but it's like, that's part of their job. That's part of their contract. Like they got to, and plus they probably got back end points on some of this stuff too. So it's like,
these are the things that you have to say.
Yeah.
These are the bullet points.
But you could tell it was a struggle. I mean, there's times where you see some of the mannerisms and you're just like, from some of them, they're like, oh, fuck. Especially like that one time when, Comic-Con was like,
Comic-Con, they're all.
Ray Fisher was trying to say something. And it was just like, you could tell he was like, fuck, I'm like forced to say this. And then even Momoa was like not moving. I remember Momoa was totally still and he was just like, Just do it, dude. Just you could probably he probably was saying to his brothers, "I'll just do it. You just gotta do it, dude."
He was too busy thinking about Lobo.
he still was. He's like, yeah, if
And
Aquaman
we're
bombs
back.
next year, yeah, I'll
like,
be
my
that,
man.
you know? But hey, no, he's got the biggest DC film of all time, right? Still, Momoa, he's the king of DC. Like,
True.
Aquaman,
I'm
like
just
whatever you want
glad
to say.
that I came back and I didn't hear Travis say dick.
You missed that. You just missed
Yeah,
that.
we just got done swinging dicks.
We're talking about how
Okay.
much Keaton dick are we gonna see in the Flash? You know?
A lot, I hope.
Oh, me too. Barry just comes in. He's just
That-
dead
those-
ass naked.
Those
Just,
70-year-old balls shriveled down to his
shriveled up.
fucking knees.
how fast can you go,
Mr.
Barry?
Mom.
Yeah.
You have no
But-
idea how hot that is.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Apparently,
But either way, I'm excited.
he
Whatever
can
it
literally
is,
play hacky sack with his sack.
the drama, all the versions, all I care about is in a month we're gonna get that trailer, and I just can't wait to see it. And I'm excited for the film, but I'm personally just very excited to see Michael Keaton back. I can't wait to see it,
Good.
even if it is just like a
I
nice
can't
one
wait.
and done.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
very
I'm so
excited.
excited for it. And
Yeah.
we're getting a trailer in less than a month.
I think his cameo is still going to be in Aquaman too, though.
That's
Since
so.
they're
I know.
not-
I think about that
Since they're
all the
not
time.
doing the Ben
That's another
Affleck
thing. Yeah.
You know, Ben Affleck was there. He was on set. You know, Jason fucking let the cat out of the bag on that as well.
Yeah.
But I really think that because there was another shift and James got promoted or put in that place, then they would go with the Keaton.
But then it's like,
Okay,
does it matter if like both Ben or Keaton aren't the DCU Batman?
Okay,
like,
okay.
It
What
doesn't
about this?
matter, right? Because this film's like, it could Aquaman continuity wise be like nothing. So it's I
Yeah,
can't wait to see.
yeah.
who
What
they
about
use.
this? What about this? What if there's both the cameos are in there?
Both of them.
What if there's like what if a thing happens where Arthur has the same cameo from two different Bruce Waynes, and he's like, "What the fuck? Like, what is happening?" Because the multiverse is kind of
He's like talking to Michael Keaton. He turns and then Ben's there.
Yeah. Yes.
But then
Yeah.
how do you follow up with that? Is Gunn gonna follow up with that then?
Well, yeah, you're gonna get
Maybe,
Blue Beetle.
maybe.
You're
You
gonna
know,
get
but-
Blue
but
Beetle.
that's what I mean, is
And Blue
are they
Beetle's
gonna
not gonna
carry
have
that
any of the
stuff?
characters in it.
Are they gonna
Yeah.
carry that tag of
No.
Ben Affleck? And,
No,
that's what I
they're not.
mean.
It's gonna
so
be
like, does
gone.
it? Why would they do
It's-
that? Why would
I
they?
don't know. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what if they did some kind of crazy thing where, like, after the Flash, the multiverse is kind of like,
You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna they're gonna end this shit at the end of Peacemaker season 2.
Peacemaker kills them all.
Could
It's
be
like
that.
Deadpool kills Marvel. Universe.
That's where they will end the continuity.
I think there's a chance that
and
with
then
Aquaman-
Christian Bale's gonna show up. And
You're
be
a
like,
nice guy. You're a nice guy. But I don't fucking cut it when you're bullshitting and fucking around like this on set.
Well, you don't like falafel?
Sorry.
I
had
think
to do that.
there's a chance that with Aquaman 2, they actually just cut both of them. I don't think you see Affleck or
They
Keaton.
might. They
Ooh,
might.
that could happen too.
I
That could
think
happen
it's
too.
really telling in Flash. If we don't get that Cavill cameo, then I
They'll
think for
replace-
Aquaman,
They'll
take
replace
both
them
out.
with James Gunn's wife.
yeah, she's
Oh,
the
God, I
new
hope
Supergirl
not.
and Batman. and-
Dude, her
Did you hear that rumor though that she's
Black
apparently in
Adam, I hated
Shazam?
it.
Because
I
apparently
heard that. I heard
there's a-
that, and
Mark
Mark
Strong.
and Mark Strong. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's
like
the word going
why are
around.
you gonna lead? Nobody gives a shit about Shazam 3. The fucking kids are gonna be 20. I mean, no, who gives a shit, dude? I mean, and Black Adam's not gonna be the main villain in that because we're fucking done with Dwayne
Well,
Johnson in
I
this
mean,
universe.
her cameo in Black Adam was ridiculous. It was just like, what? I don't
Yeah.
even remember what the fuck she even said. It was
I
so
didn't
just
care.
like, oh yeah, there she is.
It was
She's
just set
wearing
up.
a very shiny black raincoat, I guess, because there's water everywhere. Oh, okay. I'm like, what?
That's where Aquaman's gonna be.
I know.
That's how she talks to him.
She's gonna wear the same raincoat. Maybe it'll be yellow this time. I don't know. Fuck. It's just, I did not like that cameo.
It's
I liked
all-
the Amanda Waller stuff, but I didn't like her cameo.
I didn't
I'm
like Amanda Waller. I thought
Really?
she was. Yeah, she
I
was
liked it.
she was a punk. They
She's a
they
punk,
fucking hit her
dude.
over the head with a fucking
supposed to be a bitch.
with a God, with a fucking golf club. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I was like, "Dude,
I
if
didn't.
she
I didn't
got
like
up-
that in the Suicide
didn't like
Squad when
that.
they
If
when
she
they
got
did all
up,
that.
she
I
would
was
have
like,
whooped
really,
ass.
Amanda
I don't
Waller
give a
gets take.
fuck that it was her cousin. She would have whooped
I don't
ass.
care.
Amanda Waller would.
I hated that.
ass.
Yeah.
The office scenes in the Suicide Squad, I hated them. I hated them because I'm like, really, Amanda Waller is like what? She might as well look at the camera and make a face like Jim Hop, like Jim Hopper from fucking The Office.
Fuck,
like,
dude. Even the Amanda Waller from the animated shows are fucking more hardcore than that.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I did not like how she was in the Suicide Squad, and the office scenes just annoyed the fucking piss out of me. I didn't mind the characters in Peacemaker. It was kind of surprising. I'm like, hey, good job, James Gunn. You actually made me like these characters because I fucking hated them in the Suicide Squad. Now I like them because of what you did with them here, but I hated what he did with them in the Suicide Squad. All the office scenes, I was like, this is stupid. I don't like this at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
no,
I guess we'll see. Saggy, are you there?
Meow.
Meow. I'm sorry. Did you say right meow?
You said
Meow. What happened? I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm always here. I'm just listening. When I'm quiet, it's because I'm listening.
Okay, just making
sure. Or
Mm-hmm.
tired, one or the other. It's maybe both. I don't know anymore.
Hey, what's that restaurant?
I'm gonna predict this now, though. I just would not be surprised if there would be like a Peacemaker 2 and a Lobo presence, and if Jason Momoa ends up playing him, I almost
he was
thought
already in season 1.
True. And I was like, I'm almost going like, well, maybe like they were going like, all right, just to save a couple of coins, Warner Brothers pennies. They're like, hey, James, if you want to be Jason, like, God damn it.
They're really saving pennies. James, you're going to be fucking Lobo.
Your character now.
Blame the vodka. But I'm just like, Jason, if you want to do this, we'll tack on a little bit to your contract, but it's not going to be, it's not going to be millions. But if you want to be this character and you could be in multiple different things, maybe so. And that's the way I was looking at all this stuff, is like, it's not like he's going to be like the main thing, and maybe it'll just be teased, and maybe it'll be in Peacemaker.
Well, it's not that
Superman. I don't know.
It's not that Lobo is like a huge character that would, create its own franchise, or you can say that about Peacemaker.
Remember, at one point though, Michael Bay was supposed to make a Lobo movie.
Yeah,
I thought that was going to be amazing. Anyways, that would have been amazing. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it could be like a one-off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that he's in the Peacemaker season 2 or whatever, and that's his thing. That's what he gets to do, and that's it. You know, and then whatever. Maybe he comes back to Aquaman, maybe he doesn't. Who knows?
Made him happy. That's all that happens.
Yeah,
it's the same people that tweet about being a downgrade, this or that. It's like, even if he leaves Aquaman for Lobo, it's like, you think Momoa's career is fucking over? Like, this guy, he's set for life. He's gonna do other things that's not just DC. It's like, he can do whatever the fuck he wants if he wants to. Yeah. Like, he was just in Dune a couple of years ago. It's like, I'm not worried for the career of Jason Momoa when I see, oh my god, his career is suicide if he leaves Aquaman for Lobo. He's done Aquaman twice, 3 times. He's made a bunch of fucking money, I'm sure, doing it. It's like, I just like, people just live in this fantasy world that if he does Lobo, well, that's it for Momoa. Like, he made a big mistake. Maybe he's done with Aquaman. Maybe he did Justice League and he did Aquaman 1 and 2, and he's like, you know what? I'd be happy to leave that there. And then they say, okay, I know you're done with Aquaman, but how about you stick around and do this thing? It's like, yeah, fuck, let's do that. Like, maybe he wants to, like, same way you were talking about earlier, and like how Juan said, hey, after 2, I'm done. I don't really do trilogies. What if Momoa was the same? Like, you know what? I'm kind of done with Arthur.
He can say, getting in the water.
Yeah, he can say, like, I'm always Aquaman. It's always there. Keaton always said that about Batman. He's always like, I'm Batman. He said that before he came back. So
I'm Batman.
Exactly, right? And Momoa can say that in 15 fucking years, talking to some college thing, saying, I'm Aquaman, So,
yeah. No, I mean, yeah, exactly. So, so when it comes to that, I mean, I hope that that's the case. I want him to play dual roles, because that's something that has not been presented. I mean, yeah, we got Josh Brolin. He played Thanos. He played Cable.
Yeah.
It's like,
you got Jaimon Ansalu.
Yeah,
he plays everyone.
He plays everybody that's not the character.
All over the place. But to have a main character, like, be like, oh yeah, the guy who plays Aquaman is also playing Lobo, which is a complete I mean, and people aren't. I mean, imagine the makeup and the prosthetics and whatever VFX probably that they would add to it as well. It's like it would just be. I mean, when you think Lobo, it's like who else?
Just mocap.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like who? I mean, anytime you think Lobo, it's like who? Like immediately, like who do you think could play it?
Steve Guttenberg, Lobo, Lobo Moronga.
But at the same time, it's like you think Jason Momoa. It's like Jason Momoa could play that role easily, you know. So it's just what did you say, Dave?
Yeah, Dave. Check your Twitter DMs.
Oh, check your Twitter.
That's a fucking virus right there.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, there's that. There's that. You could send it here. I mean, we've seen the fan art.
I didn't know. I just didn't know if you saw it because I was like, I looked it up. I was like, oh, he looks.
Oh yeah. Trust me. When I was making the thumbnail for this stream, I was thinking about putting one of these fan arts of him as that, but I was like, and then I found the image that was the thumbnail that somebody actually just put like his eyes kind of lighting up. That was a really clear shot. I'm like, no, that's going to be the background. I was like, that's cool. But yeah, I know exactly. Yeah. See, it looks good. It does look good.
It does look good.
If you look at it, yes. That's the thing is like, when you think Lobo, it's like, God damn. It's like, it's almost hard to be like, who the fuck else could do this? You know? And
well, the guy that played him in fucking Krypton,
what was it? Smallville?
No, it was Krypton.
It's Krypton.
Season 2. The dude reminded me of that one guy from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. What's his name? Russell Brand. That's who it reminded me of.
Wow.
He's like, hello, I'm just here to just deal with that now.
He was super like weak looking, and he was just like, what? Like, get the fuck out of here with this shit. I mean, no.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask. So because obviously that he posted that video, he's doing the rounds of Variety. Is there any chance that we hear anything about this next week in the slate, or is this a pure post Aquaman thing?
I think we could,
because it's just like I would have said post, but because it's talking about so much, and even James like, yeah, Jason's sure a funny guy. It's like, is there even a mention? We don't even know how many projects they'll reveal, but I was curious with how much stuff has been talked about just these past few days. If something happens,
you could be right. You could be right, because why do that? But then at the same time, I'm like, I just was like, I can't, like, what if it's a season 3 thing, or season 2 thing for Peacemaker?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Though. It might not
still hasn't come out, right? Like that's the thing, and I'm just curious, like how many years does he go through next week? Like, is it just a couple? Is it 3 to 4? How many projects? How many is a mix of TV and movie? Like hell, like as he said, games and animation. Like, do we even get that where they announce like ideas of a show, an animated show that's going to be something, whether like not even just Snyder Cut, but just like anything anime? Like, I'm very curious. Like in my mind, for some reason, I feel like we're gonna get like
they still have to release the Suicide Squad versus Justice League game.
Yeah, that's coming out in May.
And again, you know, you've got to be able to release this shit in a way that it's not confusing to people who, you know, after you make those claims and statements and like, you know, hey, yeah, no, it's all going to connect. It's like, okay, well, how can it connect if you're releasing this? And it just, I'm sorry, it's just too, they got to, you know, the Batman, the Doomed City or whatever the fuck it's called. They just released a trailer for that. It, you know, all that doesn't connect to anything that is, you know, this Gunverse, I guess if we're going to call it that. I mean, it's
the DCU, right, Dave?
The DCU. That sounds like, what is this, a DC University?
But then again, the Batman Doom Castle, Suicide Kills Justice League, if Gunn comes out and still says, hey, we're still going to be doing lots of Elseworld stuff, then there's your checkbox right there. Eh? Oh, those are fine because they're just not a part of this plan. And I don't know. I'm interested to see how much we get. I'm thinking like we get like maybe 4 things announced. That may even be too much, but I feel like 4 is my barometer for like maybe 2 shows and a movie and something else, or 3 movies and a show.
We're gonna be hearing about Peacemaker season 2, absolutely, right?
I hope not, because
still relevant. It's still relevant.
No, I want the show. It's just like that feels like a cheat. It's like, well, we know you're doing that. Like, if he gives us a slate of 4 things and one of them is that, and the other one's like the Superman movie, it's like, okay, that's a cheat. Don't give us the shit we already know about. You know?
But if
4 things are going to be the.
But then if he goes, guess who's the villain? He goes, "Hey, guess who the villain is?"
Year of
when it
Heroes.
comes to Peacemaker, and he goes, "It's Lobo, and it's Jason Momoa." That'd be insane.
That'd be fun.
obviously.
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah.
But I don't think that's gonna happen either.
No,
but,
I don't think so.
I mean, it could because they've been hinting this
They
like
need to.
over
They
and
need
over
to
and
do
over. They
something.
need to like give again, dude. They need fucking transparency.
Well, they need transparency, but I do agree. Like Dave said, they need to do something. I think Gunn should know this. You do need what I always call like the one smoking gun. In that, whatever how many projects they announce, they need to announce something that'll get people hyped. Like one thing that's like, oh fuck yeah, like this is really cool. Even if it is fine that like, yeah, we're doing a fucking Green Lantern movie, like legit this time. Like we're not gonna fucking say it's coming out in 2019 and here we are 4 years later. Like they need some. I do think he needs some just big hype announcement because there has been like. It's been mixed. It's always gonna be mixed, but like losing Cavill, for some people losing Patty, even for some people like Black Adam, like losing The Rock, you need like you need a win. And I hope like there's one project or one announcement that is like a fuck.
Batman
this is
2.
really cool. You know? Yeah, the Batman. Yeah, we're releasing the Batman 2, Superman, Peacemaker 2, and the Suicide Squad 3. That's his full fucking slate. It's like, oh, thanks, James. You know, so.
But what if Batman
Beyond? That's what I need. I fucking need that right there.
Thank you.
That wins
Thank
the day.
you,
That
Travis.
wins the day
Thank
right
you.
there. You know,
Travis, you are my best friend.
but it won't happen, Saggy. I'm sorry.
No, don't say that, Travis.
I know that would
They
be.
gotta get the
sweet.
flash receipts first. They gotta get the flash receipts first.
Listen to me, Travis. I made the joke
Mhm.
about Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle's happening. I make the joke. It's not even a joke. It's gonna happen. We are gonna get a live action Batman Beyond eventually. Not today.
Totally
not
gonna
tomorrow.
I hope. I
but
just
it's gonna
want it with
happen.
Keaton. I really want.
I
with
do
Keaton.
want it with Keaton
Yeah,
too.
and I would.
But then I would
accept
also be
Affleck.
okay
Yeah.
with Ben Affleck. Also.
Yeah, I would too. There's just something about like I know Adam West and other people, but there's just something about because Keaton was the first theatrical one. And I know West had a
He's
movie.
the reason why the animated series was
Wes is
based
also
off
dead.
or based
That's thank you, Saggy, for covering it. I don't even know why I'm prefacing that why West would be in the running. James Gunn's like, yeah, we're gonna deep fake an actor to be Adam West for Batman Beyond. You're gonna love it. Everyone's like, fuck James Gunn.
When he said that, right? When he said that, I'm like, does Travis not know Adam West died like a while ago?
Shit, I'm losing everybody. But no, there's just something nostalgic about. I would love Keaton to be the Batman Beyond type. I don't think it's gonna happen,
yes.
but I hope Flash makes a bunch of money and they're like, fuck, people really like Michael Keaton. What do we do? Even if it's like we talked before, an out of continuity thing. If Gunn says, hey, we're gonna do, it's not a part of this new DCU, it's its own separate one-off Batman Beyond story with Keaton and a new actor. That's what we're doing. I'd be completely fine with that, you know, but
I mean, when I heard Keaton
get
was
too
coming
excited.
back, the first thing I thought was
Brainer,
Batman Beyond. But here's the thing,
because it's
Travis,
a no-brainer, they're not going to do it.
Oh,
Travis,
I
though,
know.
what would you do? Because we don't know if we don't really necessarily know if Michael Keaton, because we didn't see Michael Keaton in that bat suit. That could have been any Batman. Now, here's the thing, Travis, we have to make a blood pact right now. If they bring back Michael Keaton in the Flash movie, and it's a Batman Beyond version of Michael Keaton's role, dude. We got to DM each other, be like, oh my god, it happened.
Sure,
Dude,
it won't
I'm calling it
happen.
now.
Sure. It won't happen, but we can do
You
that.
want to put
if
money on it?
happens.
You want to put money on it, Travis?
You don't advertise Keaton and then a bunch of boomers come in and they're like, I can't wait to see fucking Michael Keaton, and then it's a new guy. No, you got to get that out on Front Street of like, no, this is a Creed Top Gun situation. Like, and look at Top Gun, look at Creed. Like, just do that with Batman Beyond. Batman passing it off to the new fucking person. Like, let's do it.
That makes sense. It makes sense.
Oh my god! I mean, like, how many times has that been on the table though? In the past, like 20 years, I'm sure that's been on the table so many damn
In the
times.
90s, they were trying to make one with Clint Eastwood back in the day. That was their first attempt at it. Before Batman Begins, they were throwing a bunch of ideas. You can look at, there's a list of all the movies after Batman Robin. There's Batman Triumphant. With Nicolas Cage's Scarecrow and stuff like that. And Madonna's Harley Quinn. Fuck, that would have been great.
God.
Oh, yeah. And then back then there was... who was the director that was pitching Batman versus Superman? I can't remember at that point. Someone in the 90s. Or like there was a team-up movie, and then they went to Batman Begins.
Was it the director of I Am Legend? Because they put that poster in there.
I don't know if it was that, but I remember around that time.
They just predicted it. That was like, what, 2007?
Yeah, and then there was the rumors that they were doing a Batman Beyond movie with Eastwood. That was the pitch, but then eventually came back to and the other one was the Darren Aronofsky one. Apparently, they turned it down.
Oh yeah,
Because it was so fucking weird. Like it was like a broke Bruce Wayne. He was just in a garage, which is kind of funny when you watch the Batman and he's like just in a train station garage. But like apparently Aronofsky's Batman script was like ripped took a bunch of stuff of Batman lore out and just made a fucking weird Batman movie. And they're like, no, we're gonna go with this British guy named Christopher Nolan. Yeah, I think that was the rumor.
Yeah, he wanted to have Joaquin Phoenix play him.
Yeah, so I'd love to see that script. Maybe not the movie, but I'd love to see the script of what.
I know. Can they leak out some of these scripts for
Why
fuck's
not?
sake?
Fucking sell them. Make
if
some
they're
money
not going to
off
be
them.
used, just leak them out so we can all read them.
Well, I mean, you can get a fresh script from that one guy that's trying to sue Warner Brothers. What's his name?
Wozniak.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I went looking at some people, some people who have been on streams and whatever the fuck. And I was going how much did they promote Rebel Moon? I was going down that, and literally this one person had that tacked on as his pinned tweet, the whole Batman gate. I'm like, really?
Oh,
That's
God,
your
that's
pinned tweet? Because obviously he wants anything that's not Snyderverse destroyed. And I'm like, do you realize that's going fucking nowhere, right? You're like, that's not going anywhere, and it's still your pinned tweet. Shouldn't the pinned tweet be like something you did for selling the Snyderverse to Netflix, your new campaign, but you still have Batman Gate as your pinned tweet? That's from like almost a year ago. It's not going anywhere. It's stupid. Stop it. But whatever. I try to get in the mindset of some of these guys, and I don't. I can't.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, it's just so crazy. But it's probably a good spot to wrap it up. We've been going 4 hours. I know Ryan, you said he had to take off, so I was we could probably all probably.
Sure.
He's taking off.
Hey, now we're done swinging dicks.
Yeah, we're done talking about swinging dicks, but no, this has been fun, and thank you to Scott for joining in, thank you to Jordan for joining in, of course, and we wanted to talk about the new Mattel, which is great. But yeah, thank you guys, Saggy, Ryan, Travis, and Ryan, if you want to go first, because I know you got to take off.
Yeah,
promote.
Well, hey, thanks for having me on, guys. It was great to talk to you guys. But whenever Saggy was around, it was cool to talk to her too. But yeah, you can check me out on my TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, all that at ZRefet, and we'll be doing some stuff now that my Project Justice League is over. So if anybody has not seen that yet, please jump over to the
Get it to 100,000.
Yeah, man, 100K. That's big for us. That's big for us. We haven't had that type of video, but it's really great, and we have a fundraiser going on as well for AFSP. So if you have a couple extra bucks to help out, that's always great. That is quote unquote our payment for putting a year and a half worth of work into the Snyderverse. So you can't call us non-Snyder fans because we liked it as much to make a damn project out of it. That took a lot of time. But we appreciate everybody that has watched it and everybody that has commented on it as well. It's been fantastic response and reception. So, but yeah, no, I'm doing my own art streams and stuff, and we do talk about movies, and we did talk about The Last of Us, me and my son, on my channel a couple days ago or Sunday. When it came out. But hey, thanks for having me on. And dude, I'm on anytime you want to. I'm available for it. It's fun and great to talk to Chris Hemsworth next to me. And
it's the light. It's the light. You turn the light on and I'm fucking
I was like, it's Thor. But and Dave, man, you're always cool. Thanks for having me. And
man, always like talking to you, man.
Awesome. Yeah, it's always fun to try to get you guys to laugh. But you guys have a great night. Thanks for tuning in, you chat, and later.
Yeah, appreciate it, Ryan. Yeah.
Whoa,
that's interesting.
Zach's fucking arm.
Face.
Yeah, look at his fucking jacked arm. Yeah, look at that.
I know. I'm like, anyways. All right. Well, let's Saggy, go ahead and promote.
Hi, I'm Saggy. I do stuff and things on YouTube, and I piss off a lot of people. So if you're into drama, I'm the drama mama. Check out my channel, Saggy Melons with a Z, Melons with the Z, for the love of God. Or maybe find something new you're into and type it with an S. I mean, explore, explore your horizons. And I love talking about movie talk, but mostly on here and not on my channel because, again, I'm a drama channel. So that's all I really got to plug. And also, please support Rebel Moon. Please support Zach. Please stop being hypocrites. And please do what's best for entertainment by supporting the directors you love and not about what you want. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Travis,
you can find me at Saggy Cox. No, I'm kidding. You can find me at Travis B. Snail.
Saggy balls.
Just talking about my sweaty balls. Yeah, no, just talking about that's an SNL skit. Don't cancel me. Go look it up. It's a great skit.
It's
even
a great
though the guy
skit.
might be going to prison. So Travis B. Snail talking about all this stuff. I'm sure me and the Geekverse crew will be reacting whenever this news drops. I'm sure they're gonna drop it at the most inconvenient fucking time for me because I'm a planner, Dave, and I hate. Just give me a day, James. Just even a day. Don't give me time, but just a day. I can be okay. I'll set this aside. I know me and the boys are gonna have to cast a day, but no, it's the Wild Wild West. But lots of stuff.
I love it.
Yeah, we review Last of Us every week, and we're right now watching I've seen it before, but the other three guys had never seen any of the X-Men animated series, so we're watching that together for the first time, and it's a good time. So yeah, and thanks to everyone in the chat, everyone on the show. It's always a good time. It's always a Friday highlight when I can be on here. So
always a fun time. Yes, and like I said, thank you to everybody who participated. Thank you to the chat. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up, share the stream. Of course, it'll be up on audio only streaming tomorrow, as I'm hungover and trying to upload it to that. I'm like as I'm like eating a croissant sandwich. And sipping water and liquid IV. Appreciate everybody tuning in and smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, and we will talk to you guys later.